ลิงก์พิวเตอร์ลิงก์เดียวกันไหมเนี่ย
ได้หมดเลยพี่น่าจะดูที่นี่
โอเค
เดี๋ยวพี่กอได้ถ้าเกิดว่ามันไม่เท่า
พี่สอนพี่เบสด้วยคืออะไรที่
พี่เบส
จะนับ
พี่เห็นเวลาที่เขานับถอยหลังอยู่ไหมพี่
อันนี้ YouTube ใช่ไหม
ใช่ผมดู YouTube แต่พี่สะดวกที่ไหนก็ได้เลยเอาเวลาเท่ากันก็พอพี่เบสพี่อยู่ไม่ได้โหลพี่ชัย
เอ้ยเอากดปุ่มผิดไง9 8
พี่นับไว้เหรอฮะ
6
นับไว้พี่นับไว้
4 3
People always
2
talk
พี่เดี๋ยวของ
about
พี่เบส
wanting
ช้ามาก
0
เลย
แล้วอ่ะ
เอาเท่ากันเป๊ะเลย
ผมฝากให้เท่าแล้ว
นึงนะพี่เบสเดี๋ยวพี่เบสนับต่อนับเลยพี่
นับ
ไม่มีให้นับขึ้นเทคแล้วตอนนี้
สตรีมเมอร์คอนเทนต์ฟาสต์แฟลชชิ่งนะพี่เบสระวังนะเขาจะแฟลชใส่พี่กันนะ
ต้องปิดเสียงว่าเนี้ยพีเอฟบอก
ยังไง
พีเอฟต้องบอก
ไม่ต้องปิดไม่ต้องปิดปิดแค่เฉพาะตอนที่นับถอยหลังระหว่างรอแมตช์
พี่บอกเลยพี่ตะโกนปิดผมไม่ได้ปิด
นี่คือ
People always
พวกเรากลัวกันหมด
ไม่กลัวเต้เราไม่กลัวใช่ไหม
เฮ้ยเราชิล
something that's just
เราไม่เคยกลัวอยู่แล้ว
เยียรุ่นใหญ่ผมชอบจัด
not everyone has what it takes.
เมื่อกี้พี่เจนโอซอนนี่
This
ว่า
goal
ชี้
demands everything.
ไปทำอะไรตรงนั้นนะ
สถานีบางซ่อนเหรอ
Your time, your energy,
Yeah.
your dedication. There are no shortcuts.
กูเพิ่งเช็ดแว่นไปเมื่อกี้แว่นกูเอาอีกแล้ว
You can't slow
แม่ง
down. Because
สวัส
your
ดี
opponent
ชาวแก๊ง
คู่แรกคู่เซน20คู่ที่2ล่ะ
for the
พี่เอ๋ย
status,
พี่เอ๋ย
not
เคย
คู่ที่สอง
ดูก่อนปะ
stadiums.
คู่ที่สอง
พี่
ลี
เต้
เด
ย
อ
กับ
ร์
เอฟอะ
ลีเดอร์
The reason, the
เอฟป่ะ
love
เอฟว่าไง
of the game.
คู่แรกคูเซน20
You battle
คู่สองก็ลีดเดอร์เหมือนกัน
เฮ้ยน้องพีงั้นนะคู่3มันน้องพีอะ
ไม่มี
You've known all along
ผมให้บูมผมบอกเลย
เฮ้ย
เมา
ใช่
ดี
เหรอ
ผมชอบเมา
but
ดี
you aren't the only one. There's always
พี่เบสให้คนไหน
เหมือนพี่เบส พี่เบสรู้เรื่องไหม
อะไรอะเมาดีกูให้ตัวเองแล้วกัน
วันนี้ดูทรงแล้วสินภาษาน่าจะโดน
สิภาษาคือคนไหนอะ
น่าจะโดนทั้ง2-1
ไอ้คู่แรกอะสินภาษาเจอกับฟูเซน
ทำไมถึงเป็นสิภาษามันอันนี้เหรอชื่อคนอะ
ชื่อทีม
พี่ช่วยบอกพี่เบสหน่อยพี่เบสไม่กล้าดูไปกินข้าวไปพี่เบสกลัวผิดกฎครับ
เขาห้ามกินพี่เบสจริงๆแล้วเขาให้กินทางจมูกถึงจะถูก
พี่กินเสร็จแล้วพี่กินเสร็จแล้ว
ผมไปล้างหน้าทันไหมน้องขนมปังขอบคุณ16 เดือนครับ
โลกจัด
นักกรุงเมืองหลวงของจาการ์ตา
ถ้าชนะไปรอบชิง ใช่ชนะไปรอบชิงเลย
กรุงเมืองหลวงคืออะไร
เหมือนนี่ไงเสียงแบบพันธมิตรภาคไงน้องพีแต่แบบพันธมิตรแบบเวอร์ชันรีบ
ภาคนรกเหรอ
ณเมืองหลวงของอินโดนีเซียกรุงจาการ์ตา
พี่เบสได้เดินอยู่ท่ามกลางแสงสี
ทำไมแวะมาทางกู
มันต้องมีกรุงด้วยเหรอ
แล้วไปเจอพี่เฮยกำลังยืนโยกอยู่
อันนี้เปิดเสียงหรือเป็นเสียงเนี่ย
เปิดไปก่อนก็ได้พี่
ไปโดนลิขสิทธิ์พี่เสียงคน
ปิด
พูด
ปิด
ยังเอาอยู่
เฮ้ย
เปิดก่อนเปิดก่อน
เฮ้ยนี่มันดนตรีคอยัง มันต้องเป็นเพลง
ต้องเป็นเพลงเลยเหรอผมไม่เคยฟังเพลงนี่คืออันไหนคือเพลงอะ
ก็เวลาช่วงเบรกอะช่วงเบรก
โซแดมอยู่นี่เหรอเนี่ย
ใช่
เอาว่ะ
โซแดม
ออริจินอลเหรอ
ไอโซแดมนี่ระเบิดฟอร์มจัด แมตช์ที่
จริงเหรอ
แต่ว่าก็ห
ล็
ลั
อบ ก
หลับบ่อยอยู่นะ
แต่ก่อนหน้านั้นระลับ ตอนที่เจอกับอะไรนะ
โคเรีย
เจอกับไอออสเตรเลียหลับ
โอ้อากิระเมสึเสียงภาคญี่ปุ่นมันเท่เนาะ
อนิเมะ
พี่เบสภาคบ่อยอยู่เอ้ยดูภาคบ่อยญี่ปุ่น
จุดๆใครเซนเนี่ยมั้ง
I think right now all the team are
เชียร์ PTC ไปอย่างดิ
going for the finals weekend. It make them forget what should be their focus.
첫 번째로 4강에 진출한 팀으로서 장단점이 있다고 생각합니다.
ฟานซิสชื่ออย่างไรแบบเดอะบอยซอยจะจุ
เมื่อวานผมเล่น TFC ผมเจอคนชื่อไวเปอร์เมลอนนี่คือพี่เอ๋ยปะไอดีเด็กเลย
ไม่ใช่
ไม่ใช่เหรอ แต่เขา
ไม่รู้
ตรงๆเลยนะไวเปอร์เมลอน
자신감을
มีหมดอะโดเรมอนก็มี
더 강하고 두려움이 없는 팀이라는 것을 보여주죠.
ร่างแยกเหรอ
ล้างแยก ใครก็ไม่รู้
We will use their chaos, their confusion, and their lack of confidence as our biggest opportunity.
อย่าลืม
容赦なく
ชิบผ้าเช็ดแว่นแม่งเช็ดแว่นยังไม่สะอาดอ่ะคิดดูดิโลกแม่งไม่เข้าข้างขนาดไหนอะ
But remember, the higher you are, the harder you fall.
มาแล้วครับ
เฮียพี่เพียบให้สัญญาณด้วยพี่
พี่ว่าอันเนี้ยโดน
เอา
จริงๆนะ
เอ้า
ผมก็ปิดเลยรออะไรอ่ะ
อันนี้ต้องปิดเหรอ
ที่ปิดมาตลอดเลยอะ
คิดว่าโดนแต่ว่าไม่เป็นไรไปเอาออกที่หลังได้
เอาออกที่หลังได้เหรอพี่
ใช่ใช่ใช่
ไม่เหมือนสะเก็ดแผลหรืออะไรอย่างงี้เหรอ
โอ้โหมีแต่คนแอบ
โดนบ่อยๆนี่บินนะเอ็ด
บินเลยเหรอ
ไม่มันไม่บินแล้วพี่มันเอาออกได้หลังอะ
ใช่แต่หมายถึงว่าถ้ามันบ่อยจนเกินไปอะ
เฮ้ยเดี๋ยวนะไอวี่นี่ไม่ใช่อ๋อนะอันมันอินวี่ใช่ไหมไม่ใช่ซีเคทใช่ปะ
มันไม่ได้ติดแดงอ่ะพี่มันแค่เหลืองแล้วบอกว่าเราสร้างรายได้ไม่ได้เฉย
ใช่ปะน้องพี
ใช่พี่
โอเค
มันคือคนละคนเดียวกันอ่ะ
อ๋อ
ว่า
อ๋อคนละคนเดียวกันรู้เรื่องอ่ะอย่างนั้นเอาว่า
โอ้ย มีธงด้วย
ซูชิบอยป่ะซูชอยบี please subscribe YouTube channel
เว็บเด้งแล้วครับ20พี่เอ้ย
โอ้ย เว็บไหนน่ะ โดนโกงแล้วสแคมไวไป
วันนี้ฟ็อกมาตัว
มาดิมันอยู่บนเวที
ใช่มาแข่งเนี่ย
พี่ลองโทรไปที่บอกว่าเล่นแรงไหมตอนนี้ now
เนี่ยผมชวนแล้วมันก็ชอบไม่เล่น แล้วก็ถามผมตลอดเมื่อไหร่เล่นด้วยเมื่อไหร่เล่นด้วยไอ้ชวนมันก็ไม่ยอมเล่น
เพลงเนี้ยเด้งดังเดี๋ยว
เขาพูดอะไรกันนะเต้
โอเควันนี้เราจะทำเต็มที่ให้ดีที่สุดไม่ว่าผลจะเป็นยังไงเราจะโยน
มาทำไม
มาทำไม
โยนสลึกเลย
เวลาเข้าชิงแล้วนะมันโยนรอบนี้อ่ะ
พี่เบส
แป๊บนึงพี่กินน้ำอยู่
พี่เบสผมเห็นตุ๊กตาแมะอยู่บนโต๊ะนั่นเด้อเห็นนะแวบ
น้องพี่ตอนนั้นพี่กอดคอมุงกับเพื่อนๆล่าสุดน้องพี่พูดว่าอะไร
ผมพูดไป4 ค
เฮ้ยชนะวันนี้
บะหมี่อยู่ไหน
ปักซอยไง
อยากกินไง แต่ละประเทศไม่เหมือนกัน ของไทยก็บะหมี่ญี่ปุ่นก็ราเมงถูกปะ
คือรู้ว่าชนะอยู่แล้วใช่ไหมก็เลยแบบ
อ่ะถูก
กะไปฉลองเลย
ตลองเลย แต่แบบเน้นสตรีทฟู้ดไง
แบน
เดี๋ยวแบนอะไรพี่
นี่หรอ
ปกตินะ
แต่เสื้อบาส
ไม่หมายถึงเส้นแบนไงเส้นแบน
ชื่ออะไรวะเบสบอล
พี่พูดอะไรอ่ะ
โอ้ยโห
ผมเมื่อกี้ไม่มีพี่เลยเหรอ
ไม่มีเลยเต็ม
ไม่
เต็ม
พี่มันอยู่ถาม
พี่บอลไง
พี่บอล
อ๋อ
ไม่พี่เบสพี่บอล
อ๋อไม่ใช่อีกอ๋อหนึ่ง
อ๋อ
ยังไม่ได้ล้างหน้าเลยว่ะแชทตื่นยัง
บายฮาเว่นไอบ็อก
SPG แบนแมปตัวเองที่เล่นโหดเนี่ยนะ
ไป
ปูละเฮเว่นฟูเซนอย่างตึง
แบนอบิททำไมวะแมปมัน
แต่เขาหยิบเลยนะพี่แสดงว่าเขาเตรียมแผนมาแล้ว
นั่นนีออนจอห์นโอเซน
มันเหลือเชื่อมากเลยที่เกาหลีแบนแอสเซนเนี่ย
And the neons have been insane, right? So I'm curious to see if
Neon
we're gonna see that
insane.
trend continue.
ทำไมเขาถึงทำอย่างนั้นครับเอฟ
เพราะว่าพี่ฟานซินผมไม่ชอบแอสเซนเดี๋ยวพี่เขายิงเยอะเกินต้องเนิร์ฟตัวเองหน่อย
พี่เบสแต่พี่เบสนับเวลาอีกรอบนะครับ
3 2
สวย
ไหนอะเวลาอยู่ไหนอะไม่มี
เดี๋ยวกำลังโลกเลยในเวลา
ไอ้นี่รอดูเลยซูชิบอยซื้อเอเลสแน่นอน
ยีบิมสโตสีอยู่
อันนี้เปิดเสียงได้ใช่ปะ
พี่เบส
เปิ
เปิ
ด
ด
ได้
ได้ตั้งนานแล้ว
เปิด
พี่
เปิดได้เลยพี่
PG, right? If they get into your site,
อย่าบอกพี่ปิดประตูตลอด
so much util that they can
นี่
use
พี่เบกลับปิดดูจนจบเลย
ใช่พี่ปิดไมค์ตัวเองด้วยที่พี่กลัว
So Fullsense is
เฮ้ย
gonna
เดี๋ยวนะ
have to make sure
มันมีเดนล็อกนี่หว่าพี่เอ๋ยเชียร์
คอม
แม่พี่เอ๋ยเชียร์ฟันไหนอะงั้นนะ
for free.
เอาเจ็บฟูเซ่ครับสิฟูเซ่
Game plan for them.
พี่เอ๋ยก็เชียร์เดนล็อกไปเลยพี่
เลิกเหินแล้วเลิกเหิน
ค
แล้
อ
ว
มสิทธิ์ภาษามันโหดด้วย
แต่พี่เบสชอบนะเดนล็อกอะ
Now this is a really important match. A while
ใครๆก็ชอบ
eliminated completely. Whoever's in that top seed has a huge
แต่คอมฟูเซนรู้เล่นเยอะกว่านะ
advantage. and the first
ว่าน่าจะ
pick
คนละ
for,
deadlock
A
นะ
or B. Guys, this is playoffs.
ใช่
This is
ผมหมายถึง
Ascension. We're about
ฮีโร่เนี่ย
to kick it off and bringing us through the
Agent.
first series. It's
Neon.
another duel.
Neon
Down
Fate.
under. It's
จะเอากูให้ตาย
It's an absolute pleasure to be back in Indonesia, guys. Thank you so
เสี
much
ยง
to our
ปา
beautiful
ก
desk
เขา
for
ไม่ตรง
taking us in.
เดี๋ยวเขาพากใส่
Komodo
ดี
back
ที
in
หลั
the
ง
screens, baby. It's a pleasure to be here at the Britama Arena. Upper bracket final, Komodo. It's an interesting one, right?
ให้เขาลิป
No
ซิง
one
พี่
goes
อันนี้
home, but does it give you that bloodlust
ไอ้
going
เหี้ย
into the
ตระกูล
grand
ทัน
final
จิโร่เนี่ย
and
โค
the
โมโด
lower bracket?
I mean, I'm hoping so.
No,
Because
Kamado.
while smiles up on here, can't say the same from what was actually happening on the stage. While you got Fullsense popping a couple of smokes in there.
จะบอกนะ
you got
นี่
maybe
ตระ
one
กู
or
ล
two players
ทันจิโร่
over on the
และ
other
นี่คือ
side
เน
from
สโกะ
Simpresa. They were very good. They were very focused. They know
ไม่
what
ใช่ด้วย
range
คือ
to achieve
ตระกูลของแม่งคือคามาโด
series.
Absolutely. There's so much pressure on either side of the coin, but that's where some of these players thrive, right? Is it going to make some
พี่เบนนับเวลาเลย
Is
พี่
it
ผม
going
จะ
to make some
พอได้
real
เท่าพี่ผมไป
opportunity?
16
16
15 14
เอา
It's
ผม
awesome.
ตรง
And I cannot wait to get in
ไปครับ
to the start of Ascension Pacific
ตรงกับพี่เบส
playoffs,
โดยเส
baby.
มอมา
Absolutely. And
ไม่
of
เดี๋ยวเพิ่ง
course,
เห็น
you
ส
know,
ตรีม
Matt
4K
coming
เลย
out
อะ
from
โคตรโหด
Simpresa Gaming.
โอเคดิ
ใช่
พี่
ชัดมาก
And I love the fact as well that for Fullsense on the defensive
โอ้ย
side,
ถ้าเลือก
you know,
4K
he's
มันจะ
running
กระตุก
this
ไว้เลย
job
ตอนน่ะ
of Sentinel
ไม่
comp
กระตุ
over
ก
for
พี่จะ
Simpresa.
ต้องไป
You're
ตั้ง
gonna have to
ในโฟ
control
ม
a
ก่อน
lot of
มา
the
ให้
map.
รัน
You're
แบบ
gonna
ว่า
have to try
การ
and
จ
get
อ
into
โดย
these
แต่
sides
เหมือนจะเสียงดีเลย์หน่อยๆปะ
But I also love just the tentative approach.
แต่ผมว่า
Currently
ผมว่า
starting.
80ว่า
I
ดี
mean,
เลย
look,
พี่
what,
ไม่
there's
เกี่ยว
3 players and Fullsense in the
อ๋อ
spawn.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of respect being given.
เดี๋ยวเขาเปลี่ยนแบบหน้าดีกว่า
Potentially looks like there's a
เวลาตรง
little bit of a
ตัวนี้
conversation, but okay, now maybe this is
เฮ้ย
not live.
ทำไมยืนนิ่ง
เฮ้ย
อ่ะ
ทำอะไรกันอะ
Chilling out, they're just hanging out. Look, Komodo, I suppose.
เล่นเสียงเหรอ
Let's take this in a positive, right? This gives
กำลัง
us
มอง
more
ผ่าน
time
กำ
to
แพง
really
อ่าลีลีลี
ลี
มอง
ลี
ผ่าน
ลี
กำ
ลี
แพ
guys on the panel, on the desk, and they had so much
ยังไม่เริ่ม
วางแผน
ยังไม่เริ่ม
about what it means for some of these players, right? You know, again, it's like a new
นี่ไง
entry
เฮ้ย
in
โอ้โห
for
เกิด
some
อะไร
of
ขึ้
these.
น
ไม่
Okay,
ลี
are we
นี่
live?
คือเล่น
Okay,
แผน
right.
รีเทค
Never
หรือ
mind.
อะไร
We roll,
Retake,
we roll,
retake.
let's roll.
Yeah, I mean, if we are live right now, you've
Alay,
already
what?
got a little bit of
ഔ.
the scaling approach coming
ทำไมถึง
เขาเล่นกันปกติ
เขาก็เล่นปกติ
Margaret,
อะไรอ่ะ
that's gonna be something that we're gonna really love to see, but over in
ไม่เมื่อกี้ยืนคุยกันก่อนไง
Four members here for Fullsense already. This
ทาม
could
มิ่ง
be
ไงเผื่อโยก
problematic.
รัด
Yeah,
ไว
absolutely. There's going to be a little
Ui,
bit of an exciting
easy.
moment for PTC.
เฮ้ยเสียงดีเลย
That's going to be the
จังหวะ
information
ดีเลย
already.
อุ้ย
And
ส
that's
วย
utility broken as well.
ว่าแล้ว
Throw that horn, try get in here. Francis has
ค
to
นพิม
look
พ์ป่ะ
out
ว่าดี
right
เลย
now. He's getting away, but look at all this control
มี
of
เป็น
mid.
แต่อ่าน
And
ว่า
alert
เป็น
from
ดีเลย
Margaret.
จับคนช้าครับจับคนช้า
Can
จับ
open
คน
it
ช้า
up. It'll be
Oh.
gorgeous for him, and now the
โอ้โห
crowd starts to
ดี๋ยว
come through.
They had the pinch, they had the moment, but
Back
now all
song.
of a sudden it's been given
Ơi,
away.
xiềng
And now
delay
they're
quá
going to
hả?
rotate back
Xiềng
around
delay
towards
ครับ
the showers. They've already got the site control.
And you've got the trapwire alert coming
เมื่
through
อกี้
from
ไม่น่าเอา
Margaret
สุด
as
เลย
well.
ได้
So
1 แหละ
as soon as that gets popped up, he doesn't necessarily need to
มา
stay
เลสมา
around
ดัก
and
รอ
hold
ใกล้
this one because there's 3 members here, Mitch.
Absolutely, they got to break this and be ready for it right now. But Margaret said onto the
Ui.
line. We're talking about
โอ้
young
โหเสียงปืนมัน
talent.
สปอย
And there's the 3K.
จริง
This is why this guy means business right now. Now it's all left on the Fox. Certainly a member that can do it. The Dizzy does catch, but now that wingman needs to go down. But it's not going to matter because Bambi
ใคร
will open up the bank
คน
account
ดู
here
เขา
for
ผมเช็คให้หน่อย
Simpresa.
ว่าในม่วง
Coming
อัน
into
นี้ไหมอ่ะ
an
ดีเลยไหมอ่ะ
arena with such a
ผม
loving
ว่าน่าจะดี
crowd.
เลยนะถ้าซอเดียวกัน
เช็คให้
And you know, like we talk about this series, we talk about this matchup. It means a lot different to what the game in the afternoon is going to be like, right? Obviously, we've got the Indonesian pride in Boom that they're going to be there, but like this is both that double-edged sword. We've
นี่
got
ดูแบบ
an
4K ครับ
elimination later. This one doesn't mean elimination, and it's one
จั
of
ด
two
ตาแต
sides.
ก
Could it be
ว่าเขาจะเทคพอแล้ว
like
ปะ
a little bit of a push into that opening with the bit of time off, bit of time to prep, or is it going to go?
Delay,
down?
delay.
เสียง
Well, I
ไม
mean,
ค์
if
ฟูล
I,
เซน
if I look at
เมื่อ
it
กี้
through the lens
พี่แฮกเหรอ
อันนี้พี่โปเต้ครับ
สวัสดีครับ
วันนี้ครับผม
พี่หมวกก็ไปจัดไป4 จุดแล้วพี่หมวกเขาจัดไป4 จุดแล้วยิงอีก2 ตัวก็มีอันติแล้วใช่ไหม
Elimination, and it's one of two sides. Could it be like a little bit of a push into that opening with the bit of time off, bit of time to prep, or is it going to go the other way?
Well, I mean, if I look at it through the lens of you win this game, you get tomorrow off, you get the watching of who plays later on, so you can kind of half an idea of
ทำไมไป
who you
กอง
think
อยู่ตรง
might
นั้น
be
อีกแล้ว
playing,
อะ
you know, how much damage
อันนี้
has been
เข้าพอร์ต
put
อยู่
into this
ยังไม่เริ่มยังไม่เริ่ม
as well so far, right? Because as the desk highlighted previously, SPG have already toppled over the 2 teams who are in that lower bracket contending to go against the loser of this game.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Like they've already got the coin, and I think the interesting thing about Simpresa, right, is like you know
เขารู้ว่าสตรีม
what is
เสียง
the
ดี
sort
เล
of
ย์เขากำลัง
reason
จัด
to
การ
lose this one potentially. They haven't really
เออ
had to do the
เป็น
lower
เป็นไป
bracket
ได้
one, right? You know, there could
จริง
be
เหรอ
all of a sudden an immense amount of pressure that goes back onto
เป็น
that
ไปได้
one.
เป็นไป
But
ได้
look, you know,
ปั่น
there's
นะ
so much to sort of
เรื่องจริง
think about. I think it's going to be just so important to really dive deep into what the opening map actually starts to look like for us here.
Yeah, Yeah, absolutely. I mean, something that just kind of it sits back in my head is undefeated since pretty much the beginning of Split 2 for Sinprissa, right? So we really are going to continue to see if they can continue this flawless run, get in towards that grand final with that veto advantage.
Absolutely. Means a hell of a lot. Get into that opening position, but Overall, again,
เหมือนดึงซอสเสียงจากที่อื่นมา
Small adjustments already coming through from Sinprissa as well.
ไม่
Where
ดีเลยแล้ว
Marcus
แต่เสียง
Cutwires
แปลก
are expecting a bit of a
ไม่เป็นไร
push shower. I'm gonna love to
เหมือน
see
เขา
how
เปลี่ยน
much movement
ได้ดีเลยอยู่ดี
from
ว่ะ
Sinprissa,
เปลี่ยนมา
but
ตรง
starting
เวที
off
นะ
with
เซตอัพอะไรมันน่าจะแบบไม่เหมือนวันแรกอะ
a little bit of damage.
Ôi, khốn.
But this is the scary
Ui,
part,
ao
right?
à.
You know, when these sheriffs
Ủa,
come
kiểu
out,
đấy
all of a
sỏng.
sudden the damage can really
Đẹp
be
quá
felt.
nè.
We've seen impressive moments from both these teams on this very weapon.
And you've already got the patience from
เฮ้ยมัน
Sinprissa.
อัพด่าน
There's-
เพลยังวัน
there's
นี้
a little bit of pressure, you know, building around showers, a couple of members peaking individually for Fullsense.
เล่น
We'll
ช้า
see
จัด
them get collectively together a little bit later on and go quicker for these trades. But
อยู่ดีๆวันนี้เล่นรอบครอบเฉย
not budging around the map whatsoever. A tendency of
เรื่อง
Fullsense
ซาวมันต้อง
to
ปิดคอร์สดิ
push the extremity.
อันนี้กล้องเป็น
จำวัน
JPG
นี้ได้
So
ปะ
much respect between the two teams, right?
ไอ้
You know, these
ไม่เขา
teams are
เขาเมมอยู่เขาเมมอยู่
บีทอะบีทอะ
Perhaps
นั่น
some
แหละปัญหาเรื่องเสียง
information
มัน
gather and harvest,
ลิง
but
อยู่เล็ง
ultimately, you know,
เล็ง
how
เล็ง
you actually put it into practice.
ทำไม
น่าจะเป็นตัวที่โฮเมื่อกี้
ทำไมแดมบี้มัน มันเมมขนาดนั้น
Bravo, and if I'm looking at it right now, 30 seconds on the clock. Sinprissa, they're going into
อุ้
the
ย
member stack.
นีออนเจ็ต
Here, Danby does manage to
Neon
get the
Korean.
relay bolt though, and it's a second as well. So good round overall from Danby so far with the 3K. Fox just has to walk out, and he'll walk straight into the fire and the flames, and unfortunately he will not carry on. Round done, secured, all on the bonus.
4 alive as well for Sinprissa. Really good to manage the guns, the money, the abilities as well going into this first round because you look into it, right? This is actually such a crucial round for the match. You're on stage, right? You need to set your nerves. If you don't get a round, what is that actually going to do towards the younger members on Fullsense? Is it going to spiral them out of control? You want to make sure that you're establishing yourself a stronghold on your defensive side where we've seen it. You know, we're starting off on the sides that both of these teams have been strong towards in the tournament. Sinprissa, a really rough start against Revenant on this map, right? 7-0, so they're already, I mean, doing better, right?
หน้าที่การงานมั้ง
As well,
หลอก
trying to
ดี
gathers a whole lot of information as well. So she boys
หุ่นเสี่ยว
already opening up the bank account for Francis. We managed to get that trade back.
เฮ้ยเขาบอกม่วง
เฮ้ย เกินไปเปล่าฟันซิก
That's incredible. Francis loves the 1v1v1 and pays dividends here. Sushi Boys gets the response back.
Mate,
But now
everyone
that's
wants
keep
to win,
planted.
Neural Theft as well, they know exactly where these two are.
Absolutely forward thinking from Ivy, trying to take this control, but Leviathan's absolutely ready for it. Back into this 2v2 now. It's going to simmer for a second.
Yeah, but the spike, it's already down. You've got 2 smokes, but that's about it.
Sushi
And now
Boys.
Sushi Boys is gone.
So bold. That's a crazy sort of position to be pushing into. Now it's going to be on to Leviathan.
Back,
Loves the
back.
clutch. The statistics are there. The information has been
Nah,
harvested.
คนเดียว
But all of a
คำนี้มันบุ
sudden,
กโหดเลย
Persia maybe overstaying his welcome a little
อุ้ย
bit.
คม
But
ผมมาก
okay.
โอ้โห
Good job done, but that was risky.
นี่อะไรเนี่ย
อะไรวะ
That was really, really forward.
Man, what I was saying about before though, right? You want to come out, you want to get this bonus round if you're on that
Won't be
defensive side
Say off.
because you get it down
That's
to
what
the
he meant,
wire, but just the individual prowess to come through from Francis around that side, opening up the neural theft, that is just
ไม่ได้เลย
adding
ไม่ได้
a
เลย
touch
เสียงแบบ
to
เป๊ะ
the
เลย
round as well because when it's there, you know, you spin it back, you
Bye.
think, baby,
เพื่อแปะลิงก์ในเทน
going for the lurk or these first few gun battles in this round, Mitch, they're looking so awkward.
Hang on. Yeah, very, very rough. And now that's called the immediate rotate. But look at this. The Spike still wanting to head over towards B. GC finds another. They have to react. That's a pick-upable weapon now.
Yeah, a bit of an overheat to come through,
Ma.
unfortunately, from Margaret. This makes it so winnable for Fullsense. I mean, you've got Prowlers, you've got a Seize, you've got a Snake Spite,
Oh, he
but
wants to
Francis
peek.
in the right position.
There's going to be anything to throw out.
Oh.
No,
Bao
that's
bẹp lò
great
về
again
đấy.
from Francis. All I can say
Cái
now,
phản xịt của mà mới
Persia,
phạt.
Francis, how reliable they are to respond time and time again, keeping the team afloat.
You're looking at the winnable scenarios for a team like Sinprissa in this tournament so far. You haven't really had any individual completely lacking
map
behind,
map
right? We've always had 1 or 2 members really ahead, the team collectively together. I mean, you've not really had to see too much actually come through from Ivy so far because you're still, you know, dotting I's, crossing T's, putting down the right utility when they're going in for these site takes. When the slower rounds have happened, they've sped it up. So are we going to get another fast one here? You've got the overdrive, you've got the nightfall. These are certainly key aspects to get into a site.
Absolutely. You don't want to be Fullsense losing too many more rounds here as well. The control will start to fall away from you, but already this contest looking for it. Danby trying to get into position. It's going to be the nightfall. Straight off the rip too. Fast
pot goal
goes
đấy.
down, and there's the overdrive you speak about.
Ừ.
Maybe Leviathan ready for
จริง
it.
เหรอ ไม่
Margaret
ผมรอ
will
เล่
get
น
a
เมื่อ
bit
กี้
of
ผม
a
เล่นไป
response
แล้ว
here. So much utility Komodo is being burned right now as they try to continue, but they fall away. They don't want this.
สมมุติเป็นล้าน
โอเคเข้าไม่ได้
Well, he hasn't used the thrash just yet, so the time will start to settle just a
Oh,
little
Vicky,
bit.
yeah.
You've lost the tip of the spear.
11
Get
10
towards the
10
side, but now
9
the rotations happen.
8
Sushi Boys,
7
he's already started to pivot to this A site to help
Yeah, don't
BTC.
Absolutely, he's already in a prime position, but they're not going to go for it. They're not going to overstay. They want to reset this. They're burning a little bit of
วินนี้
extra
ต้องได้
time
ละ
to kindle their spirits for now.
Gravnet and Incendiary already gone for Sinprissa as well, so a couple of these key aspects that they'd
เกาหลีมันคัด มันคัดน้อยรอบอ่ะให้ฟูเซนโรเทต
The haunt
ทีนี้บีเหลือแค่ 2 ไหม
line But they
Yeah,
have to
lah.
wait for just a second.
เพราะฟูลเซนก็โนอินโฟเหมือนกันตอนเนี้ย
อุ้ยไม่เห็น
บล็อกหา
อยู่ใน
ข่าว
ตั
แล้ว ว
พี่
โอเค
Any information it does. Okay, so that's been a little bit of a call of the
Beam
queue
rotate
right
มา
now.
ละ
Is he still available? Horn goes up. Doesn't
ได้
quite
อยู่
catch
3
any
คนครับ
information here.
เอาอยู่
So they've got to get moving. 30
อุ้ย
The timing of these walls from the Viper.
โอ้ยแล้วฟอกแก้สวยจอดนี้เอาดีโอ้โหไม่ตามครับ
Just down to 1v1.
Absolutely, still a lot of pressure onto this round. You
One
can't
of
count
us
them out.
situation.
PTC doesn't have
โอเค
โอ้ย
นับหนึ่ง
Spots
โอ้
it.
ย
The nightmare returns.
On the
Fake
board
shot.
finally, but at what cost right now? Only
ต้อง
one
ขอรีเวทบล็อก
surviving
แล้ว
in
เมื่อกี้
the
โดน
end. Another
อัน
round
ติบิมไล่แล้วออกมาได้3
really close towards that
เนี่ย
time
โฆษ
limit
ณา
as well,
กู
and that's when
มาอีก
pressure
แล้ว
really
พี่
starts
ผม
to
อะ
just
ผมไม่เจ
be
อวะ
felt for Simprissa. You can't overset. You had to try and bait out that thrash earlier on. I mean, to
Oh.
point it out as well.
เปลี่ยน
right?
browser
You're
ไป
looking at someone for full sense that you want activated. You're looking for who you need to see. John Olsen, mate. Where are you
อัน
right
นี้ชิง
now?
สาย
You've
บน
got nothing.
He's disappeared
ใครช
for
นะ
just
เข้ารอบ
a
ชิง
second.
ดูดิ
Obviously, you know, seeing him
แก้สวย
perform
จัด
so
ตอน
well
นี้
on that neon, but this time
โอ้
on
โห
the
อามิงโคตร
raid.
ดี
But look, it's
ตัว
Fox.
ที่
Fox
3
being
ถ้าได้
so
เสียงเวอร์
He's
เลย
been
นะ
so sharp. He's been so reliable. But now they're going for a
ไม่
little
ต้อง
bit of
ทำอะไร
a
เลย
pick up of the pace again here. Leviathan has a lot of weight on his shoulders right now as they try to spot the information. There's the
โอ้ย
power.
เร็ว
There's
ว่ะ
the fast
มาไว
lane.
เฮ้ย
Getting into this side again.
บ้า
And
จัด
already they're starting to overlook a
เฮ้ย
little bit here. Leviathan.
เฮ้ยโอ้ยตีสวยครับ
Damn it.
ตีสวย
It's
ตี
going
ส
to
วย
be
แล้ว
a denial. Fox able to trade. But John Olsen activates Sushi Boys at the right time.
เฮ้ยเฮ้ย
John Olsen
ยิงหลังมันยิงยากไม่เป็นไร
Ivy's still alive, still kicking. But in
Yaki
Vika,
in the game.
stuck and the spike is down.
Yeah, great nightfall to come out from PTC. Throws a spanner in the works.
ผมบอกแล้วว่าโปรอ่ะยังมีให้เห็นว่ายิงหลังอ่ะแล้วภาษาอะไรกับสตรีมกูอะ เมื่อวานยิงหลังไม่ยิงเป็นแม็กไม่โดน
Especially as a deadlock. 2 sonic sensors. You just have to really hit your shots in this current position.
So tricky to get back into this one. It's going to be about
หลังจากนี้จะไหลยาวครับ
เมื่อกี้นัก
kind
พากย์
of breaking
ถาม
open the
อะ
bars,
แม่
right?
อายุ
And
จอห์นโน
Full
เซน
Sense, they're setting themselves up really well to trade, but obviously PTC, Sushi Boys,
มาหรือเปล่าเนี่ย
ตอนนี้ยังเป็นร่างจอนยาเส้นอยู่แต่เดี๋ยวค่อยอัปเกรด
เมื่อเช้าน่าจะกินอะไรไม่ถูกปากมา
If you can find anything.
ถ้าแย่กว่านี้ก็เป็นจอนจัด
This Full Sense just need to do their
โอเค
job.
จ๋าแล้วครับ
อันนี้เป็นจอห์นโอเซน
John Olsen, great stuff. Secured, back on the board.
Yeah, and through the chaos as well.
ต้องเอาช็อตเรียกความมั่นใจมาก่อนตอนนี้
Not allowed in.
พอล่างทองหน่อยก็เป็น
โอ้ยเพิ่ง
The utility dumping.
เพิ่ง
ราชา
Aspects of the game in full sense that they'll still look to recycle as well because look at the
มันต้องได้ยิง
management of
แบบ
economy
เยอะๆก่อน
right now for their
เดี๋ยวความมั่นใจ
ultimates.
มา
Run away from the thrash yet again
Well,
for
Fox
Fox.
จะมี
You've
อันติอีกแล้วเหรอ
got John
เนี่ย
Olsen, who was silent, getting some kills,
ใช้
getting
ไปรอบ
closer
ที่แล้ว
towards the showstopper. These are pivotal ultimates to get in the early stages of this
ยิง
one
ตึงไง
to
พี่
start to build up your economy, to start to make Simpressive question, are we really just able to try and waltz in towards these sites and catch you in rotations?
Yeah, false sense of security really on that take, wasn't it? You know, getting into that position, but now it's early control again. They're going to simmer it down a little bit more.
Yeah, back change again, full
โอเค
sense.
ปิดตาย
more
บีลอง
towards the A site this time. Always loving the 3 and 2s, no over real extending. You got the Viper spit that actually has been popped over to the B side, but you know, when you do start to push things back over to
Neon.
A, you know Simprissa are going to start
Hey.
to set up
ได้
with a
พี่
smaller
โอ้โห
buy.
แต่เอาแหวะ
โอ้โห
He does manage to get one, but I think that's a potential overstep here, Komodo.
Alright,
Giving
look.
up one of the Vandals.
ไม่น่า
Yeah, and you've got Fox who's starting to sniff out what's happening over at the B side as well, but this is where John Olsen needs to be really careful. Revealed by the ult.
Absolutely. Staying on in again. Bambi trying to be that linchpin to get into
โอ้ย
เฮ้ย
And there's the aggression. A second. Margaret picks up the pieces this time round and out of control. Barrier mesh can go in. And this is going to be so hard for Full Sense to get in.
เห็นปืนแล้วไม่ค่อยรู้สึกดีเลย
Haunt and a Prowler coming online for Simprissa. This is just too difficult to get back in. I'm not even going to add to the fact, well, maybe I will, that it's a 2 versus 4 now from the lesser weaponry. A bit of an overheat, but Darby, I mean, look how he brings back a lot of these rounds. He gets in your
อ๋อ
face.
ตัดปืน
The overstep from PTC. You know,
Yeah.
they get the orb control. John Olsen finds that information, showstopper off the back of it, but then they give it up.
And no real value from Leviathan's pit as well. He's backed up by Fox over at that B side. I mean, Leviathan, you've got no charges on your ultimate right now. If you can peel away with a Vandal, look, sure, maybe do some damage. There was a bit of meter coming into this round, but I mean, maybe you'd be better placed holding that rifle in towards the next round to assist your team. It's going to be a bit more of a reset for Full Sense on the back of this round. We'll let it settle in for him. Another round back over towards Simprissa.
แม่งซิ่งจัด
And what have we seen so far from them? Changing
Neon Bucky
between
hot
both
bay.
sides, really making Full Sense question where are we putting our beginning utility in these rounds as well. You can see, as you mentioned, overstep from PDC.
แต่อันนี้แบบเขาอีโคไม่น่าดันไปเลยเมื่อกี้
Towards the site, a little bit risky pulling out the utility in those pieces as well. So Simprissa, they've got the idea of how they want to be maneuvering Fullsense around the map, giving them the bait. Because when you got someone like Margaret, who has been so sensational on the lurks, is he actually going to be on the other side of the map when you're least expecting it? Is he actually going to change it up and be with the team as well, and just being a turret with them? You know, there's so many different aspects that Simprissa can just change on a dime that we've seen teams not be able to adapt so far for in this tournament.
So many moments where we've continued to talk about it, and just the adaptation and reactivity that we're seeing from some of these guys, right? You know, it's incredible sort of things to know what it's like to kind of be able to adapt so fast and quickly and get that information straight off the back and work out sort of the pieces, right?
PDC เมื่อกี้
Personally, kind of in this game at the very least, over and above John Olsen in a way, because he's able to find those picks, he's able to bridge that gap, close that space, and do everything of that nature. So, I don't know, I think it's a perfect sort of start here for Simprissa. You know, on that attacking side, it's already getting all that control, and they definitely have gotten used to being in control, right? It's very... You've only really seen him sweat from Riddle for that brief moment, right? And that's been about it.
And I mean, you look at the really decisive moment in that map as well, right? It was a couple of individual moments, right? The 1v4 to come through from Margaret. You look a little bit later
คนไม่ค่อยเยอะเท่าไหร่วัน
เดี๋ยว
ศุก
นี้
ร์
ชมคนอื่นสวยบ่อยมาก
งอนว่ะผมงอนนะ
เวที
ขนาดเวทีก็ไม่รอด
They can spread their wings a little bit more and
น้องเวที
then come back to the nest.
คนอะไรชื่อน้องเวที ชื่อน่ากลัวจังน้องเวที
ชื่อในวงการหรือเปล่าพี่
โอ้โหชื่อในวงการน้องเวที
อุ้ยแล้วดันเร็ว
ตายแล้วแทบแตกพอดี
มันจะมีจังหวะแบบขึ้นสเตจ
They're going to try and capitalize here. Already getting blocked down by that Molotov, so it's going to
น่า
take
จะ
the pace a little
ฟังไม่ค่อย
bit.
ขึ้นเท่าไหร่น้องเวที
He wants to try get into here.
เอาอีกแล้ว
ปืนมาร้อง
ดี
The Dizzy doesn't get anything here, but John Olsen.
เอ้ยทำ
Timing. Oh man, Ivy has gotten away with
ไอ้จัมมิ่ง
is everything
You have to consider just going for the save again. 2 versus 4.
Oh man.
เฮ้ย
So awkward
ไปแล้ว
from
ครึ่
this
งหลอด
position
ครึ่ง
right
ตัว
now. They're going to try and
เมื่
look
อกี้คือ
forward,
เป็น
but
จอนไลเอฟ
the mesh going down as well. It's just going to make it so much more awkward.
John
BTC
Timing.
finds one. Maybe that's
Hey,
going to give
John
them a little
Timing.
bit of a sniff and an entry in here.
Dummy is low.
Will BTC
Ivy falls, but now it's just down to Leviathan.
Impact player again, but a player that can get along in the clutch as well.
Wait,
However,
but
Dan's
Yanni
going to get
Mac
spotted
won't
by
play
Lighting,
it.
and now Leviathan is limping into this round. Can get onto the tap, but it's in an open position. Information can be gathered, and they know they don't need to go for this. They can just sit back, sit pretty, and make it work. And Danby again. Man, oh man, this guy is consistent, and we were questioning, right? How good were they going to be on the stage? And the answer so far is goddamn hot.
Right moment, right time, right position around the map for them as well. When
ให้
you've
คะแนน
got
ปืน
the
นี้นะ
showstopper potential backed up behind the
ลบ
tracks
10
that Fox is sending in,
ให้
they
ลบ
find
ด้วย
the
มันเล่น
opening
โหด
kill
เกินเดี๋ยว
against
โดนเนิร์ฟ
Margaret.
แล้วผมจะ
What do
ซื้อ
you
อะไร
see
อ่ะ
from Simprissa immediately? Put your runners on, go in towards the site through showers, send Darby in to wrap around U-Haul and really
ไม่เป็นไรไหม
lock
มัน
them
โหด
in.
เฉย
So quick to react, right? We lose one here, let's take more space here. The real estate is returned. They know how to invest.
Yeah, and I mean, you got a couple of individual
Right.
frags coming on through for the side of
I see it.
Fullsense. Back towards this eco establishment, you lose the opening duel because Showers has been a bit of a position for Fullsense that already they're loving to contest extremely early on.
ไม่เป็นไร
Give it some time again. You know, the reaction, the response from Fullsense has been good. They're going to send the Prowler in there, maybe get some info. They do. The audio cue's there.
Yeah, and if you're counting a bit of this utility to come through from Fullsense,
ไม่
you're
สวย
buying a
เล่น
bit
ชิล
of
จัดเล
time.
ยนะ
You're
เล่น
seeing
แบบ
that they
ไม่ค่อยกดดัน
contesting
อะไร
you
นี่
early on around the A site. You're
ความมั่น
waiting
ใจ
to see
เต็ม
what
เปี่ยมตอน
Margaret
นี้
can do around B. You're waiting to see what
Nam
Ivy
nhiều
can
rồi.
do,
Chịu
spotting
rồi.
out a couple of these deeper lines.
เฮ้ย
นี่อ่ะมาแล้วจอนครับ
With the response,
ขอเรียกความมั่นใจ
จอห์น
เฮ้ย
เส้น
เฮ้ย
เฮ้ย
Big where he's actually invested the showstopper. That's quite a big
แตกเลย
They are
เอาไม่มี
strangleholded in
ถึงแล้ว
showers a little bit, but they're going to get out. Can Leviathan find this line? Danny's already crossed, and he's looking for that information. The
เฮียซิง
real
มันมาอีกแล้ว
the
เฮีย
ultimate
ซิง
engaged again. This is the thing. This is why this guy is so incredible
Oh
and
my
so hype,
God.
and why it's so
ว่าไม่ต้อง
important.
เนิร์ฟจัดหรอก
For the
เนิร์ฟไอ้เหี้ยนี่ออน
individual power. Danby on the neon is so
ตัวแม่ง
hot right now.
There has been no
Bullshit.
shutdown on the space that he's able to find with the team when it goes from the slow starters to
อยู่
the
ดี
quick
ๆมันมา
ones,
ลั่น
from
บ
the
น
gaps
นี้เฉย
in
เลย
towards the
ไอ้
side
มี
that
ออนอ่ะ
Simprissa are exploiting. Fullsense have not been able to actually be at the right time in the last couple of rounds. We've seen it when they went for the stacking over towards the B side, what Fox was able to do just individually, right? And I really feel like for the moment, Fullsense have got a couple of the right idea plans in the early beginning. They're pushing together as a unit. They're holding each other the sidelines. But when you've got Darby, I mean, going 16 and 4.
อะไรนะ
What do you do?
It's literally like, it's such a thing, it's such a contrast, this neon that can just get all up in your grill so quickly. So let's watch to see if they're able to open up the bank account once more, but they've slowed it down this time.
Yeah, and a full lean as well for Simprissa this time. Not leaving anyone to lurk, but this is quick.
They want to go for it again. They want to capitalize on this momentum that they've got behind them, and I absolutely don't blame them because immediately they've already forced everyone away. But they try to reinvest as well. Bringing that ultimates back in already. They're going to go for this. Oh, it's awkward.
Yeah, now let's Ivy set up all of the utility with Margaret as well. This is going to be a 5 versus 5, but it's really difficult.
เจอจอนดิจอนจัดให้
That rotation was monstrous, but Margaret still alive, still kicking. It's another, but they collapse on in once again.
เฮ้ยไม่ไกลบอกเลยสกอร์อย่างเงี้ย
Finally, a moment where we see Fullsense react quickly and adapt to this fast push coming out from the side of Simprissa.
Yeah, as I said, no lurks left for Simprissa to be able to find them. A little bit of a backstab, but it was just all in together as a unit. And as soon as PDC recognizes that the Nightfall comes in, they're using it to be the bait. You remove the audio cue from your opponents. They can't hear the flank coming through. They can't hear the TP. They don't know what's coming up behind them, and they're frazzled in it. Look at the lines around the site. I mean, you've just got the eyes on the prize. In that scenario as Fullsense, they finally answer back.
Just like a stun lock completely, right? I immediately questioned why is all this utility coming out so quickly, and then you see the pace behind them. So now they're going to go for the
เสียว เหลือไป1-7
เนี่ยสวนไปนัดหนึ่ง
เขาเลื่อนเท่านีออนเกมที่แล้วเลย
Really crucial if you want to get into this post plant. They're able to pick it up again. Maybe you're able to deny it.
ภาพ 4K เสียง8 บิต
at the moment is going to the weaker side.
เมื่อกี้ถ้าเป็นบัตนี่ตายไปแล้ว
Margaret to play the lurk role, has the hat available. Away from the orbital strike to counter that. But again, little by little.
น่ากลัวจัด
A little bit of this fight around this B side.
เฮ้ย
Gotta make their way
โอ้
here.
อะไรวะน่า
โคตรซิ่ง
ยิง
Sushi Boys again, an impact player being
There's
taken
the
down.
lurk.
Margaret
ไปโดนนั้น
finding
น่ะ
that lurk as well. The catch
โดน
over towards the A side. Look at this pressure now that goes back on in. They have to keep on moving, and the barrier mesh is there. That's another catch and a third. Impact! I call it. This man is like a god amongst men right now with the amount of pressure and strain he's putting on Fullsense. They cannot break the shackles in the jailer
ต้อง
that
ตัด
is
ความมั่นใจ
Danby.
มันซะหน่อยพิมพ์
Just
เป็น
drilling into them again,
พิมพ์
but
ออ
he's
เลยปืน
here,
ขึ้นมา
he's finding you everywhere around the site. I mean, I mentioned it, right? Margaret, they're going back to Old Faithful, they're letting him go back on towards the lurk, he finds the kill. Once the hit is currently happening, it's simultaneous for Simprissa as well. As soon as the ult for the neural theft comes in, it's just the spray that he finds for the both remaining players where they are. This attacking side is looking gorgeous from Simprissa at the moment, and we've seen what? A small resilience from Fullsense, but apart from that, they have
ฮาเว่นมันนีออนอีกแล้วไหม Danby
They have to shut down Danby. The amount of multi kills this guy's getting is unreal.
โอ้โห
Nearly 20 kills in the half, and now for the last round of this half, look at it again, Mitch, they're straight on in.
He's trapped once more. I don't think he's going to be caught.
โอ้ย
โอ้ what the fuck
The reaction, the quick flick, but Sushi Boy.
อะไรเป็นซูชิเทศไปแล้ว
Down. The ultimate has been pushed in. PDC trying to respond. The seize is good. Maybe it'll get a catch. It does. Francis might be able to find a response here, but PTC.
โอเค
สวย
2-2
there as well. The whole party's here in Fullsense, and this time it's still not good enough. Simprissa, it's their
ห
party.
รือว่าช็อตแรกจอนยิงตายไป
Fullsense
แล้ว
isn't cool enough.
Just quick in toward it, isolate a couple of these kills as well with the abilities going down. Orbital strike to you, Hall. Go in. I mean, he's just 360'd onto them in towards the side as well. But then just in the midst, when they're trying to not even establish a plant, they're taking the stage back side. Shots to come through, the C's well to reveal, but just Simprissa, they don't shift their focus from the objective of needing to find the plant. It's, we know that they've already rotated, let's just go for the fight. We're better, we've shown it in this half already, we've shown it in this whole tournament. They're continuing this onslaught.
It's a thing of where even in the rounds where they've taken down Danby, right, there's been no stress, there's been no concern. They've managed to have an answer every single time. You know, Ivy finding the shot through the smoke there, Francis, Persia, they've been doing so fantastically. Every single individual is stepping up, and it's just so hard to kind of keep an eye away from the numbers. But I don't know, man. It was just around there where I started to see some trades come out, and it was almost like a thing of, okay, Fullsense have got a grasp back on this, but Simprissa, they're just continuing. It's like 1 step forward, 2 steps back. Simprissa just goes 2 steps ahead every time.
One of the things that we saw for the top 2 players in essentially this tournament, John Olsen and Danby, is their first kills, it's their first impacts, it's getting in, it's finding all of the damage. What's happened at the moment for Fullsense, Mitch? Where's John Olsen? Where is he?
There's Tash Bunny, though. I miss her. Love to see that. Absolutely excellent.
But Sinprisa, I mean, Darby is just being set up to succeed at the moment, and it's always going to be, if you can prop up an individual to have an absolutely pop-off moment, they're just going to continue it. This is where we need to see input from coaches like CBBK to get in with the team, to rely on a bunch of your experience. You've got 2 ex-tier 1 players on this roster that you can rely on to try and figure out a narrative in this game right now. And what is happening? Where are we lacking?
They've been here before. Stages like this, right? Sinprisa, can't say the same, but they're still showing up when they need it. They know how to thrive in these moments. They live for the pressure, apparently, and it's like a right? You know, this is the whole storyline. We're thinking that maybe if they get dropped down into a lower bracket, will they feel that strain? Will they feel that pressure? At this rate, you know, starting off, obviously, not to be a doomer, but they're making it look pretty convincing that they're going to that grand final, and we're only, you know, half one done of the first map.
We have to switch up right now, and you think about the double Sensi comp for Sinprisa, are you actually going to be able to break
เราจะไปซื้อยังไง
Back lane over to the A side, putting it all together while Sinprisa get the space.
Oi!
Crunching towards the
Okay, that's 3 kills off the rip, right? They were ready for the reaction this time. They were so
เฮ้ยเอ้าจอดับ
response.
ผม
And
ไม่ได้
now
ดู
they've
จอ
got their sights free, and Sinprisa's going to have a really tough retake ahead of themselves.
Great idea for a starting
Like my
plan of a round as
FA.
well. You know, from Fullsense, they've set themselves up to start this attacking side really well, just on the back of this as well.
ตอนนี้
As
ความ
soon
มั่น
as
ใจ
you see
เต็ม
that
ร้อย
grab
ต้อ
net
งตัด
come
ไปเลย
through from Ivy, you kind of have the idea that they're going to try and flood it together. And when you've got now a 2 versus 5, I mean, Fullsense, don't drop this one.
Absolutely. This is the one that you have to 100%, right? You can't let anything slip, making sure you keep 5 alive, not dropping down as anything sort of on the response. Paint Shells keeps them slow. Heaven, still over being looked. It's got the barrier mesh, but again, it's just, it's really
เฮ้ย
a
จอน
challenge
ยังไง
for CPG to find their way in.
No one needs to overextend whatsoever
Oi.
here for Fullsense. A little bit of damage in for Persia for sure, but apart from that, Mitch, I mean, you should, you know, take your
ให้จอน
ability.
ยิงหน่อยเรียกความมั่นใจหน่อย
แต่ผมว่าจอนจะโดนปะเนี่ย But I don't know, man. Look, this is all I
จอ
can
นได้
say for Fullsense.
นี่ไง
Step in the right direction, and that's all that matters.
Absolutely. Pistol round secured for them. They'll
Man,
get on the
Kai,
board
Kuna,
really
Mate,
nice and
Mate,
early because the
Mate.
start that they had on their
ไม่ได้ดูบน
defensive
เบราว์เซอร์อะไร
side,
นี่
you know, as a player
my.
sitting down, right, you want to
ผมไม่เคยเจอเลยวะ
at the end of the day. But
ดูช่อง
if
นี้
you're
นานมากแล้ว
not,
นะ
what are you doing to
เออ
get back
เจอนะ
into it? Are you just saying in your
เขา
head,
ไม่เปิด
okay,
แอด
they're an attacking side of team, we've seen the strength from them, or so much more than we've been able to put up on our
มีวิธีแก้นะเว้ย
พวกช่องพวกนี้เขาไม่เปิดแอดนะหรอ
มึงก็ซื้อไปเลยซื้อแล้วบอกว่าซื้อแล้ว
For this pistol round
แม่งเลย
start, win the NTE
ผมเลย
go,
ผมเลย
then
งง
we'll
ว่าพี่ว่าเต้
transition
โดน
towards
แอ
a
ดได้ไง
bonus
ผมไม่
where
เคยเจอ
against
เลย
this, you know, Cypher lock combo that's coming on through, it will look a little bit more slower for Sinprisa. It can be a little bit more readable. Where the haunts are going, where the prowlers are going.
เฮ้ย
โอ้โห
เอาดิ
โอ้ยหายไส้
ได้อยู่ได้อยู่
หายซี่
Eco
ไปดิ
frags. Let's go, Sushi Boys.
ซีสหายใครจะเป็นลม
Momentum, confidence, right? Those are the actual.
เฮ้ย
facts.
เฮ้ย
คลาสสิก
Give yourself a little bit of a boost. So
เกือบ
4K for
เกือบเกิน
Sushi
โคว
Boys,
ต้า
great
ไง
response and a good counterplay there. You can
เอา
see
แต่มาเก็บไม่ทันอยู่ดี
Up to something a little bit
โอ้
different,
โห
but all
เสีย
denied.
โควต้าไปหนึ่ง
Again,
ถือว่าเกิน
one
โคว
more
ต้าไป
step
หนึ่งครับ
forward.
ผม
How many steps can they continue to string together?
I'm looking at Fullsense right now. What can you bring
ผม
in
เสียดายได้สัก 5-7 นี่ ตอนนี้เกมแบบ
Two
ตึง
ultimates
เลย
is
นะ
not a bad
อุ๊ยหาย
thing.
แล้วผมมีวิ
Box
ธี
is one away
วิธี
from
ให้
the
หายแล้ว
crash.
น้องบอกมา
Sushi Boys is two
ทำไง
away
อะ
from the orbital strike. If
ไป
they
พิม
get
พ์
an
ช่อง
orb
แช
or
ท
a kill
เขา
or a plant to come through from
อ่า
one of these, especially Fox
พิมพ์อะไรก็ได้ผมพิมพ์คำว่าหายไปเมื่อกี้
This is definitely going to be a way to get back into the game.
ไม่เกี่ยวหรอ
ได้ด้วยเหรอ
What Sinprisa did
แล้ว
against
น้องเขารู้ได้ไงเขาเป็นคนพบมาได้ไงอ่ะ
น้องก็เป็นหลังบ้านเนี่ย
Just able
ไม่ซ้ำอยู่
to,
แล้ว
again, just drive the pace of the game so
แต่
well.
เมื่อกี้ซูชิหน้าโยนปืนให้เพื่อนนะจะเก็บทัน
ซูชิหน้าโยนปืนไม่ค่อยน่ากินเท่าไหร่มีหน้าอื่นไหมต้องพีมีนะ
โอ้โห
มี
Yeah, I like the
มี
deeper
เป็น
side
น่า
of
รัก
the fire again over the
น่า
รัก
Make sure
Nah,
you have to break it if you want to go for it. But as I
น่าอยู่
was
หอ
mentioning, Mitch, you've got
เดี๋ยว
the
พี่เอ๋ยชมใครน่ารักหรือเปล่า
establish
เดี๋ยวชมนะ
towards the side, but Wingman can't quite get in just
เฮ้ย
yet.
ยัง
Buddy.
อุ้ยอื้อหือ
อุ๊ยจอนจอน
เกือบเอ้ย
ทันสักทีเดียวเฮ้ย
เฮ้ย
Persia finds another
โอ้
mark.
อะไรวะน่าเกลียดเลยชื่อมันอ่ะ
ปั่นปวดหัวใจจังวะ
ไอ้ ไอ้บวกก็แบบว่ากูอยากจะยิงมาก
Just sit there and wait at the moment. Less than a minute.
ไอ้เส้นนั้นไอ้เส้นนั้นมันขนาดนั้นเลยเหรอ
Set. You wait for your
ไปวาง
horse.
อยู่ไหนวะ
An idea that there is still presence around
Wang
a
Chen
short
Tong.
at the
Wang-
moment,
Wang
and
Xiang Xiang,
Sinprisa
Wang
got
Xiang.
player
ๆนี่
advantage.
เรียกว่าจอนจอนโอเส้นไง
รอบพี่เอ๋ยด่าเลยนะ
ถ้าจอนไม่โอเส้น
ไม่
นี่คือจอน
ถ้ามัน
ยิง
วาง
ไป
ติด
แล้ว
กันสองเส้นระดาษเลย
Yep.
Setting up, sitting back, feet up on the chair.
And you've already got Darby who's rotated back towards B when the scuffle was coming over towards A. So there's an idea playing the 2-2,
Hey.
playing the numbers. You
Hey.
can fall back. You can
Hey,
buy
hey,
โอ้
time
โห
with
มัน
this guy's smoke.
มันสโมกมันไม่สู้เลย
And then
เฮ้ยอะไรอ่ะ
เนี่ย
They give themselves
Yeah,
really
มันหลอกมันสโมกหลอกมันสโมกหลอก
Not a bad idea at the moment. You get pressure, you get the
Maybe one up.
information that the haunt is there, and you immediately push him
Oh.
back. Danby, he is unrelenting. Now it's just down to the
Yeah,
bite.
Yeah, what do
Willian.
you do here? 15 seconds.
Maybe
Spike
bomb,
so
man.
far away.
ตัดและเซฟไปเฉย
Again, you know, it's this proactivity of
ตัด
Danby
ทำลาย
to
การ
just
เงิน
try
ก่อน
to find all this information. He's not even
I
going to be able to
know.
save
Boom.
a weapon.
There's 10
Keep
seconds.
high.
He's got a couple of individual jewels that he can take, but now it will actually shift to maybe surviving with the weapon. Maybe it's just doing damage because you have 46 credits.
Ow,
There's
ตัดไป
another
สอง
frag to come to the Leviathan, so not
ได้
bad.
อยู่ได้อยู่
Move
ผม
two of
จะ
these
ได้
guns
ปืน
from
กลับ
the
ไปด้วย
side of your opponents, and you have to make them now dig a little bit deeper into the pockets, make them question, are they going to be able to win these rounds cleanly? They have to be a little bit more tracking around
แถ
the
มอั
map.
นเดียวแม่งปั่นป่วนสัตว์เดินไปโดน2 คนเหรอเมื่อกี้
So now we get into the next one. I was mentioning just previously,
ตอนแรกวิ
going
งแม
to
น
that
โดน
bonus
ก่อน
round,
ได้เล
what
ย
was going to be a strength to come through from Fullsense? It was those ultimates, it was the crash, it was the
Wing
orbital
man
strike.
โดนเหรอผมไม่
Very
เห็น
keen to see how they're
ไอ้
going
ตอน
to
แรก
handle them right now.
โดน
in
แล้ว
this
ก็
round.
บอม
Is
เม็
it
ด
going to be to scaling quickly in towards the site?
แดม
Use
บี้
the
มัน
trash
เล่นแบบ
burst to
ซิง
take
มาก
place,
เลยว่ะ
then orbital strike down to
เหมื
isolate
อน
an
ผมดู
angle
แบ
to
บ
get
นีออน
into
ทิ
the
กต็อก
site.
ตลอดเวลา
ทำไมพอไปเล่นนีออนแล้วสไลด์หัวแตกสไลด์หัวแตก
So desperately
ไม่เข้าใจ
needed
นั่น
round.
น่ะสิ
ที่หัวโตหรือเป
Yeah,
ล่า
playing the 3-1-1
นั่นน่ะดิ
across the map for
มันวิ่งไม่
Fullsense.
เร็วเท่าเขา
Already held at bay by the
โอ้ย
stairs.
จะตายเอาจะตาย
ไม่อยาก
เอา
ให้ตายกู
Tickle for Danby at the moment, and a bit
พี่
of
เบ
a
สเคยเล่นนีออน
shower
ด้วยเหรอ
streak to come through from
เคย
Sinfrissa
ฮะ
as
แค่
well.
ออก
They don't
สตา
want
ร์ท
to
ก็ล้มแล้ว
overextend too much. They want to make sure
สไลด์
that
เป็น
they
แตก
kept
ส
on
ไล
a
ด์เป็น
tight
แตกเลย
leash.
เฮ้ย
You know, their money is still a little bit
Tạm
fickle.
buồn
They're
quá.
going up against these ults, as I've said, and you know for Fullsense,
หม่งไงตัวมัน
one of
ตัว
these
อิน
tells them
ที่
what
เข้า
they
ใจ
like
ไง
to do around showers a
Yeah.
little bit later for the crunch is going to be what PDC's information utility will reveal. So right now, this is where it starts to come through. You know, things will start to tend a little bit towards the A site for Fullsense.
These aggressive
นี่
lines
เนี่ย
still
เส้น
has
เส้น
the
นี้
Sapphire down,
ฟ็อก
but now
เส้น
that
นี้
Control
น้อง
is walking into showers.
I
Is he
can't-
going to be called out?
I can't believe Francis is still going for this.
น้อง
อุ้ย
ไม้
นี่ไง
ดีกำลังมั่น
Ready
ใจ
for it
เลย
here, so we
ที่
have
อ่ะ
the bite off the
เฮ้ย
head.
มันช่วยอีกแล้วนี่ไง
เอ้ย
Out of Margaret getting taken down quickly. Ivy will be
รอ
able to
ลากไม่
respond
ล
to
ง
something. That's a weapon
แปลก
as
โดน
well.
ยิงหัว
Is somewhat
มันก็หัว
recoverable,
แต่
but
มัน
with
แร
that
ง
spike
กว่า
getting
เรา
planted,
เล
the
ย
rotation needs to come in.
นี่
Ivy
นี่ไง
was
จะรักไก่
able to survive, but he has been a thorn in the side
อันนี้
of
ไป
this
ทำอะไร
team
มา
and
ไม่รู้อยู่แค่
unable
เนี้ย
to sort of recapitalize
โดนสแปมบีลอง
เอา
โดน
แล้ว
โดนตั้งแต่ต้นเกมแล้ว
อุ้ย
control, but PTC will
มีดุ้ง
deny, and this again is
I'll
such
high
an
ball.
important round. Down,
Oh,
does get one,
just
still
IVP.
alive, and now it's just managing to
Shit, man.
kind of just weaken it out a little bit.
30 HP.
ไอ้ตัวนี้มันเกินไปจริง
Done
ไอ้
really
เดมบี้
early
นี่
on. It's gonna be difficult
ถ้า
to
ไม่ได้
get
ไปนี่
anything more
มี
here
โอกาสทีวันมาจับจองแล้ว
A good choice, a good response there. Again,
Team
it's this
Skin
mutual
and
level of
Jaya.
respect that's being
มันใส่ที่ห้อย
A
DRX อยู่
good
เนี่ย
breath of fresh air.
ทีม
มีคนใส่ที่ห้อย
Starting
TNT
to
ในทีม
establish
อ่ะ
a foothold on this attack
น่าจะแบบ
side.
มีทีมในฝันรออยู่แล้ว
Find these angles. You've
มัน
actually just done
มันจะเอาคนดีกว่า DI
อ้อย อ้อยไง
working towards it to get
ตอนนี้
this
แบบผู้บริหาร
information.
DX มันดูแข่งอยู่เฮ้ย
That we see from
ไอ้นี่มัน
Fullsense
ใส่ที่ห้อย
is
DX
send
ว่ะ
PDC to get
เช็ค
some
ฟอร์มเลย
information over
วิ
in the
จัย
showers.
คนวิจัย
These combos that they like to
Break
come
me,
out as
bro.
well with the Dizzy usually from Fox, but when we're not seeing that, it
แต่เหมือน
kind
จะ
of
มีแค่
makes
ทีม
wins
ที่
to
หนึ่ง
a
เนี่ย
little
ที่
bit
กำลัง
of false
หา
play where you
ลู
want
สเตอร์
to
อยู่
try and get the information to get your players from B back over. And I mean, really well done for Fullsense in that regard. That it doesn't really happen. They were readily available for it.
Wait,
And now
Fabian,
you're going into a round where you're starting to get closer.
Ow.
Starting to break a bit of
Net
this
suck.
economy. You're setting
Sit
yourselves
doing
up
net.
confidently as well for this team as well because they've been a
Nah,
bit
ini
flat
ngomong
on the
mah
stage
lu.
at the moment.
ใช้
You
กระ
see
สุน
from
แบ
their
บ
expressions.
ประหยัด
Now
มาก
they're starting to
เป็น
get a
คน
little
ที่
bit
ยิง
more
คลีน
elevated.
ชิบหาย
Emotion
คม
is
จี
such a important thing to engage, right?
ไอแมตช์วันก่อนนู่นนะที่
Take all of the
ยิง
moments
เอ
in
ท
time,
5 คน
bring them
ใช้กระสุน
together
ไม่
and
ถึง
make them all
15
work.
นัด
Just Darby keeping the Phantom from
ซื้อ
the
Vandal
previous
ยังกับยิง
round, a
เป็น
bit
Guardian
more of a
มึงจะ
stacking and a similar kind of
มาก
look
ยิง
with
ประห
the
ยัด
starting utility to come out from them as well, but this is a little bit more faster from
อัน
John
นี้จอน
Olsen.
จอนอยากไป
He's
จีน
starting
นะ
to feel
ห้อย
a little bit
DRG
more into this server Mitch.
Yeah, absolutely. It'd be
Còn nói
a
à?
good moment
Còn
for
nói.
him. So now
Ồ,
it's
hơi.
Francis, and that's actually
Mẹ
this
mà
impact I
băng
was going to
đường
talk
chỉ
about,
băng
Komodo, right?
băng.
The save Phantom. It's one weapon, and it's the impact again from Danby, the Lord, the Emperor of this server right now, and that's the spike dropped. It's so hard to get back in. It's 2 on 5. Are you joking?
One way Sky Smoke.
High tag,
as
huh?
well. Progression non-available. Spike is in the depths of the showers as well. Sorry, Fullsense, this round it's a bit rinsed for you.
There's a reason
สอง
Danby's
เซ
at
น
the
ติเนล
top of this rating, right? You know, him and John Olsen were
สอง
so
เซนติเนลแบบ
hotly
นี้มัน
contested
กัน
in this
แบบ
matchup. The you could barely sort of confuse some of the stats.
Yeah,
They were
thanks,
so
Safer,
closely done, but Danby's impact here has just been night and day, and it's crazy to see how much he's been able to bring through for this team.
แน่นไปหมดอะแถบแตกปุ๊บดึงล็อกขาแดมบี้ปาก
Trap wire being down, you've got information.
Comment
They
here,
are
man.
still lurking around
It's
outside
valid.
showers, and with 30 seconds to go, you don't need to technically stick around. The trades are here, Mitch, and it's a good shutdown from them as well. Sin Prissa, this is another round that they have lesser guns and they still convert.
Well, now it's getting to the really, really dicey territory, right? We're almost starting to think about map 2 at this point.
ตอนแรก
Just
นึ
the
กว่า
way
คอ
it's
ม
been
ตลก
going. They need to pick up. There's a couple of bits and pieces in the credit sort of realm, but man, oh man, you know, Simprisa are right there.
If I'm looking objectively at this one right now, you want to have a bit of a discussion with your coach and what you want to do, because another eager round that you're essentially getting through.
ผมยิงเร็วมากเลย
Got an exit kill in the previous round, carried this gun on
มัน
over.
เป็น
and
หนึ่ง
then
เดียว
you've
กับ
got
นีออนอะ
collectively as a
ตรง
team,
เนี้ย
the idea on how you want to begin this one and how to close it as well when you've got that spike control. Really well done for Simprisa. Now back into the freshie, Fullsense, still holding on to these ultimates a little bit quicker pace this time though, over towards the B side, and not bad because it's just Persia.
Yeah, that's it. He's managed to force him away immediately. The Thrash doesn't get the information, but this is
Oh,
damage.
yeah.
The spike drop Komodo.
Yeah.
That's
มันดูมันเล่น
information in drones
Bomb
right
drop
now.
เหรอพี่
And Margaret can pick up the pace, and now where do these players end up? Ivy's information has been given. They've been able to break the barrier mesh, but now again, look where the spike is. It's so unachievable for them.
I mean, Ivy has an annihilation here as well if you need to really throw it in the mix. Persia, meanwhile, still clearing out towards the side.
โอ้โหจอนจะมาล้อมหลัง
Got Leviathan
โดน
in there as
โด
well,
น
but
บิน
another Sky Smoke. The spike, again, irretrievable.
They're so split up. The amount of control that
เวลายังมี
Simprisa
อยู่
has in this right now, you know, Fullsense were
เอ้า
able to find it, but there's another.
โอ้โหตอนแรกนึกว่าจะได้แล้วเห็นไอ้เพอร์เซียมันดูอีกทาง
managed to find two.
That's twice, exactly right. That's twice that he's just individually isolated a frag
ยาก
for
เลย
him, and
มี
this
สอง
switches
สี่
from the 4 versus 5. 4 versus 4, sorry, maybe the workable scenario
เอา
for
ว่ะ
Fullsense to
ทามิ่งที่ดีครับ
towards this
ทามิ่ง
one.
ที่ดีครับ
They're actually still
อย่าหันมา
taking a chance here. Sushi Boys, this is
Lao.
not expected.
Seem to be
Ivy.
ready for it, and he's got
Lao
the
เลย
now. Okay, 30 seconds, right?
ไหนๆก็ไหนๆแล้วเมื่อกี้หน้าฝากไว้สักแผลนึง
Shoulders out,
เหี้ยเดี๋ยว
May
แม่งทาวิ่งมาหมุนเฮียอะไรตอนนี้เนี่ย
You just hold for
Oh.
that because once again it's Persia, the Prince, and I just cannot fathom the amount of control these guys have. Like you got to work out, like Simprisa is the landlord, firmly.
I mean, Darby, 26 kills, his teammates on 13. If you
And
want
then B
to
คนเดียวไป
ever see a team
26
setting yourselves up for success, you're playing heavily in towards a favorable, workable
บ้าจัด
scenario, and that right
ยิง
now
ยิง
is
อะไรข
the
นาดนั้น
name Darby.
เฮ้ย
Send him in, back him up, go with him, don't bait him. Put the utility down, settle if you get all around the map,
ไม่ไหวครับเกิน
and
ต้าน
overwhelm your
I think we need
opponents.
that
It is looking absolutely
ไม่เป็นไรแมปมัน
gorgeous for them. 12 to 6 on this defensive side.
ก็ไปดัน
And
เรา
yeah, they're not stopping. I mean, it's map point technically, and they just go on W.
That's
นิสัยล่าง
right.
นิสัยล่าง
Taking advantage of that momentum that they've had. You know, that's something that Simprisa can really lean into. They don't want to give any more respect here. They know their opponent. They know it well. They know what they're doing right.
And going in
Don't
towards
check
lesser
them.
weaponry actually could be pretty funny if you wanted to try and dance around this smoke.
โดนดิพี่เหลือ
Now,
Ready for it.
ติดหลังคาด้วย
That's right. You know, immediately all of this control has been completely clenched and ripped back. Danby just continues to put up the numbers and showing why he is, you know,
แมปเขาอะ
hard
แมปเขา
felt
เขา
out
ทำมาดี
แมป
จัด
แมปใครแมปมันอั
of
นนี้
this entire
เขาทำมาดี
tournament.
มาก
And
ยอ
we're
ม
not even into the grand final yet, Komodo. We're not even in to knowing who is going to be making their way to Ascension. There is still so much more to happen, and it's just left on to Leviathan and Fox to see if they can close this.
Margaret even coming for alert right now doesn't really matter because it's 5 versus 2 and you've got the spike.
Margaret's just going to walk straight in.
There you
Leviathan does manage to get the
Nice.
catch, but Francis, again, you know, he was the player to watch, the player to focus on right now. The in-game leader, the captain, and Danby is going to get the
Oh,
shot.
oi.
That is
เอ้ย มาดิ
capitalization, but no.
โอ้
Leviathan tried
ซ้อน
his
หลอก
best,
จริงเรียก
but
ความ
he
มั่นใจ
will
ต้องหน่อย
not
ปิดเสียงปิดเสียงปิดเสียง
ไอ้สวิตเซียตัดภาพไวเกิน
อืม
รีบไอเห็นภาษาเล่นเร็ว ตากล้องบอกกูอยากเล่นเร็วบ้าง
ตัดตามนีออนเหรอ
สวิตภาพเขาไวเลยไอ้
เออคุณสมาชิกนะครับ มา ระหว่างรอ
เกินไปแบบพี่นีออนอ่ะ
มาลุ้นนี่กันแบ็กมาร์เก็ต
ไอ้แผนมันดีหรือนีออนมันโหด
ผมว่านีออนเราเยอะ
ทั้งสองอย่างเลยพี่ ตอนบุกนี่ก็ทำได้โคตรดีเลย เพราะมี2เซนติเนลน่าจะต้องทำมาใช้ของ
เฮ้ย
ใช้ของเด็ด
โน่
ดีอ่ะ แล้วตอนกันนี่คือแบบไม่มีภาพเลยว่าจะกันแตก
ไม่อยากให้เสียตังค์ก็บอกโอ้โหเอ้ย ไม่ต้องมาเอาของกาก
จริงว่ะ
ขายกัน
ทำมา
โคตรโหดโคตรอันตราย
2,000
ไอ้เส้นนี่มันแบบ
อย่าลืมนะสกินใหม่เข้านะ ไปเติมกับเติมไวจัด .com ได้นะ เติมถูกไหนลองดูนี่น่าใช้ป่ะอุ้ยฟิวกูดอยู่เด้อไหนลองดูเป็นดอลเพิ่มเสียงเลยดิเลย all music โตวิดีโอโอเคลองดูเป็นดอลสิอุ้ยน่าโดน
มีจังหวะไหนต้องปิดเสียงไหม
ผมปิดตลอดเลยจนกว่าจะเริ่มแมตช์อุ้ยน่าโดนอยู่นะแชทสกินมาสิ้นเดือนเท่าไหร่อ่ะ6,700ใช่ไหม6,700นี่เรามีเราก็เติมไปดิ2,000นะนะเราก็เติมไวจัด
talent from a while ago, Victoria, that it's like, okay, maybe it's double control versus double initiator, that kind of deal. Utility is going to be the setup. No, Dambi causes chaos. It becomes a trade system, and SPG almost always comes up ahead.
Yeah, this has definitely been their pattern throughout this tournament. And we were talking about this in the pre-show earlier. SPG has a really strong attacker-sided percentage win rate here, and we see that continuing here today.
Yeah, they play the double sentinel, right? And look how many rounds they got on attack. Right, it just doesn't matter for them because the coordination is so good. Everyone's right behind Dambi and he's going in and getting those first kills. John Olsen on the other side, he's not on the neon, right? He hasn't been looking so good when he's on the when he's on the jet rather and on the raise, right? Meanwhile, on the other side, Dambi is showing him what you can do on the neon.
Yeah, he shows you a lot of things. Look at the ACS. 399. You love that ACS.
Almost 400. It's funny enough, he has 26 kills and a 2.6 KDA. And amongst the many first kills that he got, it was effectively allowing SPG always the postman situation. He makes that space. He gets the backside. He does the most incredible slides. And on the defense, I also watched a few things where he would just slide in towards B long. He would get that kill, give the advantage. Dambi does Dambi things, and he is just damn good at what he does best on the neon.
Yeah, we saw it from the Indonesian casters. They said it the same. God damn me, and I can see why. He's fantastic. But you know, you also have to have a great initiator. France is always setting up for success. Now, guys, this is just the very first map of potentially 6 maps today. We are going to go on a quick break. When we come back, we're going to go to map 2 of this really intense matchup. So don't go away.
Ui, ตรงนี้ไม่ได้เลยตรงนี้ต้องปิดเลย
นี่โดนแน่นอนอ่ะเนี่ย
ชัวร์ไอเพลงที่แบบว่าตรงเนี้ยโดนชัวร์เอ้ยไม่เชียร์บูมเหรอพี่
เชียร์ทำไม
เอ้ยไม่ถูกใจบูมเหรอ
ไม่รู้จัก ไม่ได้เชียร์อยู่แล้วไอพิดิกไปเชียร์ว่าน่าจะญี่ปุ่นชนะ
พี่เบส
ครับ
ซื้อป่ะอันที่มาเนี่ยสกินเนี่ย
นะไหนอะอยู่ในเกมเหรอ
ไม่มันมาวันเนี้ยเพิ่งอัปเดต Singularity เลยนะพี่
Singularity ขี้กระจายไหม
กระจายแน่นอน
มีร้านดีๆแนะนำไหม
เติมไวจัด
.com มีของผมอ่ะพี่โอนมา10,000ผมเติมให้พี่ 2,000 อ่ะ
10,000เหรอ
เอาไหม
ได้พอดีเลย
โอ้ยร้านนี้โอนมา10,000เติมให้ 5,000
โอ้โห
ตัดราคาเกิน
เฮ้ยเราไม่แบ่งกันหรอพี่แย่ลูกค้าเพื่ออะไรอ่ะ
มิด CGIS พี่วันนี้มีสตรีมเกมอะไรต่อไหมคะถ้าไม่มีอะไรอาจจะเล่นวาโลครับผมคุยงานเติมไวจัดแต่เติมไวจริงเพราะว่าผมไอ้นี่แป๊บเดียวเองแค่กดเติมแล้วไปเล่นเดธแมทสมัครสมาชิกครั้งเดียวอยู่ได้ยาวๆผมชอบสกินที่เสียงยิงใกล้ default สกินดำเลยแชมเปี้ยน1ไงมายังเนี่ยโอ้โหเฮียผมกลัวฟูเซนโดน 2-0 สินภาษาแม่งเข้มชิบหายเลยแต่ด่านเฮเว่นเลยนะเว้ยด่านของฟูเซนเชอรี่หลุมดูดซิงคูลาริตี้อ่ะ
Have to talk about John Olsen. He just disappeared in map number 1. Maybe it's the raise, maybe it's the way that
หนูก็ชอบแชมป์หนึ่งเสียดายพี่ไม่ได้ซื้อเศร้าจัดเลย
wonder if SPG has an answer to that if they get back their confidence for full sense.
ใช่แนะนำเลือกที่ตัวเองชอบอย่างกิชป๊อปอย่างเงี้ยไม่ค่อยมีใครกิชป๊อปไม่ค่อยมีใครนี่นะไม่ค่อยมีใครใช้แต่ผมรู้สึกว่าดีมากสกินที่ดีมาก
But we also are talking about the mental game here, and this is where experience comes in. This is where it shines. When push comes to shove, when you're pushed against the wall, who's gonna keep their mental and their confidence in the game? Because all of them are mechanically gifted. They can do this as long as they have.
ดูอยู่เหมือนจะล้มเมื่อกี้กล้องมันเอียง
I did see someone actually bring that back up when SPG was having that initial momentum. It was Fox.
กล้องมันแพนปกติแล้วอยู่มันเหมือนจะล้ม
Really thrives off positive momentum, but he can also be that confidence man either in or out of the game. So I'm really trying to see on a map like Haven how much he can push and how far he can go on.
มันไม่มีการสั่นเหรอ
Yeah, Dax, I want to strong point your argument there about this Haven that is looking good for potentially for Fullsense to make this comeback, right?
ไม่มีครับพี่พอดีใช้เครื่องคิดเลขครับ
3 times in the second phase. They didn't seem like very confident to have it go to be the potential third map, right? And now we see it picked up by Fullsense that's been liking to pick it.
Yes.
So is SPG going to have an answer? We haven't seen them play it at Ascension, right? Are they still going to play that double duelist? I have so many questions about SPG's Haven.
Yeah, I'm so excited for this one just because, yes, it has been banned basically by SPG. It has been Fullsense, one of their best maps, if not the best map. But not only that, this was one of the maps that SPG dropped against Nongshim. And I'm really trying to theorycraft what SPG has now coming into Ascension. What I really want to see is Dambi on the Neon yet again. His first map performance was just absolutely flawless. That momentum and that confidence that he could go toe-to-toe against someone like John Olsen, maybe it's going to be even put more to the test coming into this next map.
Definitely, and I know the audience, we were talking about this earlier, we would not be surprised if both of these teams were the two teams that make it to the grand finals. And one thing we are definitely anticipating or excited to see is the double neons facing off against each other. John Olsen, though, needs to step it up, show us the John Olsen that Thailand knows and loves.
Yeah, there's so much experience, right? You're talking about that you need experience to be able to make this comeback, right? And Fullsense has that. They have some youngsters.
มันยังนีออนอยู่พี่
I love
We
this
see
already.
the neon matchup.
Not only that, France is on the breach. They know the strengths of the Fullsense
เฮ้ยแต่
composition.
เรา
They'll do it.
เคาน์เตอร์ด้วย
But
นี
of
ออนเหมื
course,
อนกันนะ
the
พี่
signature SPG flavor
มี
is
บีด้วยพี่
the
เราตังค์หน้า
marker on the cipher. But this is the showdown everyone has been
แบบ
waiting
วิ่ง
for.
สวนกันแล้วก็ดึงจุก
John
บนหัวเลย
Olsen mirror match with the neons.
This is the actual matchup that we want to see. Are you
ต่าง
guys
กันแค่ไซเฟอร์กับคิวจอย
excited for this?
Yeah.
We've been waiting for this.
We talked about it, right? We talked about those first kills versus first air.
Neon
Really
มันเกลียด
aggro,
Cypher มากกว่า
and it's been neons, right? They've been shining on the neons, and now they're going with the neon battle. I just can't wait.
I absolutely cannot wait to. I think all of us at home, those of you who are watching us over here in Jakarta, we are going to go into map 2. It's going to be Haven. Can Fullsense stay in this game? Can they bring it to a 3-mapper?
คุณมิวสวัสดีครับ
We do have our Aussie casters with us, Conky and Komodo, to bring us through Haven.
Momentum has been such a key theme inside this series right now, right? It's kind of crazy to think about that Simprisa hasn't been able to be pushed away at all, right? Can Fullsense do this now? It's their map for it.
Yeah, it's something I want to highlight and extend on back from what Ewok was saying, as we've seen it banned, you know, in the secondary phase from Simprisa time and time again, but we've never actually seen any other teams pick into it, right, in towards their series. We've seen teams pick Haven, but nothing that we've seen on the side of the bracket yet for Simprisa. So a little bit more known quantity-wise for Fullsense, and I'm looking at the history for them. I'm seeing, well, they've already played this map. You know, they've gone against a Neon and the likes of Disguise and Vera. They've gone back
Neon
over towards
deeper.
Uta on the ISO. So what were we actually going to be seeing from Simprisa?
มาครับพี่
Well, it's a little bit more
มา
mainstream in the current patch for what we're seeing.
แมปนี้ต้องได้
ใช่
Difference.
ได้อยู่แล้วครับพี่
on that
ชิว
cipher, and again, it's been his agent. You know, we've seen him swap
มอง
it
ไป
out
ที่
for
ไอ้บล็อก
Yuri one time, but overall, it's just been an impact role for him, and we need to see that continued form going forward.
Well, throwing them back towards what Fullsense love to do, and it's just try and set up John Olsen in this map
มาถึง
immediately.
ก็เอาเลยเหรอ
Straight into it, already
เฮ้ย
started
จอห์น
up. Berger's going to be able to deny.
หูตันสวยเลย
He's gone
เฮ้ย
โอ้โห
มาไม่พัก
เหี้ยอะไรวะนี่
opened up the
มันลั่น
side
จัด
free of
อะ
charge.
And look who's lurking yet
Classic
again,
bro.
Margaret. He doesn't need to be with the team when the relay bolts are out and
Oh
they
my
just
God.
absolutely overwhelm
Now look
Sinfrisa. Now Sushi Boys and Leviathan left scratching their heads. Yeah, how do we get back into this?
ไอหมวกมันอยู่โพซิชันแบบ
Was there, right? You know, it seemed like they were a little bit shocked by the momentum, right? You know, they went out for the all-out brawl. It really favored Simprisa. There is so much question against what we're going to be seeing.
นี่อ่ะ
ไอ้หมวก
Gets one back.
ฝังตัว
But with
ก็
that
ฝัง
spike
ไป
being
เลยแล้วกัน
planted, there's so much momentum that they have to
เฮ้ย
pick up.
ปกติไอ้ดัมบลิงมันไม่โหดขนาดนี้น่ะ
I mean, if you really
มัน
need
แฮก
to,
ใช่ไหม
I
พี่
think
ผมจะได้
you
ช่วย
can
รี
use
พ
the
อร์ต
drone, you can
รีพอร์ตรีพอร์ตเลย
Bolt line back onto
Checking.
Francis, and you've got like other bits of these
Why man
utility as
peek
well.
ma
But just the info now from the peak from Dambi, you know where they're coming from. And
หรือ
that's
ที่
the
ผ่าน
one.
มามันแกล้งไม่
There's
โห
no
ดพี่
hesitation in fighting back here, Simprisa.
อ๋อ
They see the
มันน่าจะยัง
momentum
เครื่องไม่ติด
เพื่ออะไรพี่
and they'll absolutely take that. Like, what are you doing?
มันต้องแกล้งกันด้วยเหรอพี่ไอ้เรื่องแบบนี้
You know, they are looking to open up the round.
อยู่ๆก็ร้อง
Close it
ผิด
just as
หูผิด
equally.
ตา
Immediate binding from Simprisa on John
Hold,
Olsen coming
hold.
down with a relay bolt,
Oh.
and then the switch from Darby to immediately send one back as well to stun him up. How quick that you have to be just recognizing that that's coming back at you as well. If that wasn't your game plan from the very beginning from Simprisa, it's just a really quick tentative
โอ้โหเห็นมัน
detail
ซื้อปื
from
นแล้ว
them
น่ามี
to
ฮีโร่บาย
overwhelm
สักกระบอก
Fullsense to isolate a frag.
Once again, you know, a credit to Simprisa and how much attention they're paying. They seem to be in the heads of all of their opponents.
Already got an immediate rotations from Fullsense as well, just with these pistols over towards the A side, just from a how do you do from
Oi.
Simprisa.
ปวดหลังไหมน้องเดมบี้นั่งอะไรขนาดนั้นนะ
ไม่นี่มาการ์เล็ตหรือเปล่า
ต้องมันไม่เปลี่ยนสักทีเลยนะพี่
อันนี้มาการ์เล็ต
นี่
อันนี้
อัน
อัน
นี้
นี้ก็
มา
มาการ์
การ์เล็
เล็
ต
ต
มาการ์เล็ตเหมือนกัน
มาการ์เล็ต
อันนี้มาการ์เล็ตอีกแล้ว
ใช่
อั
อั
น
น
นี้
นี้
PTC
พีทีซี
มาการ์เล็ต
ไม่อันนี้พีทีซี
อันนี้ใคร
Come out from full
มาการ์เล็ตแล้วมาการ์เล็ต
อันนี้คนนี้ใครคนนี้ใคร
มาการ์เล็ต
อันนี้
เนี่ย
มาการ์เล็ตเนี่ย
อ๋อ
มาการ์เล็ตมันเยอะอย่างวะพี่
อันนี้
อันนี้
จอห์น
จอห์นโอเซน
ระบบมันเป็นอะไรนะ
You overcomplicate things in your own brain.
ไม่น่าคือเพลเยอร์ชอบดีเลย์ก็สวิตช์จังอ่ะ
takes time, Komodo.
อ๋อบีทเวลาสตันเขาจะดูมินิแมปกันเหรอพี่
That rotation.
ใช่ครับ
They're gonna get in
เฮ้ย
front
เดี๋ยว
back
เข้า
of
มา
the
ใกล้
target.
แล้ว
Gonna be that
ได้เอตัวเอง
and Margaret.
เหลือเกินหนุ่ม
Not exactly going the way you wanted. That's the
Well,
side gonna be
well,
opening up.
Yeah, Darby already got in towards the C side
Ooh-wee.
as well, and you've only given over a ghost technically as
Oh,
Margaret,
hey.
but now you just need to make sure that you're protecting
Oh,
the spike.
Stabby. ให้ได้
The oversteps, though, that
One
dark
map ไร้
cover's
หมอ
gonna
นี่
fade very, very soon right
นี่
now.
จะทะลุ
He's
สูง
gonna
มา
try
โดน
and
มัน
get
รูด
that
ไปเนี่ย
catch. He gives away the information, and that's when he chooses to fall away.
Yeah, setting up for a post plant now as well from Fullsense.
มันไม่กลับ
See if they can get in.
Moving, yeah, look at this already. They get the full
Let's
team
save that.
out. Now it's going to be an awkward little
Back on.
battle
Ui.
right now. Francis managing to find one.
มันสแปมได้เลยยังไม่แตะเลยโอ้อะไรขนาดนั้น
Going to be able to get caught out here. John Wilson.
เฮ้ย
สวย
It's a shot back, but Ivy can deny.
วิ่งหมุนตัวรอดเลย
Straight through the shadows. He'll be the man that is in control of the
Hey.
moment. And gets
Spam,
one more.
spam.
All it can really be is about damage. Ivy with the
ถ้าตัดได้อีก
security
กระบอกนะเทียบ
deal on the
ปืน
4K. It's the insurance
ตัดนี่ก็บอกไม่ได้ง่ายเลย
has been relied upon time and time again, and once more it works out for them.
Yeah, I mean, we saw him close out a couple of rounds over on the previous map as well. You know, being the kind of backwards player, right? He's never first in, he's in the middle, or he's behind, just making sure that he's supporting his team where required as well. You can kind of say the same for Margaret on a other side, where he's going for the lurks, he's trying to catch players in rotation. Again, the Cypher is
Spam
always entice you to play a little bit more disconnected with the team and just be a body with the guns up. But for Ivy getting activated into this one really nice and early. Margaret, I mean, the Ghosts, yeah, looks a little bit awkward from him. But now we focus on towards Fullsense because they've got the weaponry and they've immediately charged up towards, well, B, where they need to go because the Freezer are in.
They're going to let him have it too. That's already some of that Killjoy utility burnt down. They can go for the spike plant right now, and it's going to be on a weird execution for Fullsense.
How do you get in towards this one for them as well? Just really quickly, you've got that back here to come in Darby. You've still got Francis with the...
น่ากลัวมาก
อุ้ยอุ้ย
He gets this
โอ้ยลูก
one.
ซอง
Such key information coming out of spot.
แต่ถ้าเมื่อกี้มันไม่เบรกผมว่ามันตายแล้วล่ะ
Coming in to reinvest now. This is that,
Oh.
that level of hesitance.
ออกไปยัดไม่ได้ด้วย
Get back into this moment, and they desperately need it here, Fullsense. But once again, you know, Danby, he's just keeping them interested, keeping the focus. He's looking for ball, but onto that spike defusal.
Reload.
He's wanting it in. He's wanting to try to That's a big one. Sushi Boy's looking to get back on it now, but again, they just have to go. Looking for more. He's got more, but is he have enough time? Oh man, the pain of doing so much. But if you're only Tails and you've got no Sonic, you cannot get it done alone.
Oh, unfortunately, tripping over his own feet a little bit too roly-poly in that one. Foxy tried to dig deep in that one. The dark covers down. The Bucky around the other side as well. You can just see how close the spike was from being defused when you realize the Simprees are out of the site completely. They're relying on these shock darts. They're relying on the aftershock. They're trying to play post-plant utility. The shots, the guns are what try to bring it back.
You can't be indecisive, Fullsense. You need to be confident, consistent, because this is what Freezer have been doing. They're getting all up in your face, all up in your face.
แล้วมันจะขนาดนั้นนะนี่
ส
อ่ะ
วย
There is a respondent. Danby, pressure goes on.
อุ้ย
เออดิ
จังหวะกระโดดอยู่ด้วยนะ
Pressure
Kom.
and now Margaret to try and bring this one back, but an opportunity for Fullsense.
ขายังไม่แตะพื้นเลย
And Eco going into this one as well, right? Just the upgraded sheriffs. Now you've pilfered over a
พลังแห่ง
Phantom.
ของเพื่อนเมื่อกี้
You've got space and coverage still
อยากเห็น
around
ช็อต
guard,
PDC
around
ยิงเลย
front
อะ
B. You can settle, you can rest, you can have a breath because now the onus is
โอ้
on
ขาไม่แตะ
Simprees.
พื้นเลย
ขออย่างนี้สัก2-3ช็อตอะหมดความมั่นใจแน่นอนพี่ยอน
Focus on 100%
Hey,
in that
hey.
round. Don't give the opportunity.
สวย
Leviathan will respond. Now they can recoup. Again, they let it simmer. They let it settle.
คุยกันครับผมคุยกัน
A bit of a focus
ครับว่าไง
forward.
น้องพี
He does have the spike
ตอนนี้
as
ทำอะไร
well.
อยู่
You
ค
never
รับ
want
ผ
to
ม
try and
กำลัง
plant.
Watchparty
Get in a one
ครับ
versus
สบายดีไหม
ใช่ผมหมายถึงไอ้ฟูเซนมันคุยกัน
Just trying to play by the numbers.
อ่ะ
play
พี่
by the
เอ้ย
timing
ฟู
and
เซน
space.
พี่
ครับผม
ยังไง
กินข้าวยังครับ
ไม่กินแล้วครับ
กินอะไรครับขอรอบเมนูหน่อย
Overwhelm him in numbers.
ไก่ทอดผู้พันครับผม
This is
โอ้โห
gonna be really, really an awkward one to fight their way back
มัน
in.
มีคนเรียกเมนูว่าไก่ทอดผู้พัน
บอ
ด้
ก
วย
ไม่
เหร
ดี
อ
สาขาไหนมันอร่อยไม่เท่ากัน
Persia
หากินยากเลย
ไม่เว้นพื้นที่ไว้ให้สปอนเซอร์เข้าครับพี่โอเต้
อันนี้ผู้พันอะไรครับ
pushes out.
มันตื่น
One already found. That's a pass mark here. Now he just continues to look to
เฮ้ย
isolate here.
ไอ้เหี้ยล็อกติดตลก
เฮ้ยโอ้โหใครไม่
ตื่นแล้วเนี่ยพี่
Sushi boys.
กองเชียร์ไม่เอาอะไรเลย
เอ้ย โอ้
Once again, when you stare into
อะไร
the face
วะ
of adversity, they look
ต้อง
above.
หาไก่ทอดผู้พันน้องพีปะเนี่ย
Inside this
เฮ้ยยืนเลยโอ้โห
ขอโทษ
You are the prince in the server.
อะไรวะ
A 1 versus 3 from a really stuck position in hell as well. The first one, he pops out the dark cover and you think, oh, it looks a little bit awkward, the timing on the Leviathan, but then just a bumble in the end from Fox, who had a magnificent last round, right? The 4 kill at the end, caught in a reload.
ดัมบี้มันเล่นทุกตัวตอนนี้
That would have been the one for
คือ
Fullsense
พอตายมันก็ลุกขึ้น
เมื่อ
เล่น
กี้
ข
ห
อง
ลุดโฟกัสไปไก่ทอดอยู่ไงหันก็มาอีกทีโดน
แล้วประเด็นเลยโอนดูช็อต PTC เลยไอ้เหี้ย
ไอ้เลิศมาสเตอร์ไม่ขายผมอีกแล้วไอ้เปรต
a little bit. It's awkward for now, but Ivy has got the trade, has put the position, and now with that relay bolt, it does catch, but they can't capitalize on it.
These early contests have never really gone either which way, have they? One player dying, an immediate trade for Hunter's Furies yet again in back-to-back rounds. I'm seeing Margaret pushed up through Garage, a little bit of a waltz down mid for Fullsense at the moment. If they can catch June peeking, good timing, they might be able to get ahead of this formation.
Margaret going to be aware. He's looked out.
แล้วมันมาอยู่นี่ได้ยังไง
They don't want to try and overstep into this unfamiliar territory.
They got in front of
มันสโมกเทอร์เลตแล้วไซเฟอร์จะมาตัดตัวโรเทตไงดูดิ
Got a rolling thunder.
น่าจะรู้ป่ะ
Look at that position.
โอ้โหว่าแล้วไม่ได้เช็ค
And he's already found
โอ้ย
โอ้โหนี่อะไรวะ
the reliability, 17 years of age, but he can
ไม่เป็นใจเลยว่ะพี่
จริงเมื่อกี้สโมกโหดอยู่นะไอ้ตรงวินโดว์อ่ะน่าจะอ่านว่าแบบปิดเทอร์เลตมีสิทธิ์ขึ้นวินโดว์มา
Worlds of experience, so much service inside the moment where they've dealt with these crowds, they've dealt with this pressure, but Sinpresa are able to pull them apart.
Sinpresa are gaming, indeed, right now in the server and Fullsense. I mean, they are not happy. I mean, it's not an elimination match, right? But you don't want to bow out of a match like this in a 2-0 fashion with nothing really to show. A 13-6 into a similar type of scoreline in this one would feel heartbreaking for them.
They invest
กลางไม่ดีแล้ววะ
Thunder. They invest 3 members trying to go in and simply do one basic thing.
โดนว่ะ
Trade
วัน
the
นี้โดน
frag,
ปะเนี่ย
try to deny Margaret's control, but they can't do that. And this is where Fullsense need to go back to those basics. Need to go back to what they understand and get back into control.
Yeah, I mean, you know, CBK has to have a lot of input in a timeout like this for Fullsense, but if you're Silconon, it's, you know, keep doing what you're doing. It's all good.
We will play our game. We will continue.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see any reason why not to. 5-0. Again, just a really great start on this attacking side. Denial of the attacking side.
Frieza have been in control this entire competition, Komodo. Why change it?
Yeah, pretty much.
Works. And they are playing this like they know they're the best in the server. They're smiling, they're laughing, they're embracing the crowd, and you can see the stress and sweat back on Fullsense as a result of it, right? They've got
ไม่นับยังไง
ยังศูนย์อยู่ว่ายังไม่ได้นับหนึ่งใช่ปะ
just riding that wave of momentum.
I mean, step 1, take the first battle, bait out your opponent's utility. We've seen Darby have great success over at A-Long, challenging against John Olsen as well, right? So we're looking at the 2 players that we would prop up as a kind of duelist chip ahead, and we already see the difference happening inside the server. We need to see retaliation. We're asking, where's John Olsen? He's flat, he's grounded over on Vine. We know that he's going over into an agent that we've seen him absolutely pop up in this tournament so far. We've seen such consistency from John Olsen from Fullsense when they are backing him up on the neon. But if you make him think, if you make him get exploited in the open by himself, there's a bit of tension that can happen to John Olsen. So let's see if he can actually come back now, maybe with an overdrive in this round.
Game of pace. We're going to try and take that one once again. Already getting that information.
มันยังไม่ให้ป้อมสักหยดละเลือด
go down. Spike to be
เอาจริง
planted.
เกิน
He looking to get close. Look at John Olsen's positioning here. You can tell he wants to try and execute.
Yeah, does he want to get that overdrive in to lead the way for his team? Play a little distractor for the rest of them as well. They're so passive. They're expecting an overpush from Sinpresa out through the B site, but right now the time is just ticking away on this spike.
Still holding onto Garage. They've already cleared that A. They know there's only certain locations that Fullsense can come from, and they are going to get a little bit of an attack here, but they have to try and overwhelm this post plant. Sinpresa, they're so far back, so hands off this position. Now they tap onto that spike. John Olsen tries to get in, but once again it's denied. Neural Theft goes through, and again, it's just no response, no check. All Sinpresa in the moment right now, but Fox, maybe he can be the hero, but I think it may very well be a little bit too late again. As they just don't get given enough time here. Fullsense, they are late to the moment. Sinpresa will deny once again.
Just the pistols at the end of the day for Fullsense. I like that they had the right idea of waiting to see if any of the attackers would push through the sides of the site to try and get a couple of the frags early on to try and seal the deal on this round nice and early. They're patient for it. They set themselves up methodically for an attempted retake, right? Get John Olsen in with the
นึกถึงภาพบาร์กาเลตกับเยเลยถ้าเกิดมาเล่นฝั่งข้างกันคือแบบเอาจอออกนี่คือจะเอ๋เลย
down to like 2 members remaining for
Sinpresa,
but not playing with the economy too hard. So we'll see if this round can actually convert now over for
ออกดีไปดิปะ
มาแล้วครับโอ้โหเสียเหมือนกัน
แล้วเขาเข้าไซส์
ได้ตัวห้อยเสียไซส์แล้วดัมบี้แบบโอ้โหอู้คือสเต็ปมันแบบมันเป๊ะจัดอะ
เขาเล่นได้ดั่งใจมากเลย
จริงมันต้องเป็นคำนี้เลย
continue to
ใกล้
put
ๆระวั
the
งมี
stranglehold.
ทำมาหมดแล้วเมื่อกี้
Choked back.
สแกนตรง CT แล้วมารอเจาะสโมกอะ
Maybe a chance. He has to
โดนยังไงก็โดน
wait. The line is held by Danby. The repositioning of this man. He is so versatile. He understands
เขารู้เราทุกทางอ่านออก
contract
ทุกมุม
and what he needs to do to deal. And they're running out of moment again.
เอาไว้ตาย
He's just going to have to
ตาย
stand
แล้วพี่เล่นเหลือ
down
8
the
แล้ว
inevitable here
เรา
as
เนี่ย
the
เรา
round and the spike is going to tick away once more.
Timing on that dark cover as well, just to really stop him. You don't know if there's a crossfire on the other side. You're
โอ้ย
taking
Ivy
time
มาหล่อ
away
เลย
to use a drone if you want to get back into it, and even on the
ดั่งใจ
escape
จริง
of the round, Ivy in the right position.
โอ้โห
For full sense, they get a trade in the really early beginnings, but what happens when they go and extend into the
ใช่มัน
pitch?
มันคือ
Sea is
เปเปอร์เล็กเกาหลีครับผม
open
ไอ้
for
ซิน
business.
ซิน
Firm
พิซ่า
handshakes around for Sinprisa.
Again, moment in time where we see an opening or a
โห
change
แล้วสแกน
or
ดอกนี้
find
แบบ
or
จอนตายไป
something
เลย
that Full Sense has cooked up here.
ทำไปแล้วเนี่ย
Once again, Sinprisa are absolutely aware of it all, and it's like again that thing of we lose this part of the map, but then we're able to take it back so fast.
Well, that's it, isn't it? It's when you're Sinprisa, you're not going one-dimensionally around the map. You're taking space in multiple positions. It's something that Margaret is exceptional at doing. It's something that Danby is great about, pulling rotations.
ไม่อยาก
And I
นึก
mean,
ถึงตอน
if you
ฝ่าย
have
เรา
like
แบบเราบุ
massive
กบ้าง
kill
เลย
performance in map number one, you're going in, you're still finding huge success as well. If you're full sense, you get an idea of where Danby is, it kind of does bait you in to go and try and find him.
They've left him here at A for now. Haven't needed to do
ด่านบุก
anything.
พี่ด่านบุก
Just
ด่าน
wanted to
บุก
work up mid once
บี
more.
พร้อมเลิกและไอ้หมวก
And one of these gamble stacks at full sense yet again, just down onto the lesser weaponry. I mean, you find
Hey,
those
hey,
a lot
hey,
out
hey.
of boys too, but over looking one
Oh.
angle. Yeah, that's a bit rough.
Definitely.
ขนาด
At
ยิง
least John Olsen
ยิง
gets
แป
kind of
ลก
one
ๆแล้ว
for
นะ
some credit back.
ได้สอง
Side already taken. Spike about to get planted. Danby fully in control once more.
I know this is just
ถ้าเป็น
against
Cypher ก็อาจจะ
a
ต้องระวัง
eco
เยอะก
round
ว่า
of
นี้
full sensors, but even on the rifle rounds, it's kind of the same copy paste where Sinprisa are pulling you away from the site that they're wanting to go towards.
We lose one here, but we'll go here instead. You know, we can
Yeah.
continue to shift it up,
Omen
continue to be
ฝั่งเขาดิ
versatile, adapt and
เปิดเสียดิ
overcome.
Lockdown in,
มาแล้ว
buy time to bait it
นี่ไง
out, but the flank from Persia this time because Margaret is gone.
โอ้โห
Now
บาย
the
ไป
site
แบบ
is still protected because Darby never left.
But the hesitation again, this is the thing. Once they've got that
Hey.
sort of question behind them, but John Olsen at least
Oi.
opens one more.
Ui.
Tries to jump
Oh,
on in,
tai
but
kang agad.
SPG, Ivy again to deny. Sushi Boy's also punished. And every single person from Sinprisa has had that moment. You know, we've talked about it
13-0
But Sinprisa are just, they've taken every single driver's seat, right? They've lined up, they are in position. They're already securing their tickets.
รู้เหมือน
ที่ถูก
เหมือน
เวลา
Full Sense need to do something fast.
เหมือนเดาไว้อยู่แล้วว่า
Francis is
คิว
falling
จอย
a
จะ
masterful
ติ
game
ก็
at the
มาเลิก
moment,
จัง
and
หวะดี
comparatively, PDC, they're both IGLs, they're both breaches, they're both at the bottom of the scoreboard, but you put to the top of the scoreboard and it's 8-0.
เอาว่ะ
Right?
แล้ว
There
น้องนาย
is
โอ
such
เปอเรเตอร์เหรอ
a heavy lean towards the attackers right now in Sinprisa. And coming in towards the fresh round right now, it's going to be mid immediately.
โอ้โห
โอ้โดนแฟด
And it's
เปิด
John Olsen once more. He's trying so hard to find these openings, to find these opportunities, but Danby's just got the one up every
John, man,
single
really?
time.
Yeah. No space. Gathered for full sense over a C lane or an A lane to be able to get a flank, but it's Darby again just to push very quickly.
Oh.
Casting him
Oh.
with the Hunter's
ขนาดนั้นเลย
in
วะ
his hand, snapping the
Oh my
bow,
God.
getting the flanks. And this is just looking again really unfavorable for full sense.
Denies the offense
No
of John
good.
Olsen into the spawn to get rid of the Hunter's
Oh.
Fury. Now PTC feels nervous.
เพื่อนยิงให้ด้วยดิช็อตนี้
Ivy gives him an opportunity for a half second, but then he's
Sure.
denied again.
ไอ้
Falling away.
ตรง
Sushi
ปิ
Boys,
ง
Leviathan might just have to try and save this operator.
วิ่
There
ง
is
จาก
no
บี
chance
ขนาด
to
ฟอกว่าอัน
return.
ติด
It's
ตรง
not
บัน
letting
ได
him
อะ
set up for
ไม่งั้น
any
การแบล
semblance of a retake too. PDC with the rolling
มันเข้า
thunder
โซนอะ
can't be deployed on in, pushing
โซนนะทีม
against the Hunter's Fury
Oh.
and still
แต่ดูใช้ของ
trying to hunt, remove these guns. It's just now Leviathan with an operator. And he gets one, but apart from that, Mitch is just
Oh.
caught. It's done again. It's 9 for Sinprisa.
Completely and utterly cooked. I don't know what else to say. I mean,
ปวดหัวเห็นนี่เอาแล้วปวดหัววะ
ปวดหัวปวดหัวจริง
They sort of sat there being like, yeah, with
ผมว่า
ไปว่ะ
with a
ปีหน้าแม่งเมตาดิออน
grand final
ทุก
matchup,
ไอ้เหี้ย
it's looking
เต็มไป
like
หมด
a
เลย
cakewalk. They're
พอ
more than
ทำเข้า
ready
แผ
for
น
Pacific
ปุ๊บ
at
มี
this
ออนแม่ง
moment
โห
in
ด
time.
จริง
If they can keep up this pace, Komodo.
I mean, think
Timing
about it,
มัน
if
ไวเกิน
Sinprisa do win here,
ใน
they've
แข่ง
already
อย่างขนาดนี้
been
โอ้โห
in a
ในแรงก็
really close
พอๆกันเลย
matchup as well,
ปวด
right?
หัว
Margaret coming out with the 1v4 to essentially, you know, frazzle them. The map gets one, the game
คน
gets
เล่น
นี่
เป็น
one.
นี่มัน
They've
โค
also
ตร
นีออน
invested
นีออนใน
a
คอมตัว
boom
เฟก
in a
ก็มันบี
really
ดอะ
shocking scoreline. So right now, I
คน
mean,
ส่ง
if you're besting
แม่ง
full sense,
เถื่อนด้วย
ตู้นี้มันอร่อยมากเลยเนี่ยกับบีทอะ
Control once more. Already looking to juke this one
Yeah.
in. John
Ow.
Olsen. He's desperate to get some
ร
level
อด
of
กลับมาได้
resurgence, some level of control taken back.
And
they've
look-
got something, but again, it goes back.
Immediately, 3 around the side of A, make it 4 because 1 was gone. And what does
Oh,
Margaret do?
timing.
Pushes all the way up through the
Oi,
window.
oi,
The timing
oi.
is just tonight, straight through the dark cover.
Your name
Still
moment.
gets it. Okay,
Oh my
Sushi
God.
Boys maybe.
ไอวี่บอกเฮ้ย
Cook just a little
มาได้
bit
ไง
out
อะ
of the C side with a
Doesn't know,
massive
doesn't
flank
know.
coming.
Margaret, he's
Ow.
able with this control. He lets Ivy be the
ทีก็ไม่รู้ว่า
martyr
ส
in
วน
this moment. But that's when he's able to capitalize. Gets the frag back. Now he knows B. Leviathan's on the edge again.
Just an eco then, again, at the end of the
Ang
day. But if
mukbang
you can
yung
find a kill by itself, maybe you can get back in towards this one. Margaret, be careful. Don't give an opportunity. And now it's just the remaining 2 to try and
จะสิงจอ
bring
อยู่นะ
some
เฮ้ย
solace back
เสียง
towards
สโมก
Fullsense.
ทำไมมันถึงดัง
Just see the desperation in
ทำไมเสียงสโมกมันถึงป๊อป
trying
โอ้
so
โห
hard to find these moments, to find this control. But Margaret is just doing this dance, this do-si-do.
ดูนีออนดูนี
He
ออน
doesn't need a partner. He can do this solo.
เฮียเล่นกันโหดมากเลยว่ะ
This
SPG
side
อ่ะ
SPG. And again, we talk about what it means to
แล้ว
be
วัน
a
นี้อย่าง
team.
ลั่น
But 5 individuals look fantastic at the exact same time. It works so well.
Fullsense, the full tire representative. You
นี่
know,
ถ้า
they wanna
SPG
gain
มันได้
towards
เข้า
tier
Ascension
1. They
ผมต้อง
want
กับ
to
บิ๊ก
be
เกาหลี
the full
4 ทีม
team
เลย
there for the fans to cheer for.
Pacific
They don't want to see a 4th Korean team go over into Pacific. Likewise of Riddle, right? Likewise of Boom, the hometown heroes. Right now, if you're going out this way, this is not it.
Got to put up a case for that lower bracket. Going to be a fierce opponent no matter who you verse and Danby. One step of hesitation and there's a moment where PTC can get this
โอน
back.
ทำมาก
The
ไอ้
first
ที่
shutdown, finally.
Not traded.
But already the slip in towards the B side, it's revealed. Margaret, try and bait in
One
some
B.
eyes, and the space, finally, Fullsense, they go over towards A. They find the positioning. They know that things should be tending away to the other
but
side of the
Sushi
map, but
Boys.
Sushi Boys is done.
And look at the
Oh my
game. This is
God.
Ivy already
Oh
trying
my
to
God.
Olsen for free and already gets
Oh
it.
my
Continue to
God.
hold them down.
โอ้โห
Ridiculous.
And Ivy, it's
Word
poison at
that.
this point in time.
ไม่ใช่วันของเราอ่ะ
Leviathan just stunned, unable to kind
Word
of comprehend what is
good.
being thrown at them right
Yeah.
now.
มันทำอะไรก็ดีไปหมดเลย
SPG have had every territory of this map permanently without shake.
Oh,
มา
Leviathan does
เหลือ
get
ตัวคม
We'll give him a chance. We'll give him some time because again they are so mispositioned.
none of them towards the site. You're exactly right. And Leviathan to try and get on in, but do you actually expect someone to still be around the
Oi.
B side? He does.
Oh,
Oh
my,
my,
man.
the
Man.
time is starting to be a
จัง
pressure
หวะคัด
cooker.
ครับจังหวะนี้
Margaret has to get out immediately. I think there's just not enough time. He's just going to walk straight in and he's going to find the control.
อุ้ย
ตายแล้วนะเมื่อกี้ยิงไวแล้วนะ
It's just these moments where you want to will it and wish it. But,
Yeah.
it seems like a dream.
An opening kill, right? A 4 versus 5 round that you might think they're actually going to be able to close down when things settle, when you get the
ใส่
idea that
แม่ง
it's
เรา
going
เปลี่ยน
back
แบบ
towards
คู
C.
ถ้าเจอที
I
นี้
looked at the radar when they got that kill, right? Immediately you saw the players on Fullsense
Ivy.
fall back and second guess,
Ivy.
oh, we can actually take this A main space. It feels a little bit lapsed from them in the reactions, right? And then coming in towards it, you've got those full contingencies of the Simpresa guys, you know, we've got the C site, we know where we're planting, but they're just lurking around the map.
ถ้าลงไปก็ชนะอีกครั้งหนึ่ง
Again, another fast one. Already that control. Don Olsen.
ถ้าลงไปต้องไปชนะคู่ชนะ
He will have a
คู่
friend
สอง
this
วันเนี้ย
time round.
Yeah. Could you
คู่
imagine
สองวันนี้
if
โห
Flawless
ดไหม
run, the lesser weaponry for full
Liddell
this
โหด
round? I mean, still holding a rolling thunder. Still
Liddell.
trying to see maybe if John Olsen can overdrive on in. It's reactive now. They overlook Leviathan.
Able to find it, but he has to get out.
โอ้โห
That's already some utility.
Oh.
จัดเต็มเหลือเกิน
Which
ไอ้
makes it so
เหี้ย
challenging.
Fast flank though, and it did
Oh.
catch him. John Olsen
But look
revealed.
at the catch. He's so ready for it again. It's Ivy in control. Time and
หมอ
time
นี่มันอยู่
again. This could be a
โอ้
12
อยู่ถูกที่ถูกจังหวะตลอดเลยเนาะ
where you need to see a team shine, when you
Oh
need
my
to see a team go
God.
above and beyond. And this is what I mean. At this point in time, there is genuinely no question. And man, oh man, there is again a genuine chance when we see this. But I
มึง
think
จะลั่นกันไปไหนนี่
so. We're going to have a conversation to work out potentially what the hell is going on right now.
มันต้องมีแรงอัดฉีดแน่ๆเลยขนาดนี้
มีอยู่แล้ว
Oh man.
โอ้โห
I just can't understand it. It's so challenging to do because, you know, this is a team that I've willed, I've wished. You know that you want to get it.
ชนะเดี๋ยวหา
Again,
ต๊อกบกกี้ให้
have
กิน
that conversation now.
ที่อินโด
ไม่ มันน่าจะบอกเบื่อแล้วหรือเปล่า
เบาเลยนะ
แล้วเขียนว่า need watch partner
For partner. As you can see on this banner, need watch partner for 29 September. Could you please explain to us why we should watch it with you?
Because my friend told me I have a lot of green tech quality on me, and the only red things from me is my rank history.
หาเพื่อนดู
I think it's good
your
enough.
rank history?
All right.
Oh, so your ranked history is all red, and you still need a partner to watch at the 29.
Yeah, because I'm a green flag boy, you know.
Okay. So anyone here wants to watch this with this
ไปเต้เขา
this
หา
black
คู่
boy in this VCT
ฮะ
Ascension
อันนี้คือ
Pacific
กำลัง
Jakarta?
ดูการหา
Let's
คู่
hit
อยู่
it up. What do you
ไม่
think
เขาขาด
about
เนี่ย
the
เดี๋ยวเราก็ไปเสียบ
Ascension Pacific in Jakarta so far?
Wow, I think because this is
ส่งพี่เบสไป
still the first day and it's already awesome. The vibes is already cool. I cannot
ถามสเปค
wait
ก่อนว่าต้อง
for
การเมาส์
fight.
แค่ไหน
Oh my god, love it. So casters, what do you think? I'm throwing it back to you.
I think it's kind of cute, to be honest. Green flag, you know, we'll give that a shout anytime. But what's a real green flag is Simpresa looking for a 13-0 in this level of competition.
And they switch over to the defensive side now as well, where we heard it
Oh, man,
earlier
man,
on in the
died.
day, right? Simpresa,
My
we
God.
know how profound they are on this attacking side. We know that Fullsense have been
wow.
defensive leaning, but
Let's see,
where were the defenses? Where were the stoppages in that first half? I mean, they had advantages, they had positions that Simpresa had to absolutely bring
คือ
back,
ไอ้
and they
พี่มัน
just
ยิง
did
ไป
so
ได้ไง 20 มันไป
methodically,
เลิกมันไปดัก
cleanly, individually, together as a unit as well.
โอ้โห
I was having a bit of a
ทำไมมัน
belter
ถึ
of
งได้
a game
20
right now, but Mitch, on bind, we saw
มันยิงทุก
Fullsense get
ตา
pistol in the second half.
โคตรโหด
I mean, they have to get it.
There's
Like,
a lot
there's no
of
question.
you
It has to go their way, right?
Yep. There is only one way about it, and it's 12 rounds behind. So we'll think about this narrative. We'll think about this moment.
การบุก
I
การ
was
บุก
thinking Simpresa were at the right place with 3 members on this C side as well, but immediately rotating over towards A. The kick is up now, with them
Still a
getting
very
in towards
split
the side.
approach, though, isn't it? Yeah, like, you know, they've broken the trapwire. Now they try to get in. Dark cover goes down to try and isolate. It's going to be an all-out brawl on this C side.
5 versus 5. You're leaving Sushi Boys to lurk really largely, and Leviathan as well to play a
Mini
battle in the
Sailan.
garage. You've already lost PDC.
Francis,
Oh my God.
really big start, but now they're just looking for the finish. You know, this would be a moment in time that could be talked about forever right now. SPG looking to set themselves up, and Margaret is going to be able to
ทำอะไรก็ดูดีไปหมด
all eyes on John Olsen. It's his moment to shine right now. They've been questioning the whereabouts, but I think this is
โหแล้ว
going
จอห์น
to
โด
be
น
a denial of
โอ้
service.
my
ร้อย
god
สิบสาม
เหลือ
ศูนย์
เดียว
Boys,
โอ้โห
man, I really wish you could have this, but guys,
Oh my god
เชี่ยอะไรวะเนี่ย
in this moment, the run into the
จ
great
บไวจัง
โหดกว่าทีมในลีกเนี่ยผมว่า
GG
พี่เขาไปกินอะไรมา พวกพี่ๆเขาไปกินนะกิมจิ
ถ้ามันเล่นฟอร์มนี้บอก DFM พออะไรก็โดนนะ จริงเกาหลีสุดเนี้ย
User joined your channel.
T1 ก็โดนอ่ะ
มันโหดจัด
อันนี้เขาเพิ่งวอร์มมาเสร็จอ่ะพี่นี่แข่งกันยังนะ
อะไรนะ
เขาแข่งกันยังเนี่ย
ยังเพิ่งเริ่มเนี่ย
แข่ง
เพิ่งตื่นเหรอ
ชั่วสบายใจหน่อย
โอ้โหโหดจัดเลยว่ะ
เขาเพิ่งวอร์มเสร็จอะดิพี่
ที่เขาเช็คปิงกันอยู่พี่เขายังไม่ได้เริ่มแข่งเลย
อ๋อ
นี่มาวอร์มถ่ายรูปไปเฉย
เชี่ยทุกอย่างเกิดขึ้นเร็วสัตว์
เมื่อกี้เกาหลีกำลังจะลุกสตาร์ทเดินมาสกิดแหละเดี๋ยวก่อนยังไม่เริ่ม อันนี้เมื่อกี้ก็วอร์ม
ใช่
เฮ้ยโอ้โหเมื่อคืนจริงจังเกมมิ่งกับโป๊กไม่ตอบด้วย
เครียดอยู่พี่เมื่อคืน
เครียดเลย
ลบไป70 แต้ม
โอ้โหTOTS ไม่ดูแล้วจังหวะนี้
โป๊กมาตอนโลอยู่อ่ะเด็ก
โป๊กทั้งหลายที
ใช่เหรอ
ฟูเซนบอกว่าปล่อยกูแพ้เถอะถ้าจะขนาดเนี้ยให้กูไปเล่นพรุ่งนี้ดีกว่า
ยังไม่ได้เชียร์เลยยังไม่รู้สึกได้เชียร์เลยวันนี้
เหมือนกันเลยพี่
ยังนั่งงงๆอยู่จบแล้วหรอ
ในหัวยังมีแต่ไก่ผู้พันอยู่เลยตอนเนี้ย
ไอ้ช็อตนั้นช็อตเดียวเลยพี่เบสทำเราชิบหายหมดเลย
แม่งช็อตนั้นคือแบบอะไรก็ไม่รู้
นี่ลาวโมเมนตัมเลยนั่นนะ
เราเอาไก่ผู้บันลงมาเป็นตั้ม
นี่เราต้องเลิกติดตลกสักพักกว่าพี่เบส
มาระหว่างรอสักแมตช์
ลูกครึ่ง
I feel something over there.
แค่งงจัดเลยเหมือนทุกอย่างมันเกิดขึ้นมาไม่คิดว่านี่นั่งงงเดี๋ยวจบแล้วเหรอ
Time to mobilize my pack.
ว่าจะเห็น
ว่าเพราะไอ้ที่เราดูสวิตเชอร์มันตัดไปไวว่ามันโลกไวเกินไป
ต้องไปรีเซ็ตอ่ะ
That's three.
ปฏิโท
Brimstone down.
อื้อหือ
Look at that. Buried.
สู้ไม่ได้เลยเมื่อกี้นี่ก็สู้ไม่ได้เลยยังไม่ตื่นยังเช้าอยู่
Dominating. Sleep tight.
What?
Finished.
Ten kills remaining.
Taken out.
What the fuck 13-0 จริง
One down.
ฟาโลเล่นยากจัง
5 kills remaining.
มันยิงยากจังวะ
Piss off.
One kill remaining.
Singularity เชลิฟกลับมาด้วยจัดไหมจัดอยู่แล้วครับแน่นอนแต่เดี๋ยวค่อยจัดเพียบใช้เมาส์อะไรใช้ซูเปอร์ไลท์1รอเขาสัมภาษณ์กันเสร็จแล้วก็ไปวอร์มรอไม่ไหวปะเปลี่ยนสกินเดียววันนี้เปลี่ยนเป้า
Match found.
They have no idea how heartless I am.
มาหรือยังจ๊ะ
Go, go.
เมนูแนะนำไม่ใช่ว่ามันโดนสตันอยู่เหรอ
I'm out of here.
Making cover. Breaking them. Target down. New stage in 10. Destabilizing. Stage 2. Enough. Neutralized.
มีน้องคนหนึ่งเวลาเขามาก็จะทักพี่ดุยวันนี้ครับ
ไม่โดนหรือ
รู้เลยดีจากไหน
พี่เลยตอบไปว่า
Reloading.
ก็สวัสดีครับผม
แปลกๆว่ะแชทเปลี่ยนเป้าลิงก์นี้ดู
Stealing sight. Finished.
Seconds until stage change. Stage
เฮ้ยดูดิยิงไม่โดนจริงมันเหมือนว่าสายตาเรามันแบบมีสายล่างเดี๋ยวไปทำกันบ้านใหม่
I'm out of here.
What now? Breaking them. Destabilizing. Try again. 10 seconds until stage change. No chance. The hunt begins.
Blocking sight.
Final stage.
Gotta go. I'm out of here.
Breaking them.
Embarrassing.
One down.
Stop fire.
Poor wretch. My old friend. They will cover. Having their vision.
Piss.
Destabilizing. Reloading.
Stealing sight.
Nowhere to run!
Stay down.
15 kills remaining.
Reloading.
Destabilizing.
Parasite.
Enemy down.
Like what's this?
Show me a target.
มายังใน4 นาที
10 kills to go. Remaining.
Reloading.
For no distraction.
3.
น้องทำไมเขาในตารางเป็น 17 นาฬิกาเลย
น่าจะไวเกิน
คิดว่าจะน่าจะตึงไง
มาใช้ท่าแบบว่าอันนี้
พี่เบสอย่าลืมปิดเสียงนะครับพี่เบส
ฮะปิดเสียงอะไรอ่ะ
อ้าวเรียบร้อย เสียงเพลงตอนรอไงพี่
อ๋อ
อันตรายมากตอนนี้
พี่มาดูย้อนช็อตไก่ผู้พันอยู่มันเกิดอะไรขึ้น
Match found.
เอาอันนั้นแบบไม่รู้ตัวใช่ไหม
ผมให้ลิดเดิล
ไวเกิน พี่เอ๋ยบูมอีสปอร์ตเป็นไงบ้าง
ก็ทรงไปทางจะโดน 2-0 ครับผม
2-0
ชอบคำว่า 2-0
สติ๊กแตกป่ะนี้
อันนั้นสำหรับคนเลย
แตกไปละ
300อยู่ตรงๆสามารถใช้ได้เลเวล300ตรง
เติมไวจัด .com นี่เขาเติม 11,000 VP ในราคา 2,300ไงดูว่า 2,350 บาท จาก2
มาเลี้ยงลูกๆเหรอ
โห มาครบ
มีคอมอ่ะ เล่นคอมหรือ iPad อ่ะ
เล่นอะไรกันไม่รู้
แล้วถ้าไอดีชนะไปฟูลเซนต์ไว้น่าจะ
รัก
น่าจะต้องรอดูก่อน
ถ้าแต่ถ้าเลอะขี้เช็ดหมดเลยเช็ดหมดแล้วก็เอาไป
เขาบอกว่าตั้งแต่ใช้ชื่อทีมว่าสินภาษา เล่นไป 21 ครั้งแพ้แค่ 2 ครั้งเอง
ชื่อเก่ามันชื่ออะไร
วิทย์คณิต
อ๋อโอเค
มีชื่อเก่าอีกไหม
ไม่มีแล้วอาจจะเป็นช่วงกระถมแล้วตอนนั้น
คุณากรพี่
คุณาโอเคคุณา
นี่มาทีมไทย
ปั๊บดับเบิลคิวปั๊บหลบได้
เร็วไปนี่มันโหดเลเวล
Let the killing begin.
ผมว่าเลเวล900อยู่นะเนี่ย
ชื่อเก่าสิงกำเนิดหลายสินจัง
มันไม่มีใครชนะไม่สามารถมีใครชนะตรงนี้เลยจะยกขึ้นฟ้าหรือเปล่าจะเป็นใส่ที่หมดคนเนี่ย
Stand aside.
ปาจะโวยเลยถ้าแต่ดูนี่นะปาจะปาปากดูแบบดูได้ดีนะ
Stay down.
แล้วก็เอาหลอดจิ้มปากไอ้เงี้ยเอาอันนี้จิ้มปากมัน
Reloading.
นี่นะเอาปากไม่ถูกกันนะจิ้มปากมันประมาณนี้เลยOne down. ถ้าดูน้อยกว่าอะไรจากคนเลเวล1,000ขึ้นไปเลเวล1
Reloading.
เย่ในเลเวล3ตั้งแต่ในเลเวล3ได้ทำชาแคททำไมติดหลังแค่นะไม่อยากให้มาทำเองนะอยากรู้จักค่ะไม่เป็นไรฉันมีความสุขที่ถ่ายรูป
Reloading.
เฮ้ย เฟด
You're nothing. Can't use them.
They will cower. Seconds until stage change. Final stage.
โอ้ปืนมันรอดอย่างเร็วเลยเพื่อน
No distraction.
You're done.
The hunt begins. My ultimate's ready.
Done.
Like I never left. Charge your
Fire in the hole! ถ้าเธอเลยยังไงนะฉันจำไม่ได้
Going up.
เมื่อวานพี่ลืมลบคนออกจากรูปหรือเปล่า อ๋อใช้ AI ลบอะนะ 13มันทำไม่ได้อะดิ มันต้องใหม่กว่านั้นหรือเปล่าใจหาย
อ๋อใช้อันนี้จริงๆแล้วใช้มันสอนนักดาบแล้วมันก็สอนไปดูดีด้วยมันโรงเรียนแค่สอนมีแค่ทุกอย่าง5 นาทีโอ้
ยิงไม่ค่อยโดนเลย
100,000แล้วก็ค่าเช่าอีก1,000
ยิงไม่โดนจริงเลย
Get out of my way.
มาคู่ต่อไปฟูลเซนแข่งครับตอนนี้เมื่อกี้วอร์ม
เอาอันนี้พี่ใหญ่ตัวสิอันนี้พี่ใหญ่แก้
อยากได้สกินใหม่
อะไรพี่ใหญ่พูด
จัดแล้วไหมจัดเลย
ให้กินเอาใบตัวนี้ให้กินเอามา
ขออนุญาต VTR หนึ่งที
เอาตัวสีฟ้าเอาหัวหน้าให้ขี้กินอ่ะเสร็จแล้วล้างดาบเท่านั้นอ่ะโอเคจัดไปเอาขี้มาเลยขี้นะโอ้โหเอามากินเอาไปล้าง
とか華やかなプレイだけで見たらソルダムだったり楓だったり、ヤツカだったりするんですけどエースにはちょっとこう中の VC まで引かないとみんなが実はというか仕事ぶりがあるんですよねっていう感じでした
พรุ่งนี้โบกไฟ2 โมงพูดเดียวครับผม
少人数戦の 的確なコールだったりこのラウンドどういうふうにうちのゲームプランをこう自分の中で立てて味方にこう指示をしたりもちろん IGL はレジャーなんですけどそれの IGL の中でサブコールじゃないですけど味方を
ถ้าเรามีปืนแบบ 4S เพิ่มมาแต่ยิงหัวนัดเดียวระยะ
彼という人には
ไม่นะกระสุนน้อยไป
初戦の SPG 戦はの時まではなんかそのオフラインの時に活躍してくれてたエースって感じではなくて負けを経て、ちょっとなんか負け方も負け方だったんですけどなんか負けを経て、ミーティングとかして今なんかなんていうんですか昔に戻ったようなじゃないですけどそんなにコールとかの面ではあの時のオフラインぐらい今はやってくれてます。ただうちは
อันนี้คือตัวที่เก่งที่สุดในโลกของจริงถ้าอันนี้คือตัวที่เก่งที่สุดในโลกของจริงเลเวลอินฟินิตี้ถ้าตัวนี้เลเวลอินฟินิตี้เลยถ้าตัวนี้อินฟินิตี้เลยนะ
優勝する頃には
ตัวนี้คือ
上がってるんでその時あんまり舐めてると普通に負けるよって感じ
ยกเสร็จด้วยฮะใช้อะไรแต่ช้าขายฉลาดมากเอาหัวหน้ามันแล้วก็ให้มันนั่งทับไอ้ตัวนี้
เดี๋ยวผมมานะ
ผมอยู่
ไปหาหมอแป๊บนึง
แป๊บนึงนะ
พี่เบสเป็นไหมพี่ อะไรนะ หมอไอ้นี่ไอ้หมอสิว ใช่ใช่สิวเซียนจ้ะเซียนพี่สิวเซียนพี่เบสเป็นไหมพี่ไม่ไปเนาะโอเคเดี๋ยวตาม
especially against not just an incredible team, but effectively a pseudo-hostile crowd in the way, guys. This is home turf for someone else.
So I think we were talking about rookies earlier, and how rookies, you might expect them to be a little bit nervous, but we've seen the rookies really rise here from the last game in Simprisa, but it might be a completely different story here. Like you said, we got the boom crowd. They are loud, they are aggressive, and they are definitely here to cheer the Indonesian team on. In fact, let's throw on the highlights for Boom Esports. You know Boom Esports. You've seen these players before. They like malls, they like zip lines, and they love playing on home ground.
It's whenever I see H&M, I already know, okay, I'm gonna win this map so I can go shopping. But truth be told, guys, instead...
They're just struck to the other side. Papichulo just waited for a bit of assistance. It's only Margaret here. They will press the issue. Margaret, though, able to take down at least one. From an elevated angle, but Famous will be able to snipe him down from top. With the outlaw. First one in is still Shiro holding down the site for Surge now coming in. DSG trying to play around how Boom wants to go for rumble control. It's a fight up around this spot, but Shiro comes in with the... Trying to play around the other side tree. Spotted out. Berserk spins around on a swivel. Trade. Spots out the barrel. Will be able to find it. Zesview with the long range duel. Able to get to ascend again. Shiro. Oh! It's going to be solid. Able to take down Shiro. But going off to the next. Outside the house. Oh, and then tries to reposition. They might not hear his footsteps. He spots up the first. Goes in for the spray. Juicy with the headshot. We go to a second.
ยังไม่มาอีกเหรอ
Going off with the shots though, they've all lined up. Berserk's 2 sheriff shots, and that's all it takes now.
The most influential player in my team is Famous. What makes him actually the most key player for us is because the play style of him is actually very, very good. Like he's actually very disciplined duelist now compared to the before one. And I mean, obviously his aim is like the sharpest for us in here. So he opens the space a lot for us to go in, and I think that's the reason why we've been winning a lot. Usually Famous is the one who destroys the Indo VCT, and he struggles at international tournaments. But I think he's showing his worth now. He's actually very, very ready now to show his worth and go to the tier 1 level. And yeah, I'm very happy with his performance. Well, what surprised me the most was, I mean, he's the first one who got the ace, I think. I believe he can show more aces in the top 4. I think the one that really surprised me a lot is his communication is a lot better now. Back then, we actually told him what to do, like, Fikri, do this, do this, do this. But now he's asking for, hey, flash for me or recon for me or something like that. What I can say to the other teams is,
You guys all need to be careful of Famous. He is going to keep performing. You guys can do whatever you want. You guys can try to stop him, but I believe he can still go through you all.
Oh no. Famous gives him another opportunity to try to get a pick finally over the top of the box.
Truthfully disappeared when he needed to perform the most. And who stepped up to the plate on Bite? I remember Berserk's the shower kills with the Sheriff impeccable, and then NC Slasher and Zespi, the boys from Bigatron bailing out Boom when needed the most. And right now, Famous needs to be the star-studded superstar of this team right now if they want to impress the home crowd and go to Pacific.
Yeah, they are absolutely capable of it too. I want to point out, remind you guys, some of the best VCT talents are from this country, Indonesia. They're from some of our favorite teams, RRQ and Paper X. They're full of Indonesian players, and you can see that Indonesian firepower, and as long as they bring that forward, they could full well be making their way to grand finals. I do want to talk about predictions.
Yeah?
We got Riddle Order. We got these 3 rookies
User disconnected
fresh from
from your channel.
the Zeta Academy looking really,
เดี๋ยวพูดแล้วก็
really damn good.
เต้
Soldam is finally playing the way we expect Soldam to, although not on the jet, the Neon, which is a very interesting take here. We
อ๋อเสียงในฮอลผมนึกว่าเสียงมาจากไมค์เพราะว่า
that could be
พี่เอ้ย
that
ปิด
step
ไมค์อยู่
on evolution. Very much how we've been seeing with the Korean teams today. But Boom, that Boom firepower, that Boom squad, that experience could have them winning. So what are your predictions for today?
So tough, Nick, honestly. You think about Riddle Order, they're getting better and better. It's so nice to see a new generation of Valorant between Riddle and Prisa. And once everyone is warmed up, and I feel like especially if Soldam is comfortable, things are going to look for Riddle. But then again, where are we again? What is this region? What is this city? Who rules Jakarta? Boom Esports. Okay, I'll take it. Thank you for taking away my luster there, but come on. Boom Esports are expected to perform now in front of the crowd. I was the only one who predicted DSG last time in that series because I felt that maybe this is when Boom will fall, but now that they're here, I'm going Boom all the way.
Yeah, we saw some chinks in the armor, right?
Yeah.
And that's probably why you went for DSG. So maybe we're not going to see Boom winning it out, but we did see after that big comeback, we still saw Boom win.
Yeah.
And you're talking all the time, Victoria, about these young rookies, right? On the other side, we have Boom. These are the experienced guys.
Yes.
But what did we just see in the series before?
Exactly.
We saw youngsters taking it to the experienced boys and getting a 13-0, right?
Yes. And you guys
Are we
saw
going
that?
to see something like that?
Yeah.
Did you see the predictions though? Victoria,
know
yet
my
again,
prediction
it's
is.
always us in sync with the predictions, and
Yeah.
then Victoria's like, no, I'm going the other
The
way.
wrench in there.
So yeah,
Yeah.
please take the floor.
I think Ewok already made my case for me. I also wanted to see a little smiley face on the board there. That'd be really nice. I like Boom Esports. Obviously, I love their energy. I love that there's a Singaporean player that's still in the game here with us at Ascension. But there's a chance. There is a chance for Riddle Order here. A very high chance. And like you said, we just saw rookies. They're not really shaken up here. I think there's a lot on the line. There's a lot of expectation when you're a really experienced squad. Just like Fullsense could full well be the same for Boom Esports here. You felt the feeling of getting so close and losing, and then feeling that nervousness, like, I don't want to screw up again. Some of these players are also a little bit older. What happens to these players if they lose? There are just so many things to think about, and you can see that probably affect their mental a little bit.
Yeah, we talked earlier about players that, especially like Fullsense, right? They've been around and they know how losing feels. And the youngsters, they don't really care because there's not that much to lose for them, right? And Boom is that team. Do you think maybe, yeah, we are in Jakarta, but do we maybe see more pressure on Boom right now than on Riddle?
I absolutely think so. I think everyone expects Boom to perform, and they need to not get in their heads. You said their nervousness during LAN. Perhaps there was that expectation to perform, to be that Indonesian rep to begin with, and that will stay the same. But maybe, just maybe, that crowd will also help them. I was talking about a while ago how the Japanese youth players, especially, they love to feed off the energy that they had in that Japanese LAN. But if they do the antics that they do here, what kind of response will they get? Will the crowd be willing to accept the hype that they're trying to pull? You know, the way that they're trying to reset or make their mental even more positive? Or will the Boom crowd effectively be against them? There is that chance that, in a way, guys, 2005 versus 5 as the crowd is filling on up.
Yeah, I definitely think you're accurate there. But I think
จริงปะเนี่ยนี่ผมเล่นไป2 แมตช์แล้ว
that
จะไม่จบปีอะยังไม่
no
บาย
slide to you there, Dax. There definitely
ไม่เป็นไร
is
เข้าใจ
something
เพราะว่าวันนี้
special.
แค่สอง
Everything's
คู่
going wrong. Nothing's going to plan, and you look up at the crowd and you hear people chanting your team's name, your name. There definitely is something that just lifts your spirit. Maybe you're out of energy, right? And they just give you that energy out of nowhere, and that's what I'm hoping to see from the Boom fans today.
Yeah, I'm just looking over at the Indonesian devs over there and how excited they are for this particular game right now. And there are people missing work to be here, unsurprisingly.
It's Friday. Hey, and we were talking about it a while ago, right? If anyone's on the RQ jersey or repping it right now, I know Coach Evox is very willing to do some.
อ๋อ Singularity Bundle ใหญ่ก็คือ
even though it's not meet and greet.
เราสามารถกดซื้อได้ทีเดียวเลยในราคาที่มันถูกลงเหรอ
Repping that RQ jersey.
แล้วเราได้มีกี่อัน
proud and really appreciate the support. So if you do hear this and I find you or you find me, I'll definitely sign your jersey.
Yes.
จะมีอันเดียวอ่ะ
These signs are so funny. This is so different in Korea where they're just making art pieces.
Yeah, that's true.
And it's like, oh, we got
talking
one.
about art.
Oh.
ผมว่าแล้วทำไมมันต้อง 9,000
I don't know how to understand that last one.
I don't know.
มันได้ยกเซตเลย
There's
นี่
some
หว่า
signs it's like, I don't know if we should be interpreting it here, but there are a lot of fans. The energy in this arena has already transformed from the first one, which ended so quickly. I think this is going to be a really close matchup between these two teams. And I wanted to touch upon
อยู่
Riddle Order. We know we're really familiar with them right now. Sin Prissa Gaming is possibly joining the fray. They are part of the Korean Valorant community. And we've seen this evolution of Korean Valorant step it up, and this is why a lot of them ended up being really strong.
แต่เต้ไม่อยู่แล้วตอนนี้
พี่เต้ไม่อยู่พี่เต้ไปหาหมอ
A little bit in the culture actually, and then we've just seen the rise of
ใช่เหรอคือโดนไป 13-0 นี่ก็ต้องไปหาหมอเลย
at Masters thanks to MG. Japanese Valorant, they freaking love Valorant, but they aren't quite there yet. You see these moments where Zeta Division should have been there, or DFM has also made improvements, but it hasn't been.
เมื่อไหร่จะปีหน้าอยากดูแล้วโอ้ยอยากดูปีหน้า
I
แล้ว
think it's free real estate. That's what I said a while ago. Lad's retiring. Who's now the face of Japanese Valorant? There's a case to be made with Main of DFM. He's going to be the center point of that roster. But now there's a new generation coming on in, and the passion for Japanese Valorant is still there. You know, players will come from that region as much as they can just because they know they're supported and they know that there's a future in this title.
Yeah, the fans, they love to cling onto these Japanese superstars, right? We've had a couple of them, but you've mentioned their time maybe has come. They're moving on, some of them, right? And now these new young lads stepping into it, and the fans just love to see it, right? If this was from my country, I'd be so proud to have these guys represent, and I'm sure that's how the Japanese fans feel.
They have been waiting for these players to be old enough.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
That is part of the reason we're like, why aren't they already in the partner league? It's because they aren't old enough to be there yet, and this is why they are in this system.
I remember correctly, 2 of the players out of the 3 we talked about on Riddle Order, they played for Zeta in that Red Bull home ground. You remember that one, right? And not only that, Riddle Order is an organization I personally have known for quite a while for other titles, and the fact that they took a chance with some academy players and some established players in Soldem and Jojo and decided to go for Valorant is already such a big deal. The community is always watching them. There's going to be immediate fan base, and right now they are just making incredible waves here at Pacific Ascension. So I do feel like there's a big future for Riddle Order as a whole, but there is also a chance for them to grasp the present right now.
I want to talk to Ewok about Scrim. I want to made a like a little Scrim sign that had me laughing a little bit there. It's really funny. Both of these teams have reportedly been incredible with their scrims. And they go onto the stage and things fall apart, Ewok. Like, what is that all about?
ปีนี้จัดตารางไม่ค่อยดีแข่งเครียด
Well, sometimes I think scrims can go either way. Sometimes you can be overconfident because the map's going so well for you in practice, and then because the map is going so well, sometimes you don't fix some of your issues that you might have because you're not getting punished. So then you're not doing as much border viewing, and there's maybe some holes you never even noticed about.
Well, with that said, you can hear the drums starting to pound here. We are getting ready for our second series of this playoffs. We got Boom Esports and Riddle Order. Let's welcome the 2 teams.
ใช่เฮ้ยนานๆเห็นไอ้ซีบิวมันยิ้มปกติมันดึงตลอดเวลามาสเตอร์แบงคอกจะได้เจอพี่เอฟไหมมาดิได้เจออยู่แล้วผมรู้แล้วทำไมเรายิงไม่โดนเมื่อกี้
Shivering after hearing the crowd, especially during that Boom Esports walkout. You know the energy is at the maximum for this elimination game. I mean, they were supporting Riddle too. There were cheers there, but it was just so different when Boom walked out and said, "We are here to represent our home."
Yeah, I think I'm just excited. I was just so focused on that handshake.
Oh,
that's what I'm always focused about. I'm trying to see, is there eye contact? Is there some mind games? Oh, Dax, are you putting something?
I'm like, Lotus is already such a good map pick, honestly, for Riddle. Oh, we've done it, guys! Finally, we have played.
Ui, bit boy.
Abyss is finally on.
We have, yes, all the agents have been played, and now we're finally gonna get every single map being played. This Ascension, we finally get.
ระบบแบนทีละตัวน่าจะเข้านั่น
I'm just excited to break down. Can we go straight to map 2? I'm just so excited.
Yeah, but map 1, look at Lotus, right? Riddle order, they were very dominant on it, especially against Nao's grip. And not only that, they're going to start on the attacking side. So there is a lot of chance for Riddle to get that forward momentum. Going to Abyss though, Riddle has never played that in their history, so I want to see what's Boom cooking there too.
Yeah, but also Dax, in contradiction to that, right? We did see a very impressive Boom defense on Lotus, right? I mentioned last time that Shiro felt like he was everywhere.
คู่นี้ไม่ใช่ใครพี่ว่าลิดเดิล
We're gonna see this attack go against one of the best defenses. Can they break it down? I don't know, Dax.
That is a great point. Shiro was absolutely fantastic as that Viper. Riddle order.
ไหวครบ
Find a way around Shiro's Viperness around this map, control of the map here, and I'm incredibly hyped for this. You can tell Riddle order is focused in the game. They're not going to let the crowd shake them up for this series. Again, this
โซแดงแม่งไฟลุกแน่นอน
the loser of this match goes home. They are out of this tournament. We are going to go into this very first series. It's going to be Lotus. We have our casters, Pilsky and Quack, who's rocking his finest batik wear for this match.
It all comes down to this, and we've got Boom versus Riddle right now. It's just such a big thing with the crowd behind us right now.
100%. There is definitely a sixth man in the room today for Boom. Let's see if they are the beasts on land here. You can hear how hyped the Indonesian crowd is for their home team, but they're in the lower bracket here. There is no room for error today against Riddle Order.
And there's such a big question that we have to think about right now is the fact that that last match that Boom had, yes, they had the home crowd right here,
yeah,
but are they consistent? That's the thing. We're seeing so much at stake, and coming into this one with a
วันที่29เรามีอะไรหรือเปล่า
Riddle Order. That's a big one. Look at the Asia selection right now.
100%. Like, not only were they go from banning it in Challengers Japan to smashing now 13-1 on it, and now picking it here at Ascension against the known quantity that is Boom Esports. They have played so much Lotus. They have been super consistent on this map, and they are playing the most consistent, the meta comp that everyone expects. It's that Raze versus Neon, and it's going to be a clash of styles with the Breach as well here for Riddle Order, so I'm very keen to see how this one breaks down. Like it's going to be a main control. Flashpoint pushes Boom off the line. Haunt revealing the location of Soldan early on, and things will slow down. It's going to be an early start here. Ace keeping tabs over on that C-mount position as the Omens have a bit of a standoff, and it looks like Riddle's going to start to group towards this A side of the map.
There's a little bit of information for Boom to work with. So far the stack, they've got to keep it tight. They've got to keep it real.
Creeping up onto this A line, a lot of players here for Boom. 3 players on the site. Prowler goes forward and reveals that Riddle is still outside A.
Still getting it ready. You can tell that Famous is thinking about those King shells, but here it comes. Soldan's trying to sneak through. There is a good stun, and he managed to take down Shiro, but NC Slasher off of the trades.
Yeah, trades 1 for 1. Famous in the pole position here to thread the needle, but Riddle Order's going back to B.
Break the door down. There's a little bit of sound here, Pilsky, and a little bit of a flank.
If they can get this spike established here, Boom, very standoffish, but look at the position of Ace here on the flank behind Heaven.
Flanks on both sides, but the first one that comes through is from Zesby. He will be able to take the
เฮ้ยอย่างเทเลยเว้ย
Trying to wrap back around. They might not know that he's here. Trying to keep themselves on the spike. A little dark cover in his face though, so trying to wrap around it now. Teammates push around the corner. Good little tag from Ace. Looking for the next
อะไรวะเนี่ย
reloads off the haunt in his face. Zesby trying to stay
ชิ
alive.
ไปเล่นหนังอินเดียกันเลยสโมก
Needs to go in now. He's running out of time. Dark cover out. Goes in for yet another tap. Trying to stick it to at least halfway, but Ace destroyed all the way into it. And unfortunately for Zesby, not quite able to get off in time. It's Riddle with the pistol win to kick things off.
It really was the ace in the hole there for Riddle. In on the back line.
อ้าวโดนเปิดไมค์
โอ้พี่เอ้ย
Did not expect. And Riddle
มีด้วย
Order starting off this game of Lotus beautifully on that attacking pistol. It was something mentioned on the desk to pick up on something Ewok was saying. He thinks Riddle are fantastic at these pivot rounds. They were so committed into the A side there, but they were still able to find that contingency plan both with Ace on the flank as well as just being able to pivot straight through A-Link, break that door down and get into a B after plan.
And not just that too. I mean, off of the
Fullsense 2-0 ครับโดน
already just to start things off.
Huge ace stack here. Spam through the smoke from Jojo though.
ทีมหน้ายิ้มมาจากญี่ปุ่น
Numbers, beautiful read.
Lidlญี่ปุ่น
Order, just repelling any chance at this trap play behind the Viper wall falling out.
They love to try to peek off of it. It's not going to happen today. Ace onto 2 kills. Kaede to finish it off. Riddle, so strong.
Beautiful, beautiful read there. You could tell their spidey senses were tingling. They could tell that Boom was stacked up behind that Viper wall. They were not in a rush. They were not going anywhere too fast. They keep their heads screwed on their shoulders firmly, and they make sure that they make it through that anti-eco without too many losses and give themselves a very strong bonus round here.
But that's the thing. I mean, Riddle, they are the ones who picked this map. Clearly, they've done their homework. Boom, there's a lot of game tape to study, especially in that overtime match against DSG.
Yes, 100%. This is the key half as well. 11-1 against Nows for Riddle on their attacking side. Boom with great defense. You're going to get the C's Nate combo to take that A main control. Instant rotations back across the map here for Boom, but look at Riddle Order pivoting straight back towards the
ใครดิ
ปืน
one way to contest.
ลิดเดิลแบบ
Fowler goes forward. Clears the space, and Soldan now trying to make his
พร้อมไป
way
ต่อ
to
ครั
the
บ
site.
They've drawn out that utility, and now all they need to do is to overwhelm and pressure Zesby. The rotations are here, though. Boom trying to fight back. Soldan.
โซแดม
เราพยายาม
Takes him down. Then comes extra shot from Zesty. Then comes Shiro. Riddle has no choice but to back off.
They have to go back to plan B, but with greatly diminished
สงสัยจะ
numbers
ไม่ได้ไป
now.
ต่อ
Black got to shoot their way out of a bad situation. The Guardian, perfect weapon to do it though.
Checking the door as well. If they can find the angle, that's the good way to start things off. 2 on 3. If they can find yet another target, maybe get the spike down.
พอเฮเยอะแล้วรู้สึกแบบ
That is the strength of the Clove. Even through death, can still
เอาอีก
have
แล้ว
some
สถานการณ์โดนตัด
throwing up that one way.
เมื่อกี้ไม่ได้ดูอะคนในสแตนล้นเลยปะ
Boom now, moving forward, they need to clear this
ไม่
space.
แน่
The
ใจ
smoke goes
ไม่ได้
up
ดูนะ
again from the grave. Kaide
เข้ามาเมื่อ
continuing
กี้
to apply that pressure. Boom not wanting to move.
เดี๋ยวโดนพี่ยัดจัดหมด
Playing
ตอน
in
นี้
very safe positions, which creates a lot of space now for Riddle Order to actually change things up and make their way back towards this B side of the map.
Yeah, you can tell very clearly Boom's game plan right now is to work with their numbers, go in for that retake.
Killjoy's dead, so no sound cue from the turret. Double dark covers create a lot of space, but Riddle Order, they know in
ไอ
this
เอ็ด
game,
นี่ก็เป็น
this
อะคาเดมี่
situation,
ของ
they
เซ
need
ต้า
to
นะ
take a duel early on here.
Trying to go in
เอ็
for
ด
the
ใคร
Prowler,
นี่เดะยาสุกะ
but good little aftershock from Yatsuka keeps them at bay. Shiro still inside of that little smoke.
อุ้ย
Yatsuka
เดินดี
repositioned. They might not have heard this. Ace still holding the
เรา
angle.
รู้หมดเลยว่าอยู่นี่หมดเลย
Connects it. That will be huge value for Riddle Order.
Ui.
There goes the first. Not quite the next famous. Going on the offensive now. Yatsuka with great
Ui.
angle. Shiro expects it. It's
Oh.
gonna be the wall bang.
Yeah.
Boom to convert.
They take some losses, but they are staying alive here
ใช่
against
เซต้า
opponents.
อะคาเดมี่3 คน
Not as clean as they would have wanted it. Riddle definitely, even in that 2-on-4, applying a
ใคร
lot
อยา
of
กชม
pressure.
พี่
The
กินข้าวไป
Guardians
ดู
doing
แต่
a
โอ้
lot
โห
of damage there.
จะมาดูพี่
And
กินข้าวทำ
still,
ไมล่ะ
their
ผม
contingency plans continue to prove
พี่ยัด
effective for them.
ไม่ใช่หมูเด้งนะครับผม มาดู
Even
ใช้
though
ชีวิตประจำวัน
Riddle were able to kind of turn things around a little bit, after getting the spike down, they managed to keep themselves cool and collected. They still have the crowd rallying right behind them.
Yeah, so we'll see if they can continue to string these rounds together. This is the key half for me. Like I said, Riddle had a monstrous attacking half against Nows. Boom were up 9-3 against DSG. Very, very good.
อ๋อปีที่แล้วเซต้ามันไม่ได้โปรโมทผิดคน
Combo does a lot
มั
of
นไปเอา
damage
ทีม
for
อื่นมา
Zoltan, but he avoids
ได้ไป
most
ฮีโร่
of
รอน
it.
น่ะ
He doesn't even take
กั
a
บยู
single
รานน่ะ
point of damage from the paint shells.
Not too bad. A little bit of a chance for Riddle to recover in this moment. That said, so far we're still thinking about consistency.
Tickling the door. Forcing the
Ow.
bunker wall up. Beautiful spam kill through tree from Shiro to thin the numbers. That's the initiator hitting the deck, so going to be harder to get back in with the Prowlers.
Heard the door, just had to check. Now it's going to be Riddle. Kind of pinned down behind tree. Shiro behind that poison cloud. They're thinking about rotating, but they're not quite sure if they have to push through to A.
Looking for a pick. Waiting for a mistake from Boom, who continue to
อ้าว
search
ใช่เหรอ
for information with this fade. There's
พี่
the
พี่
one
ไม่
way.
รู้แต่
This
ว่า
is the
คือ
double
พี่ไปดู
controller. The value of
แต่
being able to continue
แต่ตี
to
ย้อนหลังคือมัน
redeploy
แข่งอยู่
these
ทีมอื่น
smokes and rehit
ชื่อ
the
ชิโร่
site.
นี่มันน่าจะอยู่ทีมญี่ปุ่นมากกว่า
ไม่ได้รู้ว่าอะคาเดมี่หรอกแสดงว่าน่าจะคล้ายๆเดียวกันอะคาเดมี่ส่งออก
So much vision. If they take down Shiro, that might be a little bit more space to work with. Famous trying to get off the timing, but Kaide has him knocked down. And that's going to be a slasher, that heaven angle that I was talking about.
ตัวนี้โหด
Kill Kaide, trying to push
ใครเดะ
Another tense 2-on-2. Berserk's a little bit of space to work with, trying to get through drop down. Kaide putting that plant down.
Volan ยัง
One
อยู่
kill
ครับ
off the ult now.
Gotta watch these angles. Berserk's trying to pull a sneaky one. Dolan might have been spotted out by Ace though, so trying
ตัว
to
เดือดยัง
lock
อยู่
down
ใช่ไหม
this angle. Here comes the smoke from
เอ
Zesty.
อยังอยู่
Timing on the 2-on-2s. Riddle trying to keep themselves steady, trying to keep themselves tucked away. They know they have the advantage of the spike. They're waiting for that tap. A little bit of utility on the other side as
นี่
well.
เอาไปก่อนหนึ่ง
Ooh, off of timing, the swing from
นี่อ่ะ
Kaide,
ตัวเดือด
and then Ace
ตัว
to
เดือด
take
ยัง
down
อยู่
Berserk.
That is what's been an ultimate strength for Riddle Order throughout this entire tournament. The backliners, even though these players are rookies, don't have a lot of experience heading into this tournament, they continue to deliver for Riddle Order. Ace was highlighted as a key player here, but even Kaide has had monstrous games. We saw some beautiful multi-frags from Jojo in that series, and already Boom, a map that they've played time and time again. They've got so many reps in officials on this map. This should be very comfortable for them. They're being put under a lot of pressure.
That's the darndest
Insane.
thing. I mean, you're thinking about Boom, and they have the core. They have been here before. They're
น่าจะอายุไม่ถึงนะ
so
ตอนนี้เป็น
much, but
17เองครับ
still, Riddle.
They're not doing a lot. On the other hand, they're taking things very slowly. They're quite happy to work this A control. And as we mentioned a couple of times now, pivot further on in the round if they need to. Boom, looking for damage, looking for a
เอา
bit
จริง
of
ตอ
an
นนี้
upset
ลิดเดิล
with
นี่
some cheeky
น่ากลัวไม่ต่างจาก
positions
เกา
on
หลี
the
นะ
buttons.
Always a little
เขาวัดตามฟอร์ม เพราะว่า
as well.
เพราะว่ามันเล่นดีขึ้นทุกนัดเลยอะ
Trying to hold on to their weapons. They don't want to lose their advantage.
Picking up
เหมือนเด็กๆมันได้เติบโตเก็บประสบการณ์
บูมก็เลยต้องโดนใช่ไหม
บูมก็เลยต้องโดน 2-0 กองเชียร์บูมก็เลยต้องนั่งเงียบ
แห้งเลย
น้ำตาซึม
หาพี่เอ๋ย 2-0
Ace calling his team. They're thinking about it. Despi only has a classic as well. This is very likely going to be a site taken by Riddle. They push in. Despi tries to tell
ไปก่อนหนึ่ง
บัฟเจ้าบ้านก็ไม่ช่วย
Now pushing
เฮ้ยโซเดม
looking for some rotation to cut off. Unbeknownst to him,
เฮ้ย
Shiro has slipped through. Now down to 6 HP, still trying to stay alive. A little bit of damage from Shiro already.
ไม่ไรเหลือบอสอยู่ในไซต์
Wanting to get the off angle. Famous wants to blast in as well.
โอ้โห
โอ้โห
Great little shot with the metal
จังหวะ
as well.
โยนสกิลเมื่อ
And
กี้
that just stings them down so darn low. It's
โค
all
ตร
up
ดี
to Berserks.
บอส
Didn't
โม
get
เมนต์
any exits with the Bucky here, but unless anyone exits towards defense spawn, I think this is going to be a pretty clear and concise round for Riddle Order. Sold down the main man who you'd want to be finding with that Bucky, but he's going to get out of dodge. Use that neon movement, which has been super impactful this game already. We talk about the current meta, how important it is to have a strong neon player. You see Danby, the way that he just slides into sights, especially with the shotguns. I would hate to play against that. And Soldam, I mean, traditionally someone who's trained for his jet has been phenomenal actually on the neon in this event and is continuing to have impact, whereas Famous, someone who we've said a couple of times, a little bit more of inflexible agent pool. You'll see that in this match. Maybe be that it's again throw the seas, paint shells.
ตัวนี้ Riddle ยังไม่ได้เล่นอาบิใช่ปะ
Open up that door. Riddle Orders
ยังไม่เห็นทีมไหนเล่นเลยพี่แบนกันรัว
Smokes deployed, fast lane and the haunt. The Prowler dealt with, so Riddle Order very much sitting around in spawn, feeling this one out, seeing if Boom is going to overextend it all.
And look at how quickly Riddle has adapted as well. So far, their default has always been that early pressure. Now that there are smokes, a bit more pressure from Boom on this A angle, rotating off.
Going to get into the site pretty easily here. One off the Rolling Thunder. Do have the overdrive. Katie.
2-0 นี่รอเลย
Lives in this round could potentially take an early duel.
ถือว่าให้ไปได้ดู
Once again for this more contact approach.
อุ้ย
In for it. Here comes Soldam. Slides in.
แต่ลิดเดิลมันแพ้สินภาษามาใช่ไหม
Looking for
ใช่
something.
แพ้ไม่ขาด
A
หรอก
lot of contact, a lot of pressure, a lot of presence.
อ๋อแล้วบอสตื่น
Trying to rotate off of this. It's full on chaos. Boom is holding their ground.
Immediately going back to the other side of the map though, once again pivoting perfectly over towards the door. Jojo trying to get out of dodge, get into a more comfortable position.
โยกเสียทรงเลยนี่
ครับผู้เล่นน้อยกว่าครับบอมวาง
And now they're trying to work their way back through waterfall with
สถานการณ์สิ้นหวังครับผมสำหรับบูม
And it all comes down to
ราวนี้
so many levels to this one round.
ดาร์คโอเวอร์เบรกอีก
Adaptation. The micro with Soldam's movement.
ต้องเข้าสโมกพร้อมกันครับ
Ace hiding inside the dark cover.
ยังดี
They
เท
do
รด
not
ได้ครับ
expect it. Zesty, he managed to fight back.
เรียบ
But
ร้อย
still, what more can he do when Jojo is on the other side? Riddle with the 5th round win.
Just completely dominating, and those are some of the antics that we're talking about. These guys in Challengers Japan were thriving in the stage environment, were thriving with the home fans. But here in Jakarta, it's ballsy to piss off the Boom
เออ
crowd.
นี่สมมติถ้าตอนนี้จัดอยู่ญี่ปุ่นนะ ทุกคนลองนึกภาพตอนนี้นัดนี้เป็นนัดที่ญี่ปุ่นนะ
And chanting for them right now.
โอ้โห
You know, earlier on we did see only
ยิงใส่อยู่สายล่างรอบดึกสนามระเบิด
I think they're feeling pretty good till though. I mean, Riddle.
ตอนนี้เห็นภาพดำวิ่งอยู่ที่หัวผมพี่ก็เห็นนะครับ
Boom going to take a timeout now.
ดูไม่มันเลยเมื่อ
This
กี้
first half not going the way they would have wanted against TSG. They dominated on the defensive side. Their reads were phenomenal. They were great at holding down these sites. It just felt like it was impossible for DSG to find a way in, despite the fact that they themselves have got a phenomenal neon player. They even play the double duelist. They had a lot of punching power in their comp. But this double controller here for Riddle, the way that they're pacing themselves through the round and being able to pivot in the mid-round, they're never in a rush to go anywhere. And that makes it feel like Riddle is very much in control despite being the outsiders here in Jakarta.
Absolutely.
คุณป้านิ้นลงคุณ6 เดือนนะครับ
Playing throughout the map, so fluid, so smooth.
ใช่ไหม
What are you gonna
การ
do?
ตื่นมาเชียร์แบบ
Can you
มันๆ
keep
เมื่อ
this
กี้
up? Can you be consistent enough
ทั้งเจอแต่
to
ช็อต
close
ต
out
ำ
this
ปิ้ง
match?
วิ่ง
Because
สไลด์
they've
มัว
got
ส่วนหมด
they've got
ลูกส่ง
they
ลูก
brought
ซอง
drums
โอ้โห
out to this arena.
ตึมเลย
This is where Boom, they need the six man's energy. They need the crowd energy because they've been wildly inconsistent in this tournament. They've had some high highs, dominating nows, but some very low lows, getting absolutely dumpstered by SPG, being up and down against DSG, 10-2 halves, then forfeiting an entire 10-2 lead that they had back the other way. They need to make sure that they can get that energy rolling for themselves and they can get back into this game because Riddle, despite being the less experienced team and the less experienced player, less experienced players, I think that, you know, they seem like they're in control so far in this game. You know, they very much are working the map, informing their decisions and controlling the flow of the round, and it feels like Boom is only being reactive right now, and it's something that I said previously that was a big issue for them. They need to work their way back into this game, and it's got to start with this half bite.
They did the timeout, Pilski. They're definitely trying to switch things up now. Zespi on the A site. A site is the one that has been under a lot of pressure so far.
Rolling under
Zone all of the defense back.
จับพลช้าโอ้ยจับพลช้าไงจับพลช้า
Through the dark cover, Zespi trying to find whatever he can as well.
He tries to go up on the other side too. Zespi, he needs to stay alive. He needs to wait for his team to come over. The spike is on the ground, so Riddle have a bit of time. They need to secure the site.
Round could get dicey. Very low HP is Soldam. Still hasn't found a rifle. Riddle not rushing this, but Boomer giving them absolutely nothing. And the dark cover is going to segment off Ace from the rest of the team.
That keeps his position hidden a little bit as well. Soldam trying to retrieve the spike, but off the movement. Ace!
Oh my god!
You're coming through the smoke as well. What is this?
He's having such a phenomenal performance right now. On the Omen.
ไม่ไหววะ
Beautiful
เล่นงี้ไม่ไหว
multi-fragging
วะ
every single mid-round. 14 and
ปวด
2.
จัดเลยอ่ะ
We have just seen some standout individual performances today. Danby, Ivy, Ace now, all of these rookie players, regardless of whether they win this tournament or not, that is the ultimate tryout to get picked up into the Pacific League. Like, these guys are the future of Japanese Valorant. If I'm DFM, if I'm Zeta and looking at someone like Laz retiring and needing a new generation to inject new lifeblood in the Japanese scene, these guys are it.
Definitely want to see that. Japanese Valorant has been needing a new
resurgence. So damn.
This could be it, but this is also the round where we have NC Slasher with a noted.
Early pick here for Boom. They need to capitalize. They've had a tough time finding ground.
You call me
defensive half. Riddle have been controlling the pace of this game, as we've mentioned. They've been working the map.
มินิบูบอกนีออนบัฟแม่งคอมที่ได้เล่นแม่งไม่มีนีออนเลย
He's gonna get caught off guard.
หลังๆโหดแล้วกดล็อกอุ้ยเอาวะสู้มือครับผมหมูสู้เขียง
Where Shiro as well. Great pick on front B. He was doing a great job controlling front B and aggressing, taking duels and taking some agency in the game against PSG. Now breaking through the Killjoy setup. Yatsuka trying to get onto the site and get into this.
เนิร์ฟอะไรดีเนิร์ฟแค่
for spawn side.
อันติวิ่งช้าลงหน่อยก็ได้ไม่ดีอันติก็ไม่ได้โกงขนาดนั้น
There's no one for
ผมว่า
Boom.
เนิร์ฟแค่ตอนสไลด์แล้วยิงตรง
They're going to try to reposition themselves though. Yatsuka.
แต่มันก็จะกากไปเลยอย่างนั้นไม่รู้ว่ะสไลด์ได้ทีเดียวก็แปลก
They're a little bit more wary. They trying to provide whatever support he can, so refreshing those smokes.
แต่มันจะมีต้องมีสักอย่างหนึงที่โดนอ่ะ
มันเก่งจัดเลยพอได้ใส่
ตอนนี้มันเก่งเกิน
Holding the angle, good little conversion, but Berserks is ready for the trade. It's gonna be Yatsuka down now.
โอ้เยอะ
He
เกิน
comes onto the other side, but off of contact, boom! They come in with the duo. It's famous to end the round.
Good patience. The players in Waterfall recognizing that paranoia came through on spawn side. They were able to read what Riddle Order was doing. They were buying time for the rotation to come through all over on the other side of the map. And you can see just how passionate the fans are at Boom even getting around. They haven't been easy rounds. Every round that they've been able to secure so far has been an absolute scrap. Only 2 players surviving in both of them, which is having a massive effect on their economy and their ability to consistently string rounds together.
It looks pretty good, but we need Boom to keep this up. I'll tell you what though, Pilski, taking a look at the ultimate economy so far, right now, Boom, they stand a chance at coming back into this game with a win streak. They've got the strongest ultimates, strongest defensive ultimates on their team. Now waiting in for it. Big fight outside of Pillars. Ace and Yatsuka. The support was great. Boom did not expect that contact
whatsoever. Now
ดูดิ
into the site.
สตันบีทเสร็จสตันนีออนต่อ
Trying to hold off baby door for Zerks. He's gonna rotate.
Yeah, they're giving a lot of space here, Boom. Maybe even considering a save. This round went absolutely horribly for them right off the B main contact. Zesview doing what he can, but you can see they have no interest in winning this round. Caught out of position though on the off angle. Berserks cannot save that Phantom, and Ace another multi-frag. This man is absolutely taking over the server right now for Riddle Order.
And he just keeps going. Soldam as well, knowing that this is where Zesby wants to run off to. Trying to watch the angles. Ace gets taken down. Little recon shrouded step, but where else is he gonna go? He hears those footsteps, he hears that sprint, he's checking both sides. Zesby starting to feel the pressure a little bit. Bench get one, Shroud steps away, looking on to the next.
โอ้เช็ดบิล
ซีบิวซีบิวซีบิว
just pre-firing the corner.
เราจนตายเลย
And the crowd cries out.
They just keep hunting for them. Riddle Order is giving them
ผมคิดอยู่แล้วว่าโซแดมมันไม่ปล่อยให้รอดหรอก
The contact plays are exerting
มันใกล้แค่นี้เองอะ
They walk up A.
และอย่างอีกคนคือเอาชีวิตไปสั่งเวยแล้วก็บอกว่าโล
And you could see Boom with the A traps, with the stacks, the adaptations.
เอ็ดมันลั่นจัดเลยพี่
They're trying to stay one step ahead. They're trying to take the
แล้ว
fight
ปก
to
ติ
Riddle,
มัน
but
จะ
they
เป็น
are
ใคร
getting
ด่ากับ
outdone
ยา
in
สุ
the
กะ
server
ใช่ปะ
right now.
วันนี้เอ็ดมาเรียบร้อยเลยบูมสบายดี
Having so inconsistent performances, strong defense previously throughout this tournament on this map, but right now does not look that way.
Walking up front B for the second round in a row, but Riddle is so glued onto this. They collapse from both sides of Spawn.
บอสเอาไป3
บอสตัดไป3แล้วเหมือนบอสคนใหม่ไปอีก 1
He's got a classic, but yeah,
ไม่มี
absolutely
ภาพเลย
mate. No chance.
นะครับสิ่งนั้นวันดี
No
จ้า
chance
ดิ
in this
จีน
round, unfortunately. This is going to be Riddle going
บอส
up
จัดไป
8-2.
3โอเค
And they're just reading this game so perfectly. That collapse from both sides of B was absolutely beautiful.
I mean, just look at the player cam right now. Look at how locked in Zesby is. Rest maybe starting to feel that pressure a little bit. He knows that he could potentially pick up, you know, weapon.
พี่เอ้ยเดี๋ยวผมเอารูปมาไว้หน้าคอม
Look at the minimap.
รูปอะไรอะ
ลู่วิ่งอะ
อ๋อ
แล้วเวลาจะวิ่งผมก็ปรับโต๊ะให้มันขึ้นมา
มันทำเป็นทาริกเหรอ
ไหนๆก็มีโต๊ะไฟฟ้า
Look at this baby. This
Oh,
guy
yeah.
has miles in it. No chance. I'm not buying that quack. I'm not touching Zesby right now.
เราก็เริ่มแมตช์มาใช่ไหมแล้วก็เดินไปเรื่อยจนกว่าแมตช์จะจบแล้วเจอโอทีสัก20
เดินทั้งทัวร์เลย
Everything that
เดินทั้งทัวร์
turns to gold
เท่านี้
right
เนี่ย
now.
เปิด
So
เดินตั้งแต่คู่
honestly,
ฟูลเซนต์อะ
you'd probably be happy with that.
โอ้
as Zesby
ได้พักเร็วดีงั้น
inside the server.
ถือว่าไม่คร
คู่
บ
2ก็เดินหมดเลย
Fantasy lands where you turn to gold and things
ทุกครั้งที่มีการเล่นคือเดินตลอดนะ
Nightmare
เทคพอสอย่างเงี้ยเดินหมด
right now. Their defensive
Third
half has not been the stronghold that it was against the ESG.
วันคิกออฟถ้าคู่บีเราเดินนี่เราน่าจะได้เดินยันหว่าง
Riddle Order is absolutely destroying them, and they've done a
มัน
phenomenal
จะ
job
ร่างกายเราจะ
this
ไหว
map of Lotus into something that's
ไหวพี่
absolutely
แต่ว่า
scary to play
หลัง
against.
จากที่พี่ผ่านไปช่วงเวลาหนึ่งพี่จะเหนื่อยปวดขาปวดตัว
โหดูดิ
Straight into B.
โอ้โห
บีเพเยอร์แบบปั่นป่วนอะ
โอ้โหบอสแม่งตายแล้วตื่นเลย
อุ้ย
อุ้ยชิโร่
Hold the ankle down. Gets a quick triple. Yasuka in for a bit of a trade.
อ้าว
เคลียร์
Riddle.
เคลียร์แล้วไง
Just so smooth.
ชิโร่ทุ่มเท
Yet another kill. It's all down to Berserks. Can he go crazy right now? Unfortunately,
อุ้ยมันเฉียบจังอะญี่ปุ่นทีมเนี้ย
the clutch monster from Riddle.
มันเฉียบกว่าทีมในลีก
Just couldn't convert that 2-on-2. Even catching the fade with util in hand, despite the
เอ้ยทีมญี่ปุ่นทีมที่เฉียบกว่าทีมในลีกในผลงานปีที่แล้วอีก
He had a phenomenal game on the Viper versus DSG versus Now's as
อันนี้
well.
คื
He
อ
had some fantastic timings.
ตอนนี้ฟอร์มสินพิซซ่ากับลิเดิลเนี่ยถ้าลิเดิลเล่นอย่างนี้ตลอดนะเข้าลีกไปน่าจะอยู่กลางตาราง2ทีมนะ
แล้วหัวตารางอะ
หัวตารางก็น่าเดิม
Scrape a third round together, but I love that.
ๆเผื่อทีวันโดนด้วยสินพิซซ่า
ทีวัน
เจอ
ทีวันมันยังไม่เฉลยลูเตอร์เลยอ่ะ
มันไม่ใช่เป็นแรปเก่าอ่ะ
Boom does have 5 ultimates in this very last round of the first half, Pilski. They can do so much with it, but
ผมว่าปีหน้ามันต้องมีอะไรเปลี่ยนแปลงไม่น่าจะเหมือนเดิมขนาดนั้นอะ
once more.
I mean, will they even have the opportunity to? That's the thing. You're going to get the showstopper straight through the door, the Nightfall as well, but it's a complete disengage from Riddle Order.
จ่ายฟรีหม
เค
ด
วินอาจจะไม่อยู่แล้วครับ พี่วันน่าจะทำทีมเกาหลีล้วน
They're all gone away.
And going back to plan B again, despite the fact that Boom throws multiple ults at them. It's the rolling thunder just to be able to keep Boom
ปล่อยโซ
at
แดม
arm's
เก็บเหมย
length.
ไว้
Riddle Order now
เหมยแทนโซแดมโอ้โหบ้าเลย
เควินอาจจะไปอยู่บลีดก็ได้นะ ถ้าฉีกสัญญากันนะ
โอ้โหคือลูกใหม่
ผมคิดว่าถ้าเกิด
แต่ปัญหาคือ
ถ้าเกิดจะเทคตัวไปโดยฉีกสัญญา
ดีเฟมมาไป
แต่ว่าเขาเก็บซิกแมนไว้ ผมว่าราคาน่าจะไม่เดือดขนาดที่แบบว่าผลงานดีแล้วโดนแย่งเลย
นี่อ่ะ
รีบไปหน่อยแต่เพื่อนไปกูสถานการณ์ไหม2 คน ทำไมวะมัน5-3 เลยด้วย
Chiro trying to come out of the pit. Where are they going to end up? 20 seconds on the clock. Zespi's got the From the Shadows to reposition, but Boom are giving Riddle Order a lot of space right now.
Trying to check for a little bit of it as well.
น่าสนใจเอาเหมือนกันใช่มันก็น่าสนใจแต่ปัญหาคือมันเป็นผู้เล่นเซต้าอะคาเดมี่3 คนเซต้ามันแล้วเซต้าตอนนี้ทีมระเบิดน่าจะไปเซต้ากับผม
เราเลิกทิ้งโซแดมกับจ็อกโจ้ได้ไหมอ่ะถ้าเกิดทีมไม่ได้ไปนี่อะครับทีวันกำลังว่างใช่ไหม
ใช่
เอาวะ
It's gonna be a 9-3 first half. Boom, trying to recover.
Doing whatever they can.
ทำไมญี่ปุ่นมีแต่คนเท่ๆวะนักแข่งอะ
of the past that haunt them from last year's
คัดหน้าตาด้วยปะเนี่ย
capped out at top 4. They want to be able to win this tournament and
ทำไมเพลเยอร์ญี่ปุ่นมีแต่คนเท่ๆวะ
squad can actually do something and make their way in towards Ascension Pacific rather than just some standout individuals getting picked up here and there. It's undeniable that Indonesia has talent, but can they
เอ็ดนี่แม่งมาทรงอันนี้แหละ
fully
ดูดิ
Indonesian squad?
I mean, they've been in this position before, Pills. Last
เม
year,
ม
Ascension
ไอเมมเพิ่งเซ็นกับ DFM ครับไม่มาครับ
against opponents like Bleed, playoffs, and it just struggled. They just
คือคนญี่ปุ่นอ่ะ
struggled with it
เรา
so much. They
เดินผ่านเนี่ยดูการแต่งตัวทำโมทำผมคือรู้เลยคนญี่ปุ่นอะ
feeling, that painful loss again. It starts with this map. It starts with this hat.
Yeah, got to be a massive comeback. You can hear the energy from the fans. The drums are going hard here in Jakarta. Boom needs every ounce of that energy that they can get because this series has not started the way that they would have wanted. But what I will say for Boom, very low lows, and that's what we're seeing right here in this game against Riddle Order. This has not started well, don't get me wrong, but they've had some phenomenal games as well. They dominated Nows, and my question coming into today was, which Boom are we going to get? Are they Lanimals? Are they going to be the beast that wakes up on land? Or are they going to be, you know, that dog inside the house that, you know, the burglar comes and he says, hello, how you doing? Give you a nice little pat. Let me just grab your TV and chuck that in my car.
Oh man, you definitely don't want that hungry
ปีหน้ามันยังจะเป็น destination focus
and they need to wake up now because there is
น่าจะมีคนมาช่วยโฟกัสแหละ
โฟกัสไม่ไหวแล้ว
โฟกัสคนเดียวอีกปีน่าจะไม่ไหวละหัวจะระเบิด
making them think that this intruder is friendly.
มิดยังต้องแข่งสปิดจนถึงปลายปีครับ
Comes in with a smile and steals your spot at Ascension. Unfortunate.
It could happen. That's the scariest thing.
ผมไม่แน่ใจว่าถ้าหมดสัญญา
Of course,
จะไปไหนวะ
potentially a comeback for Boom, but how will they fare out in this pistol? You were talking about which Boom are we gonna get? So far, hasn't looked the greatest.
Yeah.
We wonder
ตัวไทยญี่ปุ่นพอได้ไหมยางสีเหลือง
ปีหน้าโฟกัสนี่เลยครับท่านปิมมี่
Ports exchange, spotting out Ace, Riddle Order, hiding inside. There's a little A trap
ไอ้มุม
here
เมื่อกี้
with
มัน
the
ดู
fault
เฉียบๆ
line
ไง
ready
พี่
to go, and Boom are slowly walking into
เนี่ย
this.
แอบสแกนเหรอ
Crossfire.
อ้าว
Them got his eyes trained.
พังที่ทำมาทั้งหมดคือพัง เจอแมวเช็ค
They're in absolutely no hurry to be making their way through the map.
Neon Liddle กับ
the way that A feels
ซิน
right
พิซ
now.
ซ่า
Zero
เล่นสไตล์คล้ายๆกัน
left behind, being dropped off on the lurk to see if he can find the timing
แต่
with that Viper Wall later
คือ
on.
ว่า
But the rest of Boom behind
ซินพิซ
this
ซ่า
one
ดุ
way
กว่าว่ะ
are
วันนี้
getting ready to paranoia C mound and make
เอ
their
อปี
way
หน้า
to
เท็ก
C.
เจอร์มันจะไปเล่นนีออนป่ะมันจะเปลี่ยนคอมเล่นป่ะ
Now footsteps outside of mound.
มันก็ต้องตามเมตานะ
Calls it to his team as well, but no commitment.
แต่เจนทีแม่ง
But that's where you see the
คือ
movements
มัน
of Ace.
เล่นคอมเดิมๆได้ดี
He's reading this
มาก
round
ๆเลย
very well. He's re-cleared A, and that's allowing a massive rotation
มัน
towards
ดึง
B and
ศักย
C.
ภาพคอมมาเต็มที่แล้วไง
โคตรโหดเลย
Slowly as well. Now here it comes into the site, yes. But where's the rest of the squad? Solem tries to hold the off angle.
โอ้ย
เฮ้ยสู้มือหรือเปล่าอุ้ย
อุ้ยบอสอุ้ยบอส
Into sight. He's got a
แล้ว
class.
150พิโต้ลาว
ดูพิเท่าเฮเลติกบอส
150แต่กระโดดให้เขายิงซ้ายเมื่อกี้
Yatsuka, he's repositioning, making his way
Reposition
back
ไว
to
ครับ
spawn. Boom, it's very losable for them. 2 low HP players.
เขาได้ยินนะดิ
Have they
โอ้โห
heard
รอ
him?
แล้ววะ
It seems as though they have the smoke coming
Deploy.
up just at the right time. NC Slasher marks the angle, right clicks perfectly, square on into his torso.
Boom, breaking through a
เวลาเหลื
very
อเยอะอยู่นะเมื่อกี้
difficult sight hold there. Ace with the perfect
น่าจะเชิง
push in
หนา
the
นะ
mid-round, gathering all of that information
ทำอะไร
over
ไม่ได้
on
แล้ว
the
ไง
A side of the
ซาก
map,
ชีวิตคนเดียว
allowed Riddle to have 4 players ready to hold that site when Kaide was getting warmed up with the pick-me-up, playing against Clove on a pistol round. Clove, Reyna, both of those agents being able to go to 150 HP is absolute nightmare fuel to play against sometimes. But Boom was able to navigate their way through that. Like you said, they were very cautious, working their way through the map, trying to feel out what Riddle Order was doing. And it pays off in spades. Now they've got a lifeline back into this game. Pistol, the first step of many that will be needed. We need a clean anti-eco here. Good bonus, and they can try to recover some of this scoreline deficit. They've dug
ตรง
themselves a
มีโบ
very
5
deep hole,
ถ้า5แมป
but they've
ออก
got
ไป
they're
เที่ยวทัน
starting
ตร
to
ง
get
เนี้
a
ย
bit of a foothold.
2
They're starting to
3
scramble their
3
way back
4
out of it.
4 5 5 ถึง
Very likely as well.
โอ้โห
The intentional rifle buy.
ถ้า
ไม่
5แม
แน่
ป
นะ
นี่
ถ้าไอโซไม่โดนเนิร์ฟนี่เราจะเห็นคอมไอโซรัวๆเลย
โอ้ยมีแต่ไอโซ่ไอโซ่ไม่โดนเนิร์ฟอะมันโกง
Boom, even just baiting
ไอ
out
คนที่แม่น
every trap
ที่สุดในทีม
possible,
เล่นไอ
making
โซ่
Nod
อะ
wanna get hit with a
แล้วทีมไหน
paranoia,
คนไหนเล่นไอ
fault
โซ่
line
เก่ง
paint
สุดได้
shells,
แชมป์ เหมือน
relay
ตอนที่
ball,
เล่น
that
แชม
kind
เบอ
of
ร์เก่ง
thing.
สุดได้
Sorry,
แชมป์
no
อะ
paint shells. I'm so used to the
อ
Rays
มตะ
on this map. That's what you're expecting. But even we've seen the power of the neon trap plays that SPG's been showing over C Mound. You get hit with a recon bolt, and the neon can just slide in and steal everything from you.
Right around the door.
Yeah, Shiro being the money man here. He's only
Ni
got a
ya.
sheriff. If he goes down, it's not the biggest of
นี่ไง
issues.
จับ
It's
กลุ่ม
enough information. That's the main thing, Pilsky, and that's going to be the entry into the C site for Boom. They've got to hold on to these rifles long
Oh,
enough.
man.
The pretty, little bit of a numbers disadvantage. Nice open plant. Boom with a couple key pieces of util. The paranoia and the paint shells could be
Oi.
key here.
Trying to hold on to it, but still
ไม่ได้ละ
pushing out into
ไม่ได้ละ
round. They thought it's going to be the rotating door play
Oh.
a riddle instead, but Boom are on top of it. The shots from NC Slasher and Famous. They are back into the game. Ace.
FS ให้เป็นคอมด้วยไหม มันก็ไม่ถึงกับว่าคอมครับ แต่ว่าถ้าจะบอกว่าทำให้
Just marks it perfectly. A couple
นีออนเล่นง่ายก็มีส่วน
back in.
Very well done. Keeping the economy nice and steady.
ผม
Only
ชอบซี
losing
บิว
the
อะ
one rifle.
มันดึงเก่งเยอะ
Little by
น่าไปอยู่กับ
little,
วิกเตอร์
Boom are closing
อ๋อ
that gap.
กำลังจะชงเลยว่าหน้าใช่ไหม
Jumping down to this round. The gap might have closed, but if they can pick up this round, convert the bonus, that is going to
โอ้
pull
วิ
out
กเตอร์นี่
Yeah, we've
ยุค
seen a lot of teams
2021-22
having
ยิงได้
of rounds in a row.
มา
of
เฟีย
rounds
ฮ่องกง
of
อันนั้นนะ
moments, conversions.
ปืนแทบ
This
แตก
tournament, even some eco wins, things like that. So round 2 and 3,
Victor,
not a
may ding
foregone
man tang yin.
conclusion. Definitely not here at Ascension. There's that A main control coming in for Riddle Order. The C's combo gonna control that, but look at the setup towards C Mound. Riddle Order fighting for the extremities, but Boom are not interested. They've left Berserks behind over here towards C, sitting in the one-way. They're playing that 1-3-1 and they're
I'll be your
clearing out
mech.
front B. I'm looking to see if they're actually going to execute B here or if they're going to crunch into C Mound through the door.
Thinking about it. A lot of smokes into B site suggests that it will be
Ui.
that B site hit instead. And maybe setting up
Ui,
for Berserks to come with the
oi.
right.
Beautiful.
Shots, and he
Yeah,
gets that
Leo,
zone
yeah,
as
Leo.
well. Now looking onto it, he spun
Yeah,
on
ding.
Yatsuka's head. Yatsuka trying to fire back the flashpoint to fend
มัน
off
ยังวาง
any
เป้าได้
oncoming
โอ้
targets.
ยวางเป้า
They managed to take down Berserks. Now into
ยั
the
ด
site.
เอาเรื่อง
It's going to be JoJo. Trying to play around baby door. You've got Boom players up around heaven.
ต้องรอต้อง
Boom
ดึ
are
งโอเม
flipping
น
the
มา
maps.
โอเมนต้องไวกว่า
SPG
นี้
left behind in towards main. Needs to try to do what he
เอ็
can
ด
here.
ยักให้ก่อน
He knows, he feels something is off. There's someone inside of the smoke. Famous
Okay.
able to take down JoJo now.
เฮ้ย
สโมกปิด
เรื่
ที
องมา
ที
ทัน
Again, he comes back in
Fire
through.
upper.
Paranoia out into the site. Boom still trying to stay
เอาแล้วไง
tucked away. Ace
เรียบร้อยจุ่มยาวครับ
take down NC
ไว้ใจเพื่อน
Slash. Now a stun onto Famous.
จุ่มยาวไว้ใจ
He
เพื่อน
wants
ครับ
to peek out, but he can't.
เอ้า
Ace has got his tangle targeted. It's gonna
โอ้
be
โห
and no
Ui.
time. Unfortunately, running out
บ้า
of
จัด
time. The round still goes over to Boom.
Boom winning the bonus. Famous doing just enough, diving out of the heaven smoke and taking that Riddle Order player off of the defuse. These are the steps that Boom needed to make to come back into this half. The crowd is now rallying behind them. Bit of an oversight there for Riddle. Weren't ready for Berserks on that lurk there, but that was the key kill to secure everything. A very
การไว้ใจใครสักคนมันทำให้เราเจ็บปวด
bonus win is undoubtedly huge for Boom. And now he has a chance for them to continue building an absolutely mammoth economy on this attacking side, and that's exactly what they need to try to win this game at Lotus.
The Odin being pulled out. Boom, they've got everything going right for them. They're starting to feel that momentum. Kaede trying to play on the other side of the smoke. Unfortunately, not able to track through mid-air. Shiro takes him down. Now into the site. Ace starts off with a great shot. Jojo on the other side as well. Soldam coming in with a bit of a flank too. Although he's not discouraged. Berserk straight through. And that's going to be down to Zesby.
ไม่เป็นไรไม่เป็นไรอีโค
While Soldam only good for one. Boom! On to 7 rounds.
They continue passing the test every single time. And that is a very different looking scoreline than what we saw in that first half. Boom, flipping the narrative. Had a monstrous defensive half against TSG previously. Now over on the attacking side, where they have a little bit more agency, where they can be a bit more assertive here against Riddle Order. They are starting to warm themselves up and take control of this game.
On the flip side, Riddle starting to wobble a little bit. They're trying to figure out how they can come back into this game.
A main control for Boom. They've got the lockdown. Huge tool for them to be able to open up one of these sites.
เขาบอกว่าตอนนี้วาโลมันแบนแฮกแบบเละเทะเลยอ่ะ
One of the showstopper could be
มี
absolutely
น้องบอกเข้าไป10 เกมจอแดงไป7
or be able to actually
ขนาด
make
นั้นเลย
something happen in the mid round.
ทำไมผมเล่นไม่เคยเจอเลย
Oh, really forward position for Kaede too. So even though they've got a bit of information now, they have to worry about Boom and all of the ultimates that they could pick up.
Boom has cleared C now. There's
เมื่
the
อวานผม
showstopper
เจอ
for
ทีม
มีแข่งพวกนี้เนาะไหมครับ
Open up the round with
ผมทนไม่ไหวผม
with
ซื้อ
the
โอดิน
smoke
มาเล่น
getting
โคตรมัน
deployed. I really prefer the lockdown to slowly clear out this site to start to make their way through this
แบนมั่วไม่รู้
early on.
ต้องเล่น
You
ต้องเล่น
can see
ฮ่องก
Riddle
ง
Order were thinking about trying to crunch through the door, but they don't quite have the right timing on the rotations for that. So we're going to end up in a 5v5 after plan. And in goes Famous to Waterfall, zoning them back.
He's getting
ครับเมื่อกี้
Famous waiting up for it. So
He's so
that's
damn.
1 point away from the overdrive. He has it ready and he's thinking about it. Riddle, they have the sights around it. The showstopper not quite connecting to anything. Famous though, still holding down the angle.
โอ้ย
Into Jojo.
เอาเว้ยมันมาแล้วว่ะ
The side chiming in.
ปีศาจตื่นแล้ว
บอกเลยตอนเนี้ยผ่านป่วนไปหมด
I don't think so.
แล้วฮอ
พี่เอ๋จะทายถูก2คู่เลย
ผิดสินั่นน่ะ ไม่ได้ถูก
กลับฟอร์มอ่ะคืนฟอร์มเลย
Boom are giving him nothing.
Rallying in behind them. Boom. Not giving them an inch, not even a mile. Famous up from behind. Ace takes him down. Wants to hold on to his rifle, trying to be that beacon of
บูม
hope
ไม่หมู
for
นะครับ
Riddle Order.
ใช่ครับ
Boom
บูม
just
หมาป่าครับผม
crushing
ไม่
the
ใช่หมู
sides
ครับ
right now. The lockdown was absolutely key there. Opens up the entirety of C. Able to flush Riddle Order back. You could tell they wanted to be able to make something happen in through the door. You know, they've got this comp where if they can actually get the Prowler forward, get some breach util, and find a nice timing to actually engage Boom before they get rolling too much, before they get too much space, then that's where they can actually make something happen in this round. But so far, they've been out of position quite a lot. Boom have been finding some great timings. And more importantly, they've been very resilient in these XBXs. The post plants have been phenomenal from them. They've been playing forward. They've been trying to be assertive. You saw the showstopper right off the rip. The overdrive comes out from Soldam. He's already making his way through the flank, already in through defense form, but Boom is on aim.
We don't know one, but yeah,
Soldam with the overdrive. They hear it. They know it's all too clear. Shiro with a kill into the site.
Scott trying to open up the door.
นึกว่าพูดไทยเฉย
Starting to sing a little bit, but Boom are
แต่จริง
still
บูมขึ้น
clearly
มา
on
ก็
top,
ดี
and
นะ
they've got full heaven control right now.
พรุ่งนี้น่าจะดีกว่าเจอญี่ปุ่นอ่ะ
It's up to Jojo with the Phantom.
อุ้ยแต่ก็ไม่ดีป่ะ
Into Berserk.
ไปแข่งบ้านเขาเดี๋ยวเจอเจ้าบ้านเลยเสียงดัง
Just to check and clear. NC Slasher tries to peek out a little bit too wide.
เดี๋ยวพี่ยัดจัดให้
Famous and Zesby
นี่
now
ยัดมาแล้ว
trying to keep themselves on the site. The Rolling Thunder from Yatsuka. Zesby with such a great angle on the Shroud steps. They might not expect this. Jojo spots him out, but a little bit too late. Zesby down by HP. Famous on the other side. It's gonna be Boom tying up the score, and the crowd goes wild.
The cracks are starting to show here for Riddle.
แต่คอม
Getting
ลี
very
เดอร์ก็
concerned about
ไอ้
them.
นี่อยู่การหนักอยู่เหมือนกัน
Six in a row on attack here for Boom. Riddle
การหนักอยู่
Order
ไม่มีเซนติเนล
forced to take a timeout. They do not have an answer for this attacking side. Boom playing this comp exactly how you'd want to be seeing it played. This Fade is doing phenomenal, clearing the map. Prowlers forward in towards rubble or on the extremities towards Mount, and once they take that space, they use it as a launching pad to take the site. And once they're in there, Riddle can't push them out.
It seems Pilsky that
เฮ้ยคนเยอะว่ะอันนี้ถือว่าคนแน่นนะเนี่ย
and they are not letting go. They've gotten
แน่น
a great
โดดงานกันมาทั้งนั้นเนี่ย
Riddle order. They've chopped down and they're not letting up.
วันอาทิตย์
They were
มี
a
แข่ง
little
วั
slow
น
to
ที่
start. Not everyone's hungry first thing in the morning, you know.
วันอาทิตย์ชิง
I
อ่ะ
started slow with a
พรุ่
bit
ง
of
นี้
a
ชิง
coffee.
ใส่ลาโบไฟวันอาทิตย์ชิงใส่บนโบไฟ
He's smiling from ear to ear.
Yeah, mate. I'd love to see the cam on him in the first half, but yeah, definitely started to get a little
ให้
happy.
บัฟเจ้าบ้านเหรอ
Production doing him a lot of favors there. To be fair, Indonesia production team, so they're probably trying
On
to
their side, yeah.
avoid the tears a little bit more if possible.
You have to admit the fact, right? Especially for these two Riddle fans.
วันอาทิตย์ติดงานครับไม่ได้ดู
Boom are a tough opponent to face in this Britana
เอาวันศุกร์
arena.
วันศุกร์อินโดทำงานครึ่งวันเหรอ
Still gracious though.
อุ้ย
Still cheering up
โคตร
their
ดี
opposing team. Riddle. Let's see what they cooked up for us.
Well, look, honestly, the way I see it, great first half. Lots of multi-frags from Ace. Hard carry performance on the Omen. Where's the rest of Riddle Order? Right now against Boom. Boom, everyone's getting warmed up. You're seeing each player chipping in right now. But Ace, 26 and 10.
ทำ4 ครึ่งดิ
The rest of the boys
หยุด
need
2
to
ครึ่ง
step up here on defense because Boom is definitely outclassing them as a unit. It can't just be one individual versus a unit, you know?
Definitely trying to think about it too. I mean, Solem has been a little bit quiet ever since that first half. Trying to find some of these openings.
Fresh on the dark cover. Boom want to go back and retake this A control. It's just Jojo over here solo. Wants to try to see what he can find. If he can find a peek. Forward goes Famous off the back of the Paranoia and the Prowler. And Jojo can't make it out. Famous getting warmed up. Finding an opening kill. This is a win condition for Boom on the attacking side. No doubt about it.
Great adaptations. That's what it is. I mean, previously it has been the C side for Boom. Now on to
ไม่ใช่
A.
โอเค
And they've managed to crack it open.
Yeah, you can see.
อุ้ยโซแดม
Thinking about going through the smoke. They weren't ready for the timing. Zesby
เกือบได้
finally
3
puts
เมื่อ
him
กี้
down. And
เอา
the
แล้วไง
rest of Riddle Order
แล้วมี
continue to
มีอัน
push
ติ
the
ด้วย
issue. Berserk's on the flank though. Zesby from the shadows to the other side of the map, and Berserk's in the perfect position.
But it's going to be the ultimate.
โอ้โห
ขายเลยช้อปปิ้งเลยแบบนี้
อินเซนเลยครับ
He can now
ซี
continue
บิว
to
ต้องเล่น
push
แบบ
forward in
อัน
this
พิธี
round.
ครับ
It's a
อ้อมมา
2-on-1 for Riddle Order and Zesby. 25 HP.
แต่ว่าไอ้นี่เช็คอยู่ไงยัดอะยัดมันเลงอยู่
Yatsuka's ready for it.
He's going to keep himself hidden away.
เฮ้ยวางอย่างนี้ต้องสงสัยหลังหรือเปล่ายัด
Not to make single peep. Now turning off the
เรียบร้อย
side, but Yatsuka, unfortunately, he's not ready for it. It's down to it. Kaide trying to
อุ้ย
fight back, and he
โอ้โหแล้วบอสมันล้อหลอกไง
right out. It
ยาก
connects.
แค่เดี๋ยวมี
And
เป็น
Riddle
คอนเทนเนอร์
finds the lead.
กู
Very key for Kaide. Wait, he needs to get on it. Okay, don't make sure.
Yeah, we
I
gotta
saw
hear this, bro.
Famous get off it earlier this tournament, and
6
then it came
seconds to
down to
spare.
0.5. There was lots of time there, so I'm panicking for no reason. Beautiful round for Kaide though. On the Clove, Riddle Order was down and out. They've been pushing these smokes with the double controller all game long. It was working a treat for them on attack. They were playing inside of the dark covers, inside of the Clove smokes to disrupt the retake for Boom on attack. That time diving through the Hobbit hole. A link straight in towards a lobby works out perfectly for Riddle.
อะไรวะน่ะ
And Kaide, someone that had also a slow start in their game against Nous, I believe it was, really started to turn things around and have a lot of impact.
Now pushing it through. I mean, we're talking about we're looking for
ลูกพี่เขาซิ่งเกิน
Dolem tries to do it. Kaide has done it. Where's the rest of the team now? They are still looking to position themselves on the other side of the door.
Both teams really fighting over this A space. You can tell Riddle wants to pull the
ว้าวุ่นเลย
trigger
เหลื
and
อ4 ครับ
continue to fight.
เดี๋ยว
They're just inches away from Boom right now, but they can't find
เหมื
the
อนจะพยายามไป
right
ตัด
angle
ตัว
of
ให้ก่อน
approach.
หรือเปล่า
They're being blocked off. They're trying to use their duck cover to
ไม่รู้
segregate
ไม่
the
รู้
site. Maybe find some bit more space to sneak in.
behind the Viper wall right now. Spike getting tapped. Ace applying the pressure and TPing down onto site now.
It's going to be the pit though. NC Slasher in with the Odin. Good little shot out to Ace. Shuts down the start player for Riddle so far. Now looking around the extremities. It's going to be Zesby. Trying to cut them off. Trying to set up a flag. NC Slasher, he peeks out.
เฮ้ย
The rifle.
มาว่ะ
It's all too loud. Riddle feels the pressure.
He just whips out the garden hose and lets it rip. Sprays them all down through the Viper ult with the Odin. Incredibly key round from NC Slasher. He's had some phenomenal performances so far in this tournament. Switching up his role between, you know, the flashing agents, the info in it and the flash in it. And in this case on the fade, being able to have some impact on the Odin, especially in a awkward situation like that. Evening things up now, 10 apiece. Boom once again. Taking control of A main. Ace trying to be the hero for Riddle Order. A glass cannon, a light armor Vandal that he's forced up into this round. Riddle Order have taken all of this B main space, ready with a B trap. Ace solo on the A site. We'll see how much.
แต่นี่ก็ผิดคาดเหมือนกันนะไม่คิดว่าจะสูสี
Anticipate a bit of flank watch as well. But here comes Famous.
Oh, it's too easy.
Ace, he just couldn't see anything. Now off to the next, it's going to be Riddle Order trying to push on through, trying to rotate, but look at Boom.
They just don't have the guns. They don't have the positions. Despite the fact that Ace was in a decent position, he just gets paranoid off the line, instantly taken out by the showstopper. Boom continuing to hold forward on the site in through tree and try to deny this retake attempt from Riddle Order.
Still though, any damage is good damage for Riddle. He's playing with the shorties, maybe a couple more kills. Yatska, he has found a Vandal.
เอาแล้วไง
Right through Famous tracks. It's gonna be Yatska.
ดูแล้วครับอยู่ข้างในหมด
Now down to a 2-on-2. A sudden round made very doable for Riddle Order because of Yatska.
Oh my god
บูมมันได้วินอย่างนี้2วินแล้วอ่ะ
You're not supposed to do that. It's a cosmetic stun. Quack through a smoke.
It does not matter. The Berserker is here. And the crowd just rallying behind this one round that could potentially put them into match point, Pilski.
That was only the half buy though. Ace is going to be a little poorer here. He'll probably have to go back down to a Guardian or something like that. Onto the Judge front B actually. Going to get pushed off the line. Doesn't deal with the Prowler. Doesn't want to reveal that he has a Judge front again. Boom have taken A main, pushed Soldan back. It's a different wall this time. In towards front side of B instead of across A. That could allow Boom to pivot back to B in the mid round.
Trying to keep their options open, right? But Riddle Order, they've got to adapt around this.
They push them back. Off of A once again, Boom retaking that rubble control. In the meantime though, Riddle Order have taken all of C Mount. They're disrupting front B. Boom is going to have to use this util to retake some space, but they've got almost nothing left. No Boom bot, no Prowlers, no Paranoia. They're going to have to drive contact their way through the map.
Got some paint shells at the very least. Down onto Kaide.
ใครเนี่ยเอาแล้วไง
Feeling so much pressure.
โอ้โหเรียบร้อยครับ
บอส
ไปแล้วครับผมบอสเป็นคนแรกเลย
You had the fault
มา
line
เย
to
อะเกิน
set
ฟอ
you
ร์ไลน์
up,
ก็
but
ไม่
he
ช่วยจังหวะ
still
นี้
goes 0 for 1. Riddle Order, they're panicking. They're full rotating over towards the C side of the map. But Boom are not interested. Straight back towards B. It's an open site for them and an easy after
เดี๋ยว
plan.
สายบีเรียบร้อย
Oh no, how is Riddle gonna retake this? It's all been blocked off. Angles being
โดนว่ะ
marked.
โดน
Ace has just got to judge. Like he's got to take this duel in Hobbit Hole with Famous. This could be
โอ้โหเรียบร้อยครับเหลือ3ครับ
Famous puts
ดี
them
เดิล
down so easily. They just
สถาน
can't
การ
get
ณ์ดับ
in.
ฝันครับผม
Now in towards spawn side, so that slides through, but NC Slasher in with the Odin.
เฮ้ย
Got able to trade back. Jojo with the
Jojo.
sudden double on the other side of the door. Zesby smokes him off, wants to keep him away. Still just trying to hold down the angle. Yatska now. Sudden peek out, but Famous is going to break down, and then Zesby, the stinger.
They were down and out, Quack. 3-9 at the half. This attacking half has been incredible. Boom needed the energy of the crowd. Very slow
แบ
to
บเขา
start
เก่ง
here.
ปัญหาคือลิดเดิลมันเล่น
Inconsistent
อา
all
บิส
tournament
ยังไง
long,
ดี
but they
มัน
are
ยังไม่เคย
making
เลือก
it
มาเลยเนี่ย
happen.
It's the energy, and they are feeding off of it. Match point. Next map, it's gonna lot of heat. The timeout hopefully cools things off a little.
And Riddle Order, this defense has been very questionable.
แต่เอาจริงถ้าให้เลือกอ่ะเบสจะเจ
This
อ
is
อ่ะ
where you're looking at them.
พี่อยากให้เจอบูมมากกว่านะ
Lotus
ไม่อยาก
as
ให้
a
เจอ
pick
ญี่ปุ่น
heading into this series from Challengers Japan. Maybe they don't have the reps in officials. Maybe they don't have the consistency that they need on this map. And the same thing can be said about the next map. Abyss, they've never played an official on it. That's going to be do or die for them if they can't bring this back into OT. That is an incredible amount of pressure for such a young team. These guys, for the most part, are just rookies. And this is where Soldem, this is where Jojo need to show them the way. They need to show that leadership to the rest of Riddle Order. They need to show them what resilience means.
They've got to show them how they can truly ascend. I mean, you have made it here so far, battling through so many opponents. Surely.
Benel in particular, like that reverse sweep, that's resilience. Getting knocked out in Split 1 Challengers Japan with this core earlier the year before picking up Jojo and then going on to win the whole thing. That's the kind of resilience that Riddle Order needs to summon here.
They need to bring it back. But still, I mean, boom. There's so much support behind them. Thinking about it though, still able to potentially buy back up into the round. Riddle, they're starting to grasp at straws. Both teams, we've been talking about the inconsistencies. Who's going to be the first one to find
the buy is not good. And boom, they've used the opponent's timeout against them. They've cleared front B with the Prowler. In goes the lockdown. And once again, boom, pushing Riddle Order into a situation that they've lost every single time. When Boom gets into an afterplant, Riddle Order cannot reply.
Look at how quickly Riddle Order has managed to take down Baby Door this time. The stun, it goes in. Kaide pushing through now. Soldam unfortunately running out of jump rounds.
พอแล้วมีพลังเหรอเนี่ย
พอแล้วมีพลัง หลังชนฝา พอแล้วมีพลัง จุ่มยาว อุ้ย อุ้ยอะไรวะเนี่ยอะไรอ่ะเราต้องไปเสียเครือขนาดนั้นเลย
He takes all of those guns away from them.
จนเลยไงวินเนี้ยทำให้แบบ
It was a beautiful rotation time.
ทำให้เล่นง่ายเลยอ่ะ
แต่นีออนมีอันติ
From all angles with the breach util. That was a very nice retake, but the economy
คือถ้าบูมชนะวินเนี้ย
clean by Shiro.
ถอดจิโร่เมื่อกี้มีส่วน แต่ถ้าบูมโดนลูกซองยิง 2-3 ตัววินเนี้ยแสดงว่าชิโร่ทำเกินไปทำเกินหน้าที่เป็นลูกซอง1กระบอกแล้ววะเมื่อกี้นี้นี่กระบอกหนึ่งเกมชาร์เจอร์พี่ว่าทีมไหนน่ารักครับผมยังไม่ได้ไปดูเลยครับผม
รอเลย
It's a firing squad. It's an instant rotation from Boom.
ตั้งค่ายกลรอเลย
They had a set plan. They were thinking about going towards A. They hear that overdrive come out. They all sit in spawn, hands off, just waiting, anticipating Riddle to overextend to crack under the pressure. Riddle Order, they've got a lot of map control. They're in very forward positions, but this is where this composition does its best work. Haunt re-clears paint shells. Haunt re-clears C mount. The jump spot on the raise. And Boom are starting to slow this one down.
Boom, they've won out that exchange in resources, Pilski. Yes, they've got a lot of space that they need to clear back out, but they've got that firepower, so feeling a little bit confident.
Timer is really starting to tick down here. Nightfall is going to spot at least 2 players on C. Boom doesn't like the sound of that. Over on the other side of the map could be absolutely key here and step up once again for Riddle Order.
And look at Zespi on the map too, just baiting out the reactions, but Ace, he's got the angle.
นั่นไงปั่นป่วยกันเลยทีเดียวครับ
Are they going to go back? There's 20 seconds. They have to commit to A here. Kaide
แต่ว่าจบ
still
A
on the side, but look at
มัน
the
ทำให้การโรเทตของแบบของลีเดอร์ปั่นป่วนเอ้าเฮ้ยแล้วมีเกิดไงเฮ้ย
10 seconds left, and NC Slasher's looking for him. He's not dead yet. He's coming back into the round and sold that. Funky. Unfortunately, not quite the connection he needs, but it's gonna be Kaide. Good double, and he might just be able to do it. One more kill for the overtime, and Zespi wants to into the smoke, and Jojo just marched him down. We are going to
มายิงอย่างเข้มตอนจบที่อย่างโลก
We've talked about it this whole tournament long. These rookies have come up clutch time and time again for Riddle Order. Ace is having a great game so far. Started to definitely slow down in
Welcome
that second
to
half.
the overtime.
And Kaide alone on the site. Riddle Order had a complete misread on that round, but that's where one individual
บอสแม่งแอบเสกอยู่นะ
that's where
เตะ
they're not
เนี่ย
there
เตะ
yet.
ไม่หยุด
The
เลย
Grove
เออ
ultimate and the positioning on backside makes all the difference for Riddle Order to stay alive here.
Such a fantastic job.
โรโจโจ้ครับผม
Keeping himself
ไม่ใช่
away.
โจโจ้
Kaide
เจสัน
now
นะ
trying to catch up to the rest
Jason.
of the team. But we
อันนี้มัน
saw
จ็อก
signs
โจ
back at the beginning.
This is where Riddle Order, they were dominating on attack. Both of these teams have been really, really good on attack so far. Riddle Order
โอ้เจ็บ
trying to avoid the spam if they can. They've
ถือว่า
taken
เสียหาย
a
อยู่
little
แล้ว
bit
ยิง
of
ทุก
damage
คน
on
ด้
a
วยดิ
couple of
ยิงโดน
players.
บอสเนี่ย
Kaide quite low, but they've taken the rubble control nonetheless. Haunt goes forward, but instantly dealt with. Riddle Order does not want to lose a player to the Odin spam.
Far so good. Or at least they've gotten a little bit more information, but this time, the whole team's together.
Yeah, the Prowlers being exchanged back and forth. Riddle do not want to get caught in this trap. The Paranoia's ready, and Boom pulls the trigger a little early. They don't find anything but
บอสไป
Famous
แล้ว
through the side of a
บอ
smoke
สเก็บ
ตี
spam.
ไม่เข้านี่เรื่องใหญ่อยู่นะ
Blind Kaide and Riddle are now a man down with no space but rubble. They have no control anywhere else on the map. Berserk's going for a bit of a jump spot over on C. Still has not been pushed off that info line, so Boom has no reason to move an inch.
They're so comfortable right now, Pilsky. The Prowler might have spotted out JoJo as well. Soldam has got to do so much.
Yeah, this is where someone for Riddle has to come up with individual brilliance. You've seen the Prowler actually lock on over towards that Rebel side. They need a pick. Soldam has to find a pick here. Or has
ไอ้
to
นาโนตรง
create
กล่องคือมัน
enough
โดนบน
pressure
กล่อง
for
ด้วย
these
ข้าง
big
ล่างด้วย
players
ใช่ไหม
to be able
ถ้า
to
โดนนี่
find
โคตร
the
ดีเลย
timing.
นะตรงนั้นอะ
With 30 seconds
คิดว่าโดน
left, is that enough, Pilsky?
โกงเลยอะ
Boom.
คุ้มมาก
They have control over the map. They are starting to rotate back into the B site, and they are
เอ้า
just looking down these
เอาโด
angles.
นตันอยู่ดีโอ้โห
อันลักกี้ครับ
But Sesame just connects
อันลักกี้
head on.
โซแดม
Soldam's gone.
แล้วโยกไป
13
ซี
seconds left.
แต่
It's
ซี
a
ของเบรกเพียบ
desperation play
ซี
into
ของ
the
เบรก
B
เพียบ
side.
เล
The
ย
Thunderstorms, they go off. Ace
เรีย
fires
บร้อย
back, but he's run out of time. Shiro
เวลาใกล้หมดห้ามโยกไปบอมเซนติเนลท่องไว้นะ
They start out this overtime with a win.
And that's the Boom recipe for success. Famous finding the opening pick, and Shiro and Berserk's locking down the sites. Riddle going absolutely nowhere, and Boom remembering how to play defense the way that it worked well for them previously. Cosmetic stun again onto Zespi, but this is where, if they're putting themselves in an advantageous position, if they just have the right information, that's
เอาละบุ
where
กก่อนบุก
Boom
ไม่
with
เข้า
Berserks
ทำ
and
ไงที
Shiro
นี้
in the right positions can just anchor down the sights with this KJ
ปั่น
Viper
ปวดละ
bomb. So it's time now for Riddle to be resilient, to once again show us that they can push themselves into another overtime.
I mean, we are seeing so many improvements from Boom's side. Coach Meow is definitely happy. How does Riddle look? We haven't really seen much from Boars. The timeout now, hopefully able to push us into a second overtime. You talked about the information game. And JoJo has been stepping up for the team.
Rough though. I mean, Boom has been really, really good on attack so far. Riddle Order, they were trying to make whatever they could work with scraps in those last few rounds, and it was working. But the gun rounds were actually not that great for them, to be honest. Boom was doing a really good job of reading them, of just playing the comp in a simple fashion, clearing out the space over on the extremities and getting themselves into post plants. This is where Riddle Order, they need a better read. They need to do what SPG was doing, where they're staying active like their comp. Neon Breach, this is such a punchy, fast comp that can just get in there and be able to take space, to be able to re-aggress, and they need to be able to have a little bit more chemistry in that regard.
Yeah, but taking a look at that logo from a fan of Boom, I think, and also taking a look at Soldam's face so far in that previous little shot, you can see that he's not feeling too happy. It's the opposite of their
ตามมาเพื่อช
logo.
นะโอ้โห
He needs to find success, but can he do it?
Let's see if he can turn that
ตามมาเพื่อแพ้น้อยหรือ
around
ตามมาเพื่อชนะนี่
straight into the
อันนี้ตามมาเพื่อชนะอะดิ
Once again, applying a lot of pressure, but they're actually diving straight into Waterfall. You can see Riddle collapsing on the site, but finding absolutely nothing but the spike. NC Slash is all alone, and the spike's gone down. This is a disaster for Boom.
Solam, he
Yeah,
gave
yeah.
them a bit of a rabbit to chase, and now he springs. It's going to be Berserk though, quick into the other side. He fires
พูด
back.
ทำไมจังหวะมันแบบ
Solam Yatska, a couple of kills for himself.
จังหวะมันฝืน
They've
แต่ได้ดีอ่ะ
overcooked it.
นึกออกไหม
Boom's completely overcooked it. The spike put in the worst possible position. Ace able to once again apply more pressure.
โอ้ย
Famous
สอง
has
เด็ก
got
มัน
it
หลุด
pinned
หมดเลย
into a
ตอนเนี้ย
corner, though.
He's trying to hunt him down.
ฮะ
A little bit of support.
เอกกับใครแดนมันหลุดมั่วซั่วเลยเนี่ย
It's going to be Zespi.
นี่มันหลอกอีกแล้วล้อหลอกนี่ไง
โอ้ต้องให้ผู้มีประสบการณ์จัดให้หมดเลยวินนี้
Darn hard. Famous. 3 targets to hit, and look at how they are all
เฟมัสซินบอกโอเค
It's gonna be Riddle Order tying things up for a second overtime.
They just come around the corner, see an absolutely monstrous shape. It's all legs and arm of 3 different characters, and you go down in a hail of bullets. Riddle
ซีเบล
Order
สิงคโปร์ครับผม
evening things up now. Both of these teams now starting to fire up on defense a little bit more in overtime here. Not finding too many answers, but you can see Riddle Order, the way that they're playing around that beat pressure, very much thinking about what happened in regulation. Boom needs to show a little bit more depth than that. You know, they were trying to definitely force things front beat and then catch the rotations, but that's where I think they got a little bit too tricky and lost control of what was actually happening. Riddle Order now back to this contact style. Rubble control taken by Kaide, pushing Boom off the line, but NC Slasher continuing to force things forward.
And he managed to take down at least one. And with that, Zespi even
มันเริ่มเล่นจังหวะแล้วเพื่อลดความเครียด
It's down to Riddle, and they are kind of pinned down.
เริ่มสะดุดเลยบุกเริ่มไม่เข้าเฉยเลย
They can go to on this map.
Oh, this position from Zespi could be huge.
อยู่ดีกลายเป็นด่านกันเลยตอนแรกยังด่านบุกกันอยู่
Gonna tuck their tail between their legs and head back towards that C side of the map. Ace trying to find whatever he can front B, but there's nothing for him there. There's naught but a turret. Boom now just playing the buddy system.
They're scratching their heads, Pilsky, Riddle Order. They're thinking about it. 40 seconds left on the clock, so it's not too bad. If they can clear out and buy some of the rotations back onto the other side, maybe, just maybe.
Still looking for a pick here. You can see him waiting around front B. Riddle Order still keeping B open. And that's the timing.
Now into the site.
Oi.
They just bought some of those utilities away. Zespi, though, able to fire Ace onto the 3rd kill. And that's going to be the angle locked down once again. But Berserk, the swing was too wide. Too much pressure. Wanting to go for those frags and unfortunately could not come
เหมือน
up.
เด็กๆจะหลุดฟอร์มเพราะว่าทำ
All the utility timings. They are not letting Riddle Order in on these kind of more contact approaches. You see Riddle Order time and time again walking up in the mains, walking up front B and trying to explode with the breach utility, send the Neon out there, but Boomer doing a fantastic job just dropping the dark cover, putting the Viper wall out and counter-utiling at the right time and just diving forward and segmenting the Neon in front of the rest of the team, picking him off. Really, really well worked for Boomer, now moving back onto this attacking side straight away.
And still just Riddle trying to take the initiative up against Boom. The C-mount control works out great for Solam. 2 kills back to back. Strike fire on through. Manages to go for the
บ้าจัดบอส
And it's all down to Shiro now.
บอสตื่นอย่างเมื่อกี้
Incredibly clutch. Even on this
เหลือ
map
คน
against now, he had a
อะไรวะเนี่ยอยู่ดีก็ด่านกัน
double aggression from B.
มันเพราะมันมีเงินซื้อโอดินกันแน่เลย
ก่อนโอทีแม่งกันไม่อยู่
XVXs in the
ตอนนี้
mid
บุ
to
กไม่
late
เข้า
round.
เพิ่งนึกออกว่าเอ้ย
Very
เอาถูกกัน
And we'll go again in another overtime. It's nothing but defense rounds over and over again, flipping the narrative from what we had in regulation where it was dominance on the attacking side.
And you know what that means? We're looking for that attacking round
For
once
sure.
more.
100%.
We talked about it. We were watching it, and Riddle, they're trying to go back to their old ways, old methods of contact. It doesn't quite work out.
The sweat on the brow of Kaide there. This game, a lot of pressure.
Ace as well, putting in so much work.
Pushing now. The Killjoy off the line though. Zespi in a bit of a different position to usual, playing behind the Killjoy utilities. A little cheeky. Gonna TP back to the side, see if he can find a better angle of approach for that paranoia to be deployed and to be able to shut down the execute. Once again, Riddle Order. After taking C mount control, they're gonna work their way back through spawn. See if they can keep the information game honest, because unless they're able to push NC Slasher off of this line, you're still gonna have the 3 stack towards C.
Still slowly creeping up to it. Some of these corners.
There you go. Clove smoke being deployed towards main. Viper wall goes up. Famous aggressing in front of it. He's going to be able to jump up on a beautiful timing. Catches Riddle Order completely off guard and drops the spike.
อยู่ดีก็เป็นแบบกันครับอันนี้งง
นี่เขาซื้อเวลาทำอะไรกันหรือเปล่า
Now onto the other side, Kaide managing to push all the way up to drop. He
อ้าว
tries to find something, but
ถ้าเราคาร์ดิโอแบบนี้นี่เรายาวๆเลยนะพี่
โอ้โห
Famous, he falls.
ผอมเลยอ่ะ ตื่นมาพรุ่งนี้
Shut down by Berserks.
Riddle Order are all over the place right now. And Boom are so on top of these rotations. Soldem could have a good timing to be able to get it.
Soldem!
Tries to catch them onto the
Oi!
short. Now Kaide coming in.
พลาดจัด
Soldem trying to stick down the spike plant. He needs that support from his teammate. The Siege, it comes out. Relay bolt to push them away. Pops the overdrive, but a little bit too eager. It's going to be Kaide that falls.
อ้าวตื่นเต้นเลยนี่
Trying to continue on with that beam. The Thunder Finger.
โอ้โห
Zero.
อุ้ย
Back away, but
โซแดมว่ะ
อุ้ย
K clutch.
How did they not land a single
เสกจัด
bullet there? He's made 3 or 4 passes. And he's not copped a single bullet. Doing some
ยัด
kind
ไม่
of
มาเลย
DOS
ส่งของแต่ส่งเยอะไปหน่อย
contorting his body all kinds of ways with the neon slides. Unbelievable. Needed a heroic performance there, Riddle Order. They were down and out in that round. Boom were once again controlling things really well on
ให้ Riddle ไป
defense.
2-0
But that is
ผม
a
วันนี้
hero round
เพราะ
for
ฉะนั้นครับ
Soldem.
Riddle ปิด
And
ไป
you
ดี
said
ค
we
รับ
were looking for that attacking side round. Riddle Order have finally found it. They put the press back on Boom and forced out a timeout. And once again, the fans are trying to get Boom G'd up for this game.
Tell that Boom definitely feels this. Eating the attack round now. I mean,
คือแจ้ง
once
โล
again,
เท่านั้นนะ
both
เพราะว่า
sides,
นี
they
ออน
did
มัน
well
ไว
in
แล้วมันพีไฟ
regulation.
ไง
Right?
นึ
Can
กออก
they
ปะ
do it again? Boom.
ทำอะไรไม่ได้ครับ
They were
ทำไม่ได้
close.
มันพีไฟจริง
They need to get around on attack. They need to go back to what was working or find that second level of depth. Tried to get a little bit too tricky in that last round of attack overtime and run the front B fake and try to wrap into waterfall. Tripped over themselves, dropping the spike front B. I think, quite honestly, what worked for Boom very, very well on their attacking side was doing the basics right and not trying to overcook things too much. Do not let bro cook, okay? Just throw out the prowlers, take the C-mount control, and
เฮ้ย
get to the
โอ้โห
side.
กำลังจู๋จี
Maybe this
มาจับ
man
กล้อง
has a few words with a
Echo
little
later.
piece of advice here for some experience their way.
No, that's I don't know who that is.
กำลังจู๋จีกันอยู่เลย
I mean, how do you play against this? There's just so much support for them. So many stars in the crowd. Not just Execute, saw a couple of others as well. But like you mentioned, sometimes when they try to cook a little bit too much, Pills.
เควินเหรอทามมิ่ง
You need to bring it back.
Back to what was working for them. A main control. Berserk's left behind front B, but he might have some trouble on his hands here.
เครื่องเริ่มร้อน
Little bit of a contact setup from Riddle. Words pillars now, and Soldem hunting in for that kill. Berserk manages to hold his own. Looking for the next as well.
โอ้โห
สตัน
สูง
ไม่มี
จัด
ผล
เลย
ครับ เกมนี้
Over on the other side of the map, they're applying pressure to Ace. He's going to forfeit the site though. He's going to play the numbers in the 4-on-4 here. See if he can catch someone in transition. But Famous, that is a round-changing frag to keep Boom alive here.
Great impact. Paint shells as well, so he has a little bit more space along with this one-way. The spike is under their control.
It's an awkward approach. They need to be able to break back in however they can, but contacting through a one-way
ยังไง
aim.
บอส
Oh, Jojo. He's looking to set it up with the haunt.
โอ้โหบอส
น่าจะ
เล่นกระทำ
แล้
มิ่
ว
ง
โดนสตันเมื่อกี้
Famous' crosshair. Now
เฮ้ย
Zespi trying to hold the ankle, but quick
ปิดเลยหรือเปล่า
Jojo all down the NC slasher and Shiro up to the other side. Spots out the barrel. Comes
โอ้ดิน
across,
ว่ะ
sprays a great double. Yatsuka
ไป
trying
กัน
to
ต่อ
ไปกันต่อ
but Shiro swings out from an unexpected angle. Boom! Forcing us into yet another overtime.
Shiro giving Boom that stability, that consistency, providing that veteran presence that's needed and coming
ส
through
กอร์
in
ของ
the
บูม
late
นี่ถือว่า
round in
มา
the
ทุกคน
XVXs and the clutch. Once again,
This is just the first map, Pilski.
I mean, Riddle, I'm surprised they even made that round that competitive. It was a one-dimensional approach, trying to force their way through a one-way up into heaven, just throwing a haunt at the ground. Sometimes it's all that takes to break through.
It is just so much energy, and we go again.
นี่ถ้าโซแดงไม่จัดให้นี่จบไปแล้วเนี่ย
โอ้รอเลย
Front B while applying pressure to this A site. Drawn an extra rotation or two. Boom. Focus on the extremities right now. A 2-3 setup. No one on B. Just Timmy the turret keeping an eye out. But Famous whipping out the operator. That's not something that Riddle Order have seen before, and it's definitely not something they were ready for.
Switching things up. Now they know, and they are turning away from it. Pilski into the B side. Kaide, he throws it out. Paranoia from Ace as well. The two controllers.
Big Ben, Big Ben.
Control over the site. Yatsuka has managed to find his way
สงสัยอยู่สงสัย
Boots down
เฮ้ย
on B. And along with it, potentially the spike as well, but Famous able to take down Jojo Shiro through the smoke into Yatsuka, and
ไอ
Kaide
เดียมันดีนะเมื่อ
just
กี้
thrown off by the hook down off the steps. It's all down
น่า
to
จะจบแล้ว
Ace,
วินเนี้ย
and he's
เอาวะ
surrounded
วินนี้น่าจะจบแล้ว
with the X on the spot.
That was the change up they needed. Famous opening up that round with 2 op kills.
Just one more round for Boom.
That's all they need. Back onto this attacking side. You can hear the crowd
เดี๋ยวอะไร
rallying
RVD
behind
อะ
them,
ล็อกเวนเดม
hungry
อะ
for blood. Wanting Boom to get across the finish line. It's been a long road back into this game from a 3-9 deficit. And all they need is this one more attacking round. They wipe the floor with Riddle Order on that defense. Just in that last round. Once again, it's back to the patient, measured approach. Prowler going forth. Ball goes up from Shiro. Point forward. But in the off angle, this is where Ace is once again making the difference from Riddle Order.
ไปกันต่อว่ะพี่เอ้ย
Adjustments, they are not backing down. Riddle.
ทำลายสถิติไป
If Boom wants a fight, they're happy to give it
ไหนๆก็ไหนๆละ
Forcing to the front B, having a little bit of a look for info. Once again, being aware that Berserk's time and time again continues to lurk through front B. But Riddle Order, with Ace finding that pick, they've cleared out Shiro. They know that there's going to be no presence towards A. They're quite happy to drop him off. Drop Ace off over towards Rubble and rotate heavily towards B and C, and they're completely in position.
And it's Kaide as well. I mean, getting information for Riddle in this moment. Boom, they are setting up for it. But also thinking about the rotations. Riddle, they've spread themselves across the map.
30 seconds. They've got to force things through the smoke here, Quack.
Trying to break through.
เอ้า
Kaide with the
โอ้
angle.
เดินดัง
He's been caught. It's down
โอ้
to
โห
Soulman.
เละเทะว่ะ
With the relay.
เอ้าจบว่ะ
But look at Boom. All extremities covered.
Oh, on the off angle though, Jojo trying to break back into the site. Spike still on the deck. It's a double peak. They're able to trade that important kill. Ace locked behind the door. They need to get the spike here.
8 seconds, and Ace, he takes down yet another frag. Even with the spike plant, Ace has an opportunity to sneak through. Showstopper available for Famous, and he pops it. Looks for
โอ้ my god นี่จบแค่นี้
this first match.
Famous ending it all. Started to step up late in the piece. Pulling out the op, finding opening kill after opening kill, and finishing that off with a bang. Boom. What a resurgence, what a comeback, being down 3-9. Embracing the hype, embracing the energy from the crowd here in Jakarta. And now they go into an abyss that Riddle has never played before. That's got to be a confident feeling.
I mean, just look at the smiles, the celebrations all throughout. But how is it gonna feel for the side of Riddle? They've done so much. Ace has done so much. The other players trying to step up to it as well, forcing so many overtimes. But it all ended with a showstopper.
Yeah, I mean, Ace, he did what he could. Like, what more can bro do? 30 plus kills as a rookie. Couldn't quite get it done. So, unfortunate. Riddle Order are going to have to go back to the drawing board. They're going to have to show us what they've been working on in Abyss, because they didn't play it at all in Challengers Japan. That is a very, very key map in some of the other Ascensions. EMEA Ascension, Abyss was absolutely influential in who was going to actually bring that one away. And then over here in Jakarta, in Pacific Ascension, no one's played it. This is going to be the first time that we've seen Abyss, and it's a massive question mark.
That's right, Pilski. I mean, at the very least, we know that Ewok's very, very excited to talk about this map. But right now, I mean, just thinking about how Boom is going to approach this and Riddle as well, it's going to be back to Vic to break all of this down.
สำนักว่าโลสุดยอด
As they were shouting in the stadium, Amazing, finish him! The crowd asked Boom Esports to finish Riddle, and they did. They came back, they reached deep down into their Indonesian DNA and brought out that firepower as that wolf pack, and all of us are here in front of the screen, absolutely gripped.
We were just watching the whole stadium erupt every time Boom would get around. But not only that, the 9-3 curse apparently is spoken in Bahasa.
True.
That is the language it is said in, and I'm just amazed how Boom pulled it off there.
Yeah,
it's
crazy.
Crazy. All right, you guys get out of here.
Yeah, move,
we'll
move, move,
come
move.
back for the second game. That was insane, though. And to finish it off with that raised showstopper, what a way to close out in overtime. Oh my God.
Do you want me to go or you want what?
He brought the party, right?
Yeah.
Everyone in this building just went
เขา
crazy.
ไปซิฟิก
The
ไง
floor that
อัน
we're
นั้นสิ
sitting
เด็ด
on,
อะ
it's literally moving and shaking as
โอ้
the crowd
วาโล
going
เพิ่งจะมา
crazy.
สวนวันนี้เองครับโอ้โห
This was absolutely way
ถูก
too
มาตั้ง
hot.
11
Gotta
คู่
give it
ติด
to
เลย
Riddle, a 9-3 start.
เขาไม่ให้เครดิตเลยหรอ
Especially in the interview, right? Where is the ace that we expect
ไม่ อันนี้
from
เขา
Riddle?
เรียกว่า
Get
พี่เอ๋ยกลับมา
there,
ท็อป
and
ฟอร์ม
they
เปล่า
got this in the
อันนั้นคือ
round.
หลุดฟอร์ม
35 kills.
คนเรามันต้องวันนี้แยกครับ
21, I believe, did come from the first half, but on the other side, boom, they pulled out the clutch.
ใครเกลือบ้าง ใครจะให้เปิดในมาร์เก็ตบอกอะออกสตรีมเลยเนี่ย มา กดปะ
throughout their careers against international talent in
ให้ผมไปเปิดของ MWIC กันเนี่ย
stepped up when they need to the most.
Yeah, 100%. And if you look at the first kills here, right? We saw so many first kills for Riddle in that 9-3 half. Then all of a sudden, Boom started to win some rounds and the crowd started to go crazy.
ฟอร์มนานด้วยดิ
If you don't believe in momentum, you don't believe in fan power, go and watch this game back.
Oh, yeah.
All of a sudden, all of the first kills going towards Boom, all the momentum
Yes.
is going towards Boom. And that's what you see. They ended up with more first kills in the end.
I believe in the power of friendship and fandom now. There's something about this Indonesian crowd, and we have Berserks as their MVP. This guy is phenomenal. There was a time when everyone said Berserk was going to be the next Paper X Forsaken.
Yes.
Then he had kind of a rough year, so this is fantastic that Boom is always
ดูได้
stuck
Forsaken
by him,
Vandal
and
เอ้ย
then
ลุย
he
ดิ
starts to have a really good showing again.
Yeah, I mean, the rough year where it said, okay, you're demoted to Sentinel, right? You play a different role in Famous Section for Duelist. But there were so many big rounds, and just like the Disguise game, the Berserk Sheriff is what really kicks things off. One round I still remember, the one by Tree, right? It's a 1v2,
Yeah.
sprays through the smoke, still gets the guy anyway, and it's just so insane.
ด้วยผมโดนพี่บอยประกรณ์ตก
just
เข้าเก
pulled
ม
off what they wanted to
โฆ
do
ษ
in
ณา
the
ใน
first
โซ
place
เชียล
in
ใช่ไหม
front of their crowd.
Well, guys, we
Tem
are
ไปหม
going
ดเลย
to
อันนี้
go to Abyss for a second map. It's the first time we're seeing Abyss this entire tournament, and
He's
it is
excited.
Boom's pick. This is gonna be insane. We're gonna go on a quick
Ôi,
break,
lấy.
mostly because all of us,
Ui.
including you guys at home, need to catch our breath.
Ui.
But don't go away. When we come back,
Au
we're
à.
gonna go on Abyss and see if Boom can take it home.
Abyss, guys!
ปับไม่ต้องลุ้นครับ เฮ้ยเบรกกับดูเหมือนดีนะ แต่ก็ยัง โอเคก็ดูเหมือนดีแหละดูดิวันนี้ยังดูดีกว่าเลยเนี่ยลีอยากได้ปิดซึมเฟนทอมเหรอนี่ไงนี่ลี
แมป2ก็บูมนี่ครับผม
2-0 2 คู่เหรอ รู้เห็นเป็นใจกับเขาใช่ไหมแล้วรอบนี้ก็ได้แฟนทอมอีกไกอา my god 11 วิ
to VCT Ascension, where we have seen the most incredible things happening throughout today. And just now, our first overtime, the most intense overtime I've experienced so far this tournament. And we've had crazy overtimes already. Boom Esports brought it back. It was absolutely insane. Someone would start shouting boom, then they would be activated. Then they just started collecting those rounds, snowballing those rounds. Now, we are all going to see something really exciting. This Ascension is the first time we're going to see Abyss. But Dax, why is this only the first time we are seeing Abyss?
It's pretty interesting, right? So many teams have banned it out, and I do want to tell the tale a little bit here of Riddle Order. So they do ban Abyss, but it used to be one of their priority bans, back especially in Japan. But coming into Ascension, they decided Icebox is what they want to ban instead, which is a little bit interesting because they have had a good pat on it. But given the fact that they haven't played it, and Boom has actually run this map a few times with a very, honestly, normal composition in a way. It's very Ascent-esque. You have the initiators, you have the Cypher, but now it's the chance for Boom to try and catch Riddle off guard. And Ewok has been super excited to talk about this map for so very long already.
ไหนมาเก็ตแดง4ฟ้า1
So I think this map is really interesting because
ผมทอง2ม่วง4
ไปดูเดียววะ
exactly how to play this map. There's been a lot of teams that try to
ม่วง
play the
3
champs, and we see a lot of different compositions, right? And it seems like some
แต่เกลือนะ
compositions work and some don't. But even when you see some mirror comps, you see some teams just play it in a whole different way.
แล้วทอง
And
นี่
that's
ขอ
what
ง
I
ดี
find
ปะ
really interesting because some teams
กาก
they
หมด
know
เลย
how to play the
4 อัน
mid, they understand mids and
กากทุกอันเลย
but
เอาง่าย
then other teams they're like, well,
แล้วเมื่อกี้
we
กี่
can
อัน
just
แต่
get
ไม่
B.
กากทุกอัน
If you have no answer for our B hit, we'll just go B over and over and over again.
สมมติว่าถ้ามีคนซื้อ
That's
ส
what I'm
กินทุกอัน
curious.
ครบใน
We
เกมแล้ว
haven't
มันจะมีอะไรมา
seen
ขาย
the
วะ
abyss.
อ๋อ มันจะ
What's
ขึ้นว่า
happening in the
thank you
screen
for
behind this
support
one? Are these teams
อุ้ย
swimming the abyss?
ของจริง
ลองดิ
a couple of times, people not going for it.
ขอตังค์
Are
ได้ไหม
they confident?
ไม่มี
Do
ดิ
Boom feel like okay,
ถ้ามี
we
ก็
got
ซื้อ
the
แล้ว
momentum
ซื้อเองไปแล้ว
now. Now is our chance to play. Maybe this is Ascentcom, maybe something new.
Yeah.
Are they?
เอา
are
ละ
they
ครับ
gonna do
ผ
it?
ม
I
ใน
don't
มา
know.
เก็ต
They
ฮะ
took the map pick of Riddle, right? And we were talking about a while ago that Riddle is such a strong starting point to
อ้าว
start attack on Lotus. It's one of
เก
your
ม
best
ค้างเหรอ
maps.
อันนี้พี่เอ๋ยรู้เพราะว่า
Still end up
ไอ้
losing
นี่
it.
เหรอ
Now
ไอ้ดี
Boom
ใน
has
นั่น
so
น่ะ
much leeway for the rest of the draft.
Yeah. In
ไอ
fact,
ดีใน
you're
เซิร์ฟเทส
talking
ป่ะหรือว่า
about Abyss and their comps and how
อ๋อ
they
มันเมื่อ
play
ก่อน
it
มันมีคน
has
ซื้อหมด
different
จริงไง
from team to team. In fact,
ตอน
the
เกมเปิด
international
แรกๆ
teams,
อ่ะ
the global teams have
โอ้ยจัด
often
แสบ
looked to the challengers and the
Yeah.
Ascension teams and how they have decided to break
ปึ๊บ
apart Abyss. It's such
โอ้
an
โห
interesting map. It's going to be really exciting.
ไม่อยาก
And
เปิด
like you
เลย
said,
ว่า
what
ดี
is
ทุกอันใช่ไหม
They've obviously
เขียวฟ้าเขียว
always got something up their sleeve here.
แดง
But
เขียว
Riddle-
แดง
Riddle, this was a really close match. This first map, we thought Riddle was going to take it home. It was a 9-3, but it looked
แม่งไม่
very
ให้กู
much
ลุ้นเลยอ่ะ
in Riddle's favor. You know, aside from like the crowd buff we're getting for Boom Esports here. So what?
We have been spoiled by this. You guys remember the Indonesian talent went up to us
อุ้ย
and said
โย
there
รู้
is something that Boom is screaming. And
เชี่ย
something
ดู
might
เจมส์
not
ซี
be
คอนเนอร์
this.
มาชัวร์
Who's playing the duelist now? It's NC Slasher on Yoru, which means famous moves over
Wendell
to the close.
Tupa.
Double control, yes, with the Sova Cypher still, but I am really keeping an eye out on Ewok's favorite friend Sheldon here. That Yoru go.
I'm excited. The Euro is really good on this map. There's so many places you can be.
นี่มัน Vandal ที
Especially
เด็ด
on the
นี่ว่า
defense side, but the attack side, there's so many fakes that you can throw in as well. And then for the Riddle side, nothing too
Boom played.
strange, right? This is the old Boom comp, exactly, Dax. Right? So maybe Boom knows how to play against this comp because they played it themselves, right?
This the anticipation I feel right now is so high and so tense, but I am so excited to go into the second map of today. We're gonna go to our casters, and I hope you guys have lowered your heart rate because it's about to go through the roof again as we go into Abyss. Let's go over to Quack and Pilsky.
ของอินโดเขาไม่มีโชว์แมตช์หรอ
Thank you very much, Vic, as well as Ewok and Dax. Yes, we're Quack and Pilsky. I mean, what is going on with this agent composition? It looks really interesting, but I'm still thinking about consistency. So far, it has been up and down for both teams. And Boom might have won out on that previous map because of the crowd cheering and whatnot, but Lightning does not strike the second place twice.
I think the crowd's going to be backing Boom no matter what, but it's the last lifeline here for Riddle Order, a very young core here from Japan. A lot of pressure to come up against a huge question mark for Boom. I thought they were going to at least know what Boom was doing on this map. They've already played 3 times Abyss in Challengers Indonesia, but not even they're going to have a read on what Boom's doing with this comp change. Abyss is just a massive question mark. And when you're looking for consistency, when you're looking to bring this game back, it's going to be very difficult to do that when you're having to adapt on the fly against this amount of pressure.
That's why we're thinking about what could have gone
on
inside of scrims. Why did Boom pick this map? Perhaps this composition will tell. While Riddle for some of the shots, Soldam, unfortunately,
ยิงไม่โดนเลย
the tail is now prepped and ready.
อร่อยจริงยิงไม่โดน
But so much contact in the site.
เรียบร้อย
Still looking for a little bit more. Kaide coming in with a bit more support. Yatsuka able to take one down.
แต่ตัวได้เปรียบอยู่ครับแต่ดูบนเสียครับบนไปหมดแล้วตอนนี้ยังไม่ได้วาง
Around that dark cover, Jojo looking for the angle.
เรียบร้อย
เอาละ
He has to fall back.
ลีเดอร์ขอก่อนหนึ่ง
Trying to run away
มองวิเกม
They've lost the
ชิโร่
presence in the middle of
พกยังไม่จบเลยฮะ
สับติงแตกแล้วอ้อมไกลอย่างนี้โอเมน
has not
โอเมน
very
เห็นหรือเปล่า
many options here. It is dirty.
เอ็ดน่าจะได้ยิน
His
ได้ยิน
timing between
โอ้แต่ชิป
Shiro
ว่ะ
and Ace could be key,
อุ้ย
but Ace is not
ใช้ได้
revealing
ใช้
his
ได้
hand
เชิง
right
ตัวนี้
here. Shiro will instead be allowed to sneak back through onto this A site, but the trip will at least give some warning to Riddle Order that he's made his way
อยาก
over
กินห
there.
ม่าล่าว่ะ
อ๋อมินิฟอร์มไม่ได้
เอ้ยหม่าล่านี่ ถ้าเรากินไก่ ถือว่าคีนไหมอกไก่
หม่าล่าคีน
คีนเหรอ
คีน
เอาเรื่อง
หม่าล่ามันคือสมุนไพร
He's got a clear
จริงๆผมชอบกินหม่าล่ากับอกไก่มาก
getting
มันโคตรอร่อยเลย
wrapped by Ace.
โอ้โหหม่าล่ากินเยอะๆก็ไม่ไหวนะ
หม่าล่าแบบปิ้งย่างนะไม่ใช่หม่าล่าแบบ
กินเยอะๆมันก็เผ็ดอยู่นะ
ผมชอบ
He's thinking about it.
กูแล้วจัดดีกว่า
So many angles to watch out for Pilsky.
คนเลี้ยงหม่าล่า
เขาบอกถ้าหม่าล่าต้มน่าจะไม่คีนถ้าหม่าล่าปิ้งย่างน่าจะคีน
Been up to it. Shiro turns away at the wrong time. Flicks back at the last second, but it's still gonna be Ace to pick up the pistol.
โคตรแผ่นยากอยู่ได้ดันเนี่ยผมว่า
ยาก
มันดูแบบเพิ่งมาได้หลายทางอะแล้วแบบมีแค่ตัวนี้ที่คอยบังแล้วแถมมีรูตกอีก
And Boom, that pistol
Say
is
it.
not going the way that they would have wanted. The plan was to get themselves into a B after plant, leave Berserks on the flank. Here on Abyss,
ผมชอบกิน
especially
หมา
on the
อะไรวะ
attacking side,
น้อง
control of middle is super important. The way that you push
หมา
it
ล่า
forward,
พิมพ์ให้จบ
middle control makes all the difference whether you've
ชอบ
got
กิน
someone
หมา
on the lurk or you're wrapping the side on attack. You saw ADG be able to win this map where it all counted, and all of that was down to how much pressure they could
หม่า
exert
ล่า
through middle and be able to keep the other team
มัน
guessing.
ไม่มีในแพนด้าแล้วอะ
Not gonna
โอ้
go
โห
to middle right now.
แอปอื่นมีปะวะ
Boom with the full stacks.
อุ้ย
Up towards it.
เฮ้ย
โซดา
อุ้ย
And
ต่ำ
just hits to square on. Next one as well is going to be NC
Yeah.
Slasher in with a fake out, managing to
ว้า
take
วุ่นเลย
down
ชิบ
เดียว
หายแล้วไง
นี่ไง
Jojo
นี่ไง
trying to stay alive, but taking down by
เอาละ
NC Slasher as well.
ว้า
What
วุ่
is
นแล้วตอน
going
นี้
on in this round? Boom just might be able to steal it away.
Trying to get comfortable inside the site. TP being thrown towards the backside. NC
มันฝืนไม่หน่อยนะ มันน่าจะหนีขึ้นข้างบนไปเลย
ฝืนไป
In
หน่อย
goes the paranoia and the dark cover.
เอา
and
ใน
Boom
แรงบูด้า
forfeiting
เมื่อ
the
กี้อัพ
site.
ดาไปก็จบแล้วคิดแล้วไม่เอาแต่ก่อนหนึ่งทีครับ
Riddle. Now
ตัวไว้
into
ครับ
it. Boom
เขารู้อยู่ดี
trying to reposition on the other side of this main
นี่ไง
shot through the recon
Game
at
set.
the right time. Pilsky. Oh, it's gonna be Ace now trying to push through. He's looking for the timing of it, but unfortunately, no information whatsoever.
There's no time.
Taken away, Kaide. Desperation shots, and he finds two first trumples.
Ui.
Sesame trying to peek back.
เกือบ
Ace with the bulldog for
ก็
the
อ่า
shot.
ก็ยังดีที่ได้วินนะ
Retrieve the round for Riddle.
เสียหายหนักด้วยวี
Ace
นี้น่าจะโดน
just sticking the spike, making sure they got that half on
เตือนแบบว่า
through,
แม่งหน่วย
but Boom applying so much pressure there. Let's be honest, a 3-on-5 with
เสียหนัก
North
จัด
but
เลย
Classics, and they take all but 4 guns away from Riddle Order. That is not an acceptable
เป็น
result
first
on
pick
an
ครับของทัวร์
anti-eco.
ครั้งแรก
They are going to be playing with scraps on the bonus here.
วิเกือบโดนโยรุด้วยนะ
โซ
They're
แด
not
มอุ
going
ต
to
ส่า
be
ห์จัด
able to
ให้กับ2
contest
ตัว
Boom's economy versus his first gun round the way that they would potentially want, and NC Slasher has already got himself very close to a Yoru ultimate right off the rip.
2 points away.
เชียสแกนไปพร้อมแฟต
Attack. They're starting to spread out a little bit more.
อุ้ย
Oh, the push
Ui.
down B main though.
Ed.
Ace able to
เกม
find
เปลี่ย
the
นเลย
first
นะ
frag
รอบเนี้ย
onto Zesby. Over on the A side of the map though, the drone going forward. Yoru forcing his way through a few kill trips there, and you can see inside of the site, Yatsuka trying to stay alive.
Using the cyber cages to make it happen. And see Slasher going in for the spike plant. Now that will give him his dimensional drift.
Yeah, he's going to clear out spawn.
Yes.
เอาละ
See exactly where Riddle Order is playing
แล้ว
from.
เสีย
right
ไอ
behind
โซ
the
ว่า
drone.
ไม่อยู่เล่นโดน
เอ้ย
นั่นไงว่าแล้ว
Side Shiro towards heaven. And see Slasher able to take one
พูดถูกเรื่อง
down
เมื่อ
at
กี้
the very least.
Boom
กำลัง
again.
คุยกับแขน
They're
เพื่อน
going to try to play off the recon as the flash comes through for Riddle Order
อะไร
to
อะ
take the site.
They have the spike down, and all they need to do is watch for it. Metal comes in as well. No one's quite tapping just yet, but a couple of shots will
ผม
take
มันเอา
down
ไอ้
Jojo.
สกิลไอ้
They
นี่
spotted out the
ของ
tracer
โคบมา
round
นี่ก็
from
เกรียนอยู่นะ
Soldan as well. Now on with the cloud burst.
ขึ้นไปแล้วแต่ก็ไม่ได้อยู่ดี
Riddle trying to stick the defuse, but it's not gonna happen. Berserk's in with the double kill to end the round.
And Boom, you saw how dangerous they were playing from main with naught but the
ส
pistol.
โมกเจ็ตที่มันเนิร์ฟเหลือระยะเวลา
With
แค่นี้
the
มันเป็นเพราะว่าไอ้
rifles closing out that gun
กู้
round
เนี่ยใช่ไหม
beautifully, despite losing
เมื่อก่อนแม่ง
Zesby.
สโมกทีละยาวเลย
There's a bit of B round
ใช่
progression. I like that from Riddle Order. Throwing
เก็
a
บ
little
เมื่อก่อน
bit
แบ
of
บ
a
ทั้งคัด
curveball on
ทั้
the
ง
bonus.
เปิดทั้งตัด
Didn't really have too many expectations coming into that round, so trying something a little bit outlandish, but it works out beautifully. And now Riddle Order. Soldem's got the op out very early on here. Definitely got to keep your eye on this controller utility. Shiro on the single E-net. Trying to push him off the line, as well as the Yoru just creating space, limiting opportunities for that operator, which definitely won't have a chance to get involved in this round. They're going to leave him behind on the
ด่าน
back
นี้อะ
side.
ครับสัก5ก็ยิ้มแล้วครับผม
Riddle Order now starting to lean a little bit more heavily towards A main.
Definitely some of the rotation on their side. Dark cover comes out just to block off Boom a little bit more.
ไอชิโร่
On
กระโด
A
ด
here for Riddle Order. They're ready for this hit. They're ready with the reactive utility as the drone goes forward.
Oh, in with a fake out too. They're just trying to clear out a lot of space and gate crashing back in.
อุ้ย
Now the support coming through. Famous in with a double kill. And it's going to be Zesby peeking out alongside it. Boom. The execution's good.
And Riddle Order are completely out of position here. Spike hasn't gone down though. Berserk's applying pressure in middle. Yatsuka's got to be the key player here for Riddle Order. Sneaking
ยัด
through
จะ
the
จัด
spike.
ให้หรือเปล่ามาดูกัน
Trying to
โอ้โห
find a little bit more space.
ยากอะดิไปเล่นเมน
แต่
3
กล้องยังเป็น NC Slasher อยู่นะ
Open for the main angle. And they can't quite
หลัง
clear
ก็
it.
มาไม่ได้ คือตอนเนี้ย
Get back in.
บูม
No
เล่นง่ายมาก
covers, no
แคปข้างหลังอยู่ใช่ปะ
No cover. It's just got to be Soldem to try to hold down this line. And
เฮ้ย
Boom
กู
are
ข้าง
playing
บน
for the spams.
In
โอ้
with the
มี
smokes
สไปค์แค
again.
มไง
Camera spotted as well. Yatsuka
ไม่
goes
งั้นโดน
down.
นะ
And
เมื่อ
it's
กี้
going to be the
เออ
save for
สมองโต
Soldan.
จัดอ่ะนั่งจุ่มข้างบนอ่ะ
What a round from Boom.
Now just controlling everything towards A main there, taking their time, working their way on through. This is the pressure that the Yoru applies, just being able to scale out A. The first wave dealt with the reactive utility for Riddle Order. You saw that dart come through up on the top. I'm
เออ
pretty
แต่พู
sure
ดถึงเล่น
reactive
โพสแพน
paranoia
เอ
or
เนี่ย
the KO utility
กล้อง
in there as
เก็บ
well.
กล้อง
They
ไว้
have
ใช้
three on
โพ
the
สก็
side.
มันก็ได้จังหวะ
But that's
เบรก
the strength of a Yoru. The fake out and going forward, throwing those clones into the site, and then just being able to gate crash back and rely on this second wave. And when
ตัว
you've
วาง
got
โดนแท็ก
players
มันก็
like
ปัญหาใหญ่อ
Famous
ยู่
who are in form this series
ไอ้
and
ตัวกู
applying
อะ
that punching power into the site,
เมื่อกี้
that's
ถ้า
where
ไม่มี
Boom
ส
is
ไป
gonna
แคม
have
นี่
a lot of
เรื่องใหญ่เลย
success.
เรื่องใหญ่
This
โดน
round
แน่
is not taken for granted though. You definitely need to avoid this operator. You've seen operator and a handful of sheriffs be able to win rounds like this, so Boom need to make sure they keep their heads screwed on tight here.
You're right, Pilski. Boom might have staggered the approach, but they need to keep things up. Soldan still available and online, but on the B site right now.
Kind of changing things up though, Boom. It's been a lot of A main, B main presence so far this game, but against the half buy, against the operator, they're going to flip the script a little bit. Clear out this progression smoke, break the door. Cam keeping an eye on middle. After the early portions of this round elapsed, Boom are just waiting for a reaction here for Riddle Order.
They're trying to find out where that operator might be posted up, and they kind of want to avoid it altogether. But after a little bit of time spent away, now rotating back into the A site.
Orb will give Not Dead Yet over to Famous. He can turn into a pseudo entry if he wants here. Be able to limit the risk, give a potential entry to Boom. As the Goru has an outlaw here.
ใครโยนติดเพื่อน
Gojo though anticipated a good little dink
ด้วยจัด
on towards NC Slasher now, but backs up knowing that they have to play for retakes. Riddle, they need to set themselves up.
Boomer again outmaneuvering, outpositioning Riddle Order, who are constantly on the wrong side of the map, and Boom's gonna fight forward inside of the site here.
Famous still ready with that. Not dead yet, like you mentioned, Pilsky, and here it comes. It's gonna be the angles, and they know exactly where they have to look. Boom, just waiting for the drops out. Yatsuka able to get just one, and then comes Berserks. Famous back in for another, and he is relentless with it, just continuing to hunt them down. Riddle has to turn away this up, being saved for another round. Look at Soldam.
They're hungry. Boom is hungry right now. They do not want to let him save this op. Continuing to charge forward, but Soldam is out in another postcode. I don't know if they're going to be able to catch him here. Berserks. He's close. Falling off the map though and floating down to safety here. Soldam, has he timed it correctly? Looks like he has. Going to keep that op alive. So it's heads up play from the Korean Jet there. But make no mistake, Quack, Boom, despite the 2 rounds on the scoreboard here for Riddle Order, have been dominating this game. Riddle scraped through that anti-eco, and these last 3 rounds have not been particularly close.
เมื่อกี้เหมือนแบบตะโกนบัฟโซดำให้ตาย
in the game.
ดูครับ
Trying to
แต่จบ
cement
นี่ดู
that
เสีย
lead. Both teams looking to find different ways into the map. Boom. It's been A so many times so far, but this time, in towards mid we go.
Yeah, once again, flicking the script. One way deep onto middle here. Jump spot from Kaido, who's trying to play the pivot position in with the Hunter's Fury. Further extending control and emphasis. Famous putting himself into an aggressive lurking position. Door broken. So much pressure in the middle of the map right now from Boom.
That's why Riddle are completely surrounding so many of these exits.
อย่าโดนนะโดนปุ๊บโดนด้วยเนี่ย
Anywhere.
ใกล้ขนาดนี้
What they don't know. This position towards Soldam, spotted out by the drone. He has to run away.
เรียบร้อย
Hunted by the Hunter's Fury.
โคตรเฉียบ
Famous getting killed onto Kaide as well. They have wrapped around the A site. Now Spike potentially being sent through. Another kill for Shiro and Famous.
Yatsuka never even had a chance to get involved in the round. Just has to turn his tail, or tuck his tail between his legs, turn around and try to hold on to the Vandal. Boom is dominating this game right now. Going from control and pressure on the extremities to setting up a very finely tuned execute there. Working their way all the way through mid, and Famous continuing to push the issue. Yatsuka tapping the cam. Able to take him out. Famous not going to rip the ult for that one. But can he hold on to the rifle?
Trying to do it at least. Oh, even with the cyber cage up, it's Berserks. Nail on the head.
ใช่ครับ
Boom
เป็น
onto
ค
the
รั้งแรกในทัวร์
Riddle Order. This is the test of character that not many can pass in Ascension. You come up from tier 2 as a rookie squad, not much experience. Few little forays on the stage in Challengers Japan, which, you know, that will give them a little bit of sense of what this environment might be like. And they have completed a reverse sweep in the grand final of that tournament. But this is different stakes. They have got the crowd against them, and Boom breathing down their necks.
But sometimes, Pilsky, that's what it takes to ascend to greatness. They've come here so far to be a champion, to be someone who passes through the Ascension. You cannot let the crowd phase you. Riddle, they're definitely feeling the effects, but maybe, just maybe this time out from Coach Force will give them a bit more support, a bit more hope. Where are the 2 Riddle fans in the crowd?
He's been working with this rookie squad for such a long time, coming up from, you know, Zeta's academy team, and, you know, Riddle Order not really having that much of a run to get up until this point. But he's going to need to come up with some wise words. But not even, you know, talking about the big
2-0 ป่ะพี่เอ้ย
2-0
ครับบุกไปขนาดนี้
the macro game in terms of the tactics.
กล้าบอกว่าด่านนี้มันโคตรกันเลย
From Riddle order.
ใช่
Like the operator
ก็คือถ้า
getting run around the
บุกได้
map,
5 นี่คือแบบ
and the Sova
เสียหายแล้ว
ยิ้มแล้วอะ
the opportunities that Soldom can create. And the rest of the team is not
ด่านนี้กับ
responding
Ascent ไหน
well
ด่าน
enough
กัน
to
วะ
the
กัน
pressure that Boom's being put on. Not only can they not deny and shut down the executes, but they also are not reacting well enough to the mid pressure.
That's someone that we have to think about as well. You talked about that operator. That's
Ascent
one
แล้ว
of
กัน
the things for Riddle Order so
Ascent มัน
far.
โอดินได้ฮะ
They have made
เข้า
it to the
ยาก
top
Ascent อะ
tier 2 in their home region. And you're seeing Ace and Kaide giving us some
สแกนดูข้างๆว่ะ
but what about right now?
ชีส
Some of the 0 points connecting, and still it's going to be Boom
หมดมาโรนเดฟอนโหดบ้าเลย
trying to stay alive into the cyber case,
บุก
but
ไป
it's
5 แล้ว
laid
อะ
down by Zespi and NC Slasher. The
Oh.
sight on towards
อุ้ย
Famous. He doesn't need his name
G
on
ว่ะ
the lights. Just a couple more kills.
He just continues playing with confidence, continues to push into the opponent's
เดี๋ยวถามวง
spawn.
ในก่อน เจอบูมว่าไง
And Riddle, they are rattled.
All down to Ace. Thinking about the exits, thinking about the save. Boom. Off of a timeout, a sudden rip play into the B site, and a flawless round to boot.
That's just not going to shift the momentum a single inch after that timeout. Riddle are having absolutely no impact, and this is the side effect of not being ready enough on Abyss. It hasn't been a factor in this tournament at all, but Boom has played the trump card here in the veto against Riddle Order. They've said they're slapping it down. They're saying, you guys have got to have prepared Abyss well enough for this tournament, and it really doesn't look like it.
บุกไป
Operator going to come out for
5
Soul
จบแล้วอ่ะ
again.
อันนี้คือแบบ
He's had absolutely no impact
ที่เหลือ
on it
คือ
so
กำไร
far. He just keeps getting pushed and pulled
กำไร
around the map by the Yoru, by the Sova, by the double controllers, limiting
อุ้ย
his
ไลน์อั
vision.
พเอนี่โคตร
ไม่เอาดีกว่า
โห
Tucked away so far behind.
49 เลย
ได้ด้วยเหรอ
Look at the rotations from Riddle. In comes the dimensional drift. NC
แล้วมาอย่างไว
trying
ดู
to
ดิ
scout things out, spots out the operator. Soldem under pressure now. The sidebar getting
There it
dived
is.
upon
Huh?
from behind.
NC Slasher trying to get the kill, but shut down
มัว
by
จัด
Yaska.
ช็อตเนี้ย
Riddle
เหมือนจะเท่
managed to
เมื่อ
hold
กี้
their ground. Swapping back to the classic. Soldat in for the third kill. Trying to go for the no scope. Shut down by Shiro. Jojo back in the game. Ace trying to wrap back around as well, providing that additional support, but the flick from Berserks is good.
เมื่อกี้
Ace
โคตรเท่
will shut down any
ตอน
sign
จ
of
บอะ
momentum from Boom.
เอาเรื่อง
Main control right off the rip is what makes the difference there for Riddle Order. They're able to clear all of that space. They're able to leave behind Ace over towards A main and just
มั่วเลยอะ
rotate
เมื่อกี้
over to the B site in time. And with how close that round gets, Quack, that is what makes the difference here. It comes down to a 1v1. If you do not have every single defending player in position to defend that B site split with the dimensional drift, they wouldn't have got it across the line. Another big impact round from Seldom. He's going to need a lot more than that though. And with only one player surviving, Riddle's economy has been picked clean and is ready for the reset.
Like we're talking about, got to find those consistent rounds, and this time he's in the right spot, but feeling that metal stays tucked away behind the wall.
Looking for his opportunity to pick the numbers. Thrown back onto the line by Kaide. They know that Boom has significant presence in towards middle, and they've spotted the Cypher lurk at 8.
Trying to look out for it too.
Such discipline from Boom. They're giving him absolutely nothing. They're not giving him a single angle until they get into that side exec, and that's where they put him under the pressure, and he's forced to show us this highlight plays that he's known for.
Create another highlight reel. This time rotating over onto the A site, Pilski. But look at the spike. Boom. We talked about map presence, map control. They've got themselves posted up everywhere.
Ready for this timing. Berserk's on the other side of the wall. If they lose Soldem here, this could all fall apart. Boom starting to make their way back towards the A side of the map and leak up with the lurk. It's so tense at A main right now.
Berserk's, he knows. He just doesn't really have to move all too much. Waiting for his team to rotate on over. The footsteps being heard pretty soon now by Soldem. Oh, they're cutting noise. Oh, the shot strikes down onto Shiro. Berserk's fires back.
Jojo's on the back of the side, trying to bypass the further rotates. Famous again being the thorn in the side through middle. 12 seconds on the clock here, Quack.
Still
นึกว่าจะไปแล้วเมื่อกี้
But look at Zespi onto the
บ้า
other side
เอา
of
แล้ว
the
ว้า
map.
มาวาง
He
บี
manages to
มี
stick
ตัว
it
ตัด
just
โร
in
เทต
time.
They've got to clear Famous out of mid. Still applying pressure over on A. Berserk trying to
ร้อย
get
เล
one
ย
to pick the rotates. Famous is continuing to be the thorn in the side for Riddle.
Just controlling this entire mid half.
ไม่รู้อะไรทำอะไรยิงช็อกดาบ
Riddle continuously blocked off.
โอ้โหยื้อเลยครับชิวเลยนี่
as well. Now falling back towards the spike. Shots good. Takes down JoJo. It's all down to Kai.
โอ้ยมันเล่นดีจริงว่ะนี่ขนาดตัวดำแบบจัดให้สองเนี่ย
โซแดมนี่คือแบบว่า
สุดๆ
กำหมัด
แล้ว
กูทุ่มเทสุด
But Boom is making them look like fools right now.
แต่ถ้าไม่โดนตีโอเมนเมื่อกี้ก็ไม่เป็นไรนะ
Rotating them.
พอโดนไปวางปุ๊บมันเสียแบบคอนโทรลอ่ะโดนตัดโดนบูมมันได้เล่นอ่ะ
Choker on land, I think not. 14 and 5 in the server right now, absolutely
ต้องอ่านเล
dominating.
ยว่ะ
And
โอเมน
not
มี
in
อัน
the
ติยังไงก็ห้ามโย
traditional
ก
sense that you
ตัว
would
จะวาง
expect. He's not running it down. You heard it from Coach Meow in the interview. He has learned discipline. He has learned
Don't
to
note right
read
in
the
it.
game. And he's walking his way through mid-aggression down B main. Sold him. Trying
Sold
to
him,
force
look.
things. Trying to have his
Pretty
Kang
hot.
moment, but still not finding any impact. Boom cannot be faulted.
He was trying to do it because it's an eco save, so with the playstore potentially at least one kill and then pick up a rifle, but boom, anticipating all of these movements. Homework done on the map of Abyss. NC Slasher in with the Outlaw, looking to shut down any aggression from Riddle, trying to fire back, but Sesame just says no.
They're completely surrounded in their own site. Are they, like, it doesn't even look like there's any defense there. Boom is all over them.
Just off with the one frag, and the whole round, all the dominoes, they fall. Last one left is Ace. He spots out the fake out, lets it pass. It's all those tracers. Anticipating at least one inside of smoke, but the crouch spray from Zespi, the flawless round from Boom.
And it's looking like Boom has broken the confidence of Riddle Order in that first map. One game of Lotus played, flipping the veto. No games of Abyss. Lack of officials and lack of consistency is Riddle Order's biggest enemy right now. They are coming up with nothing on the defense. And Boom, it looks like they've been hiding this Abyss pick, flipping the comp from Challengers into Ascension, and it's paying its dividends.
Just huge return on investment right now. Boom continuing to switch things up.
Soldem has to get involved in the action, but the drone once again his opportunities. Knife dealt with, but he's been pushed off the line.
He tries to back up Tailwind at the ready. Fake out in his face though, but able to take down Famous. This could be the start. He's blinded as well. Just be up on top. Able to spot everything. He's got vision for days. NC Slasher kills on the other side. The spike goes down.
Yeah, he has enough time to get that plant down. Ace creeping forward inside of his own dark cover, trying to create an opportunity, but there's a beautiful peek from Shiro. Shows him the shoulder and swings out onto the line.
That could have been everything for this first half. Yatsuka now looking for the clutch, but the movements, the positioning, too slippery, too sneaky. Zespi in with the third kill for the round.
Both Zespi, Famous, and the Yoru of NC Slasher are exactly that. Just greasing their way through the defense. Riddle Order cannot get their hands on Boom right now. They are out of control on a rampage.
And that little seed of doubt planted from the map of Lotus, it's starting to settle in to their minds, settling in hard for Lotus.
For Riddle Order.
How can they find themselves back into this map? They try to go for contact plays outside of A. Famous fires back.
Turning a 1-for-1. Good trade from Famous now. Once again, controls the orb. Gets the not dead yet online. That gives an extra man over to Boom in this round that they can have access to. Door broken. High day spotted, but Soldem creeping up onto the line. May not be expected by Berserks here, but he makes it across.
It's narrowly spotted. Needing to spend the updraft just to avoid as well.
But Riddle Order getting into position here. Yatsuka still alive on the side. They're trying to break the trip. Zespi, what an entry from him.
And now on to Kaide, but spotted up by Berserks as well. Just to keep this momentum up into the side. Boom, looking to pull off the 9-3 up against Riddle.
And Famous is trying to send a message right now. Right at the end of the half year. Not dead yet. Elapsing though, and he will go down. JoJo biding his time, working his way through Heaven's side, but there's so much time ticked off the clock. He doesn't have time for this, and Boom are playing so disciplined.
just tucked away in every corner possible. Jojo has so much to clear. The camera, it spots him out. He goes in for the swing, but Shiro says no. This is my half.
This is where Riddle Order have got to do exactly what Boom did in the last map. Down 3 and 9. They are desperate for a pistol. They are desperate for a comeback here. And you've seen some hero plays from Ace so far in this series. You've seen some outstanding individual performances from this young Japanese core so far in this tournament. But no one is showing up to this game. There is nothing to speak of for Riddle Order. Tactically, they're outclassed. Individually, they're outgunned. They have got to have a phenomenal attacking side or this is curtains for them.
I'm here on Boom Esports. Just try to make them shine more.
Boom.
เท่ไปไหนเนี่ยตัวนี้คำพูด
Looking for those 4 more rounds.
Despi brought into this roster to give them energy.
เท่เกิน
Not shy away from the stage environment.
เท่ไปหมดตัว
Very
นี้
flamboyant, very active when the pressure gets on. You can see Riddle playing
ต
along.
บมือตามกองเชียร์อีก
Doing their
รู้ไหม
best
เนี่ย
to
กองเชียร์เขาเชียร์ใคร
bring on the energy for
ชาย
themselves, but it's not really
โอ้โห
looking like they are feeling the same hype that Boom are right now.
เป็นหนึ่งเดียวกับกองเชียร์
And this is where the home crowd advantage is coming in full force for Boom. You could talk about the studio environment. You could talk about Boom having a tough time getting into this game, into this tournament. But at the end of the day, when the home crowd is against you, it's a tough position to be in, Crack.
I like it though, at the very least, keeping those smiles up like their team logo that we all know and love so much. Riddle Order trying to shake things off for the start of this second half.
And not only for themselves, this is for the whole Japanese scene. They have got so much support behind them. They are the next generation of Japanese rookies that even if they go down here, they've already shown phenomenal performances. They've already shown the potential to play Valorant at an extremely high level. But just the potential is not good enough to be able to be picked up into a Pacific team sometimes. You need to show that you can pass the test of character that it takes at these big tournaments.
Definitely wanting to see so much more from them. We saw greatness from Ace on the previous map, but needing so much more in this pistol round right now.
Already NC Slasher forced to use his gate crash, so he's not going to be able to apply the same pressure across the map, rotate correctly to the right side in an instant. Famous, as well as Berserks, both on this B site, trying to lock things down. A-main cleared out by Boom, but Yatsuka's got a lot of space in the middle, but a little bit off the timing. Berserks puts him down early, and now this becomes much more one-dimensional for Riddle Order, trying to force their way onto B.
And now trying to break through those doors, Pilski. These walk right into the booby traps. It's going to be Soldan firing off at least one shot, but Berserks and NC Slasher to strike them down. All that's left is Kaede.
A dart to work with. A monumental task ahead of him. 4 hungry Boom players looking for double digits on the other side of the smoke.
Just imagine trying to clutch out a 1-on-4, but hearing the crowd all around you. NC Slasher does not let him breathe whatsoever.
And Boom on the verge now after winning that pistol and hitting double digits of conquering their demons. Crashed out in top 4 fashion last Ascension, but making the step into the grand final on home soil may be the change that they need. They have one more opponent in front of them after Riddle Order. But this is the first test that they need to pass.
So far, so good. It's the Outlaw back in action, Pilski. Marking the angles, Riddle. They're looking for an execute.
They've gone for a half buy, but a lot of them have light armor. Zespi from the top of the site. They're getting picked apart. They can't get into the site at all, Quack.
The spike dropped on the ground as well. Ace, he's trying to play around it, wanting to pick it up. Yatsuka coming back in, provide him with a little bit of support, but still, look at Boom!
NC Slasher again with the Outlaw. Farming up a storm. Man is just steaming ahead, powering up in the agriculture industry, getting himself another dimensional drift online. right at the start of the half, and Riddle Order, who threw a Hail Mary at that round, tried to go for the force buy. The tilt factor is definitely coming in. They wanted to try to turn their fortunes around, but it's really just not working out for them. This map of Abyss being let through the veto has been a giant mistake. Giant gaping hole in Riddle's map pool right now, Quack, and they're gonna just double
ไหว
down.
ฟูเซนไหว
They're gonna go all in yet again for
น่า
this
จะเซ
end
ต้า
split
ยิมครับ
with
ผ
the
ม
force buy.
Hopefully able to
ส
scrounge
ตาร์บอกได้เพลเยอร์แล้ว
But SB
ท็อปปิ้งให้เลยตอนเนี้ย
shot
ลิดละเอาใครดีว่า
intentional
หรือเอาอาเซนนี่ไปทั้ง3คนเลยดีฉันไม่ต้องคิดเยอะ
From Riddle Order, like they're not pushing the Omen
ดี
off
ปีมันก็บอก
off angles.
เซ
They
ต้า
continue to
จะเอา
take
คาเดมี่เตรียมบอกว่า
fights against Boom.
ไม่เอาจะได้รอเซ็งผ่าน3คนเลยอู้
โอ้ย
position, but the shot dart. Oh, it's a double.
Shock
Yatsika,
that.
Panic stations from him inside the door, trying to make his way into heaven however he can. Riddle Order left reeling, stuck
ตอนนี้
behind
ลี
the
ดเดอร์ว่า
dark
คิดละ
cover, and Yatsika cleared out of heaven
ไหน
as
ๆมาว่า
well.
อินโดแล้วเดี๋ยวแวะบ้านลี
On
ก
the
สักหน่อย
verge of series point here.
ไม่เป็นไร
All down to JoJo. In with the off angle. He might have the spike, but completely surrounded. Just take a look at the map as well. Famous.
ลีดเดอร์
From
ญี่ปุ่น
the other side. Where could he possibly
ญี่ปุ่น
go?
3เกาหลี2
Another flash. Just completely banged up. Zero in for the last kill. It is now match point and series point for Boom Esports.
Riddle Order just continued to force buy and get absolutely nothing done on this
โอ้
attacking
โหบิดแม่ง
side.
ลีดเดิลแม่ง
Boom on the
ไม่รู้
verge
จะทำอะไร
of
เลย
teeing themselves up
ไปไม่ถูก
with
เลย
one of
ไป
their
ไม่ถูกเลย
position in Southeast Asia. It's going to be a Southeast Asian derby between Boom and Fullsense for the opportunity to take on an impenetrable SPG in that final. Unless Riddle Order can put together one of the most insane comebacks we've ever seen.
All in towards this B site now.
Oh.
NC Slasher. He's been contacted. Kaide. They have him surrounded. Berserk's though on the site.
Huh?
Alongside Famous.
Oh, what a-
Back. The cage comes up. The shots go through. The recon. Perfect square onto Kaide. This could be it. Famous back onto the shorty. Now looking for the kills onto the other side. He peeks out. Yatsuka takes him down.
แล้วเมื่อกี้มันไม่ควักสโมกนี่มันได้ตัวเลยเมื่อกี้
As the Sova directly
Humming.
below him, looking for Yatsuka. Zesby applying pressure, has a pretty good timing to slide out onto the line. In through heaven side, spike drop. Kaide 30 HP, nothing to be done for Boom.
ถือว่าเข้าฟอร์ม GG ครับวันนี้เล่นอะไรต่อดีปะถือว่าพี่เอ๋ยคืนฟอร์ม
He did everything he could in this
ไม่เป็นไรไม่เป็นไรไม่ต้องร้อง เดี๋ยวเอาไปเล่นในเซต้าแล้วกัน
The reason why I mentioned his performance
ไม่เป็นไรนะ ยังไงพวกนายก็ได้ไปลีกอยู่ดี
Boom pulling out the Abyss pick. The
สัก
first
พัก
time
เซต้าแม่งไปหาผู้เล่นจากไหน
that's
ไม่
been
รู้
played here at Ascension Pacific, and they have been shown to be fearsome on it.
And they were so darn good. And they must be thinking about it. What went wrong? How did this all happen? Just feeling those tears. Everything came down to these moments, but of course, only one team can actually move forward. They step off the stage because Boom have come here to play.
And the crowd is behind them as well. You can see them feeling the energy, feeling the
บูมมันไปแพ้ใครมานะพี่สินภาษาเหรอ
บูมเหรอสินไพศาลแพ้ค่อนข้างยู่
ไม่โคตรจัด
ไว
เลย
ทุกคู่ครับผมวันนี้2-0เนี่ย ก็ดีนะ เจอบูมดีกว่า
เล่นอะไรดี ขอลงทีมก่อนแล้วกันแชท เดี๋ยวมาอีกสักประมาณไม่รู้ว่าประมาณทุ่ม2 ทุ่มอ่ะ ดูก่อน เจอกันครับ บ๊ายบาย ขอบคุณทุกคนนะครับที่มาชมนะครับ ฝากเชียร์ทีมไทยไว้ด้วยนะครับสำหรับฟูลเซนเจอกันครับซ่อม ยังซ่อมอยู่อีกอะเจอกันครับ